82 from Lancashire captain Dane Villas. So, the situation, well, here at Headingley, it's bright this morning. We have had sunshine. It feels like a warmer day than the previous two have, but that wouldn't be too difficult because it was a bit of a chilly wind that was blowing across from west to east on the first couple of days. But yeah, the weather looks a little better. You'd feel like it was probably a little bit more of a batting day, and Yorkshire are going to need it to be as well. It's a good pitch. I think we know that much from what's happened on those first couple of days. But the spectre of Jimmy Anderson, of course, looms for Yorkshire, although he's yet to take a wicket in this match so far. Adam Lyth, LBW, to Tom Bailey for 10, and David Milan caught Parkinson, bowled Balderson for 23. The two wickets to have fallen towards the back end of yesterday. Spoke to Tom Loughton after the match last night, well, with regard to just his return to the first-class competition. It was, of course, the day on which he took his first couple of first-class wickets as well. The last two that fell in that Lancashire innings, Tom Bailey was caught and bowled by Tom for 13. And Luke Wood caught by George Hill off him for 39. So he was feeling happy enough about life. But Yorkshire didn't want to dwell too much on what had happened in that Lancashire innings because, of course, catches were going down and they just wanted to draw a line under it, really, and look to these last couple of days and see what they can get out of the match. So Jonathan Doidge with you throughout. Dave Townsend, once again, our third voice for the day. And, of course, Scott Reed of BBC Lancashire will be joining us shortly once he's done his top-of-the-hour update. And that is the situation at the moment. James Anderson, 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 27. Tom Bailey, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. Luke Wood, none for 8 off 4, including a maiden. George Balderson's bowled one of those as well in the 3 overs that he has so far delivered. And he has 1 for 3. And Yorkshire, well, they want to build some partnerships today, don't they? And some big ones at that. They do, of course, have the services of Joe Root to call upon. And there's still the bang in form Harry Brook to come in, as well as a pretty deep batting order of their own. So 2 days cricket still to come. Scott will be with us shortly, but DT's alongside. DT?
Yeah, interesting to see what happens today. Yorkshire obviously got to bat long, haven't they? They ideally would still like to be batting at the close of play tonight. It's a tall order, 417. The nominal mark to avoid that follow-on.
Yep, here's Bailey then. First ball of day 3 to George Hill, who drops it out into the offside, no run. George Hill was struck on the helmet by a short ball from Jimmy Anderson yesterday. I think it was one of those where maybe it didn't quite bounce as much as he thought, and he went down on bended knee to get underneath it. But maybe the trajectory was just a little bit lower, hit him flush on the side of the lid, and so we had that break for a short while with just a couple of overs or so of play remaining, but clearly okay today. And out there and waiting for Bailey to deliver a second ball of the morning, but he's got something in his eye just as he got towards the crease and has decided to deal with that first.
That's what the helmets are there for, though, isn't it? To protect the head. We briefly mentioned Clive Radley. It was his birthday yesterday. I remember talking to him about helmets because his career sort of spanned both eras.
Here's Bailey, having sorted out the eye. Hill pushing back to a no run. Is that the pre-helmet period?
Yeah.
And the helmet period? The
helmet period. And he's quite pragmatic about it. He said, so what do you reckon to helmets then? Rad, are they a good thing for the game or you know, for the batsman? He said, well, that was a hard question, he said, but I can tell you I was struck 5 times on the head, twice without a helmet and 3 times with.
Bailey to Hill, dropping into the offside, no run.
Suggestion being that perhaps towards the end of his career when he was wearing a helmet he was more likely to be hit. Did the helmet affect the fact that he got hit on the head, etc., was the question. And he said, struck 5 times, 3 times wearing a helmet. He said, I can tell you which hurts less.
Am I right in thinking he used to wear that sort of skull cap type?
That was Braley, wasn't it?
I know he did as well, but no, Clive Radley didn't. Right, okay.
I don't think so, no.
All right, I thought there was more than one who did. Here's Bailey. And good delivery from Bailey, just leaving George Hill, who played the original line, and therefore inside it. Sun is out. 2 slips, a gully, a point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on. Man who's just in front of square, mid-wicket-ish. And a long leg down the way to our left, where there are more people in shorts today than the one chap, the lone warrior, yesterday. Here's Bailey, right arm over, driven nicely by George Hill. He plays that shot so well. And he waited, and he's just used the middle of the bat. Simple as that. He didn't really go after the ball, just pushed it. Bailey tried to get down, but it's raced away for 4, down to the Howard stand end.
Yeah, always the best part of the bat to use, isn't it, the middle? And that just rocketed away down to the sight screen there. Yes, Mike Braley was the first one really to wear that protection, wasn't he? With the little thing, a temple protector. See, he basically had, didn't he? Little something that protected just in front of the ears.
Here comes Bailey again, past umpire Pollard, and Hill successfully dealing with that. 23 overs bowled, then the first of the morning is ticked off. Hill on 19, Loughton on 3, Yorkshire 57 for 2.
Seems almost sort of prehistoric in a way now. At the time, what on earth is he doing? What's he got there? He's been accused of being a southern softy, I think, at the time, because he wanted to protect himself from serious injury when facing the likes of Holding and Daniel and Lillian Thompson. But now, junior cricket, very often you can't play, you can't bat unless you actually are wearing a helmet. No. You'd know about that with your youngsters.
Well, yeah.
Have to wear a helmet from a very early age.
Yes, yeah. Anderson, he's going to then start at this Kirkstall Lane end, just going through the usual motions with a few ghosted deliveries. None for 27 off 8 overs and 2 maidens so far, and he's going to be bowling at Tom Loughton. In comes the great man now then, right arm over the wicket. It's a good length ball and worked nicely off his legs by Loughton to get off strike immediately. I spoke to him last night saying the first time he'll have faced, a player of this quality. It might be the only time he faces a player of this quality even in his entire first-class career. Somebody who's got that many test match wickets.
Probably,
he tripped out the usual, play the ball, not the man, and I said, how do you actually do that? You can't not know that
yeah.
Jimmy Anderson's the guy who's running up towards you.
Yes, I doubt if he'll ever face a bowler with as many test wickets again.
But it's George Hill on strike. He's on 19, and Anderson comes in again, and another good length ball. Hill just leans on that, pushes it up past mid-on, and they're through for a single.
Yes, after a day of runs for Lancashire yesterday, looking for wickets on day 3.
Scott launching into his 12 o'clock update. 11 o'clock, rather.
Yeah, well, he might be 12.
Getting ahead of myself there.
He's got the crystal ball out for the 12 o'clock update.
What do you reckon, crystal ball? What do you reckon Yorkshire will get today?
566, something like that. Anderson's in, and this time a short ball, and Loughton sways out of the way of it. There's no run.
Shouldn't be too much trouble batting out there today. I think get through these first half hour or so.
567 for 2 declared, I think.
I'm thinking. I was thinking of discussing it with Chris Walters from the Yorkshire Post as we were walking up. I reckon he said sort of 350. I said about 370, something like that.
Anderson in again. Then he's got a man set at short leg, and he did try tickle the ribs of Tom Loughton. It didn't quite bounce that high, but it was around about waist height.
Come on, let's have a prediction from you then.
Is it worth it, really? I don't know.
Well, don't join in then. All right.
All right, I'll go with. 370 is not going to be too far off the mark, is it? 3 sessions, but let's be optimistic. Let's go 390.
Okay.
390 for
Scott Reed coming in. He'll probably go 180 all out.
390 for 4. Anderson in, bowling to Loughton, who turns that one through mid-wicket, and they get a single. He's on to 5. Partnership still in its infancy, of course. Is 12 now. Yorkshire 60 for the loss of 2 wickets. And we have at last shaken off the attentions of DT and Reedy sitting alongside. So
Good morning.
Rather more civilised 25 minutes or so to come.
We couldn't get him off yesterday, could
No.
we? No. He was enjoying himself yesterday.
It's a bit like when you used to play in the local park at football, a goal hanger, isn't it? Here's Anderson in, and that's turned through mid-wicket. There is a man out sweeping at square leg round to come and do the fielding. Nicely played by Hill, who single takes him on to 21 at the end of that over, and Yorkshire to 61 for 2. But he's the sort of guy, you'd be playing jumpers for goalposts, and the ball would be getting kicked around, and he'd stab it in the bottom corner and do no work whatsoever. That's DT.
Sums him up beautifully. What a lovely day. Forecast is terrific, isn't it? The weather's nice and warm. Plenty of people buzzing around. The ground looks terrific. The outfield looks green, looks in fantastic nick, and the pitch is a belter. So Yorkshire will be hoping that they can bat all day.
You're only saying these kind things about Yorkshire because you've got 566 on the board.
Not at all. I enjoy coming here when Lancashire do well. We see Tom Bailey to open up from the rugby stand end of the ground, and George Hill on 21. He's faced 67 deliveries for his 21. Batted well last night and did that really well, just playing a forward defensive and easing the ball away into the offside. There's no run. I suspect there's quite a lot of that today from Yorkshire. They've got an opportunity to try and bat through the day if they can and go a long way to making the game safe. Lancashire will be hoping for a little bit of something extra from the pitch. Third day. We're all on it again this morning. I think Keaton Jennings saying last night he's kind of hoping that might open up a few cracks or so. Forward again goes Hill. And it defends 2 extra cover, and there's no run. And then you chuck in the Parkinson factor. Lancashire will be hoping that their leg spinner can create a bit of magic as well at some stage today. But I think your predictions, 300 and plenty, look should look pretty sound. I mean, for Lancashire to take 18 wickets across today and tomorrow will be hard work. Or it should be hard work. I think Lancashire expect it to be hard work. Bailey in balls. It's a wide ball and left and through to Salt, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think they've just got to keep plugging away. That is just the cricket so far this season has been that for the bowlers, hasn't it? Just keep plugging away, really. And you hope that the batsman will make a mistake, just lose that, have that break in concentration. You're going to find some good deliveries, some that nip around a bit. But a lot of the time, in the matches we've seen so far, it's been batsman error, really, a ball that they didn't need to play out and they've given it away.
2 slips and a gully. Bailey comes in and balls to Hill. Just angle back in towards him, and he plays it with a slightly angled bat, but steers it safely enough away through mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yorkshire have talked a lot about bowling it dry, and I think quite a few of the wickets they've taken have been of that ilk, where you wouldn't necessarily need to be playing at it, but it's so difficult, isn't it, that concentration aspect of the game. You're doing it fantastically well 99% of the time, it just takes one ball.
Bailey to Hill, goes onto the back foot and defends, playing the ball up to mid-off where there is no run. Yeah, 61 for 2. I think I should be hoping that they can try and force a little bit of error from the batters here. Will be a disciplined performance required by Lancashire. They're used to bowling on good pitches. They had that at Emirates Old Trafford. And trying to force wins in Manchester is quite difficult across 4 days on good Test match wickets. It's not unusual, the challenge that they face here. Bailey over the wicket and bowls, and Hill defends again, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. At Yorkshire 61 for 2. Hill has 21. Lowton, the night watchman, quite nice if he can hang around for Yorkshire. He's faced 27 deliveries. He's got just 5.
Yep, well, he's got ability with the bat as well, so they will be hoping that now he's in there and he did his job last night to get him to the close of play without further loss, that he can kick on. There's no reason why he can't. He's certainly no hopeless tail ender. He was in there at the top of the order when he made his debut. We'll see what he's got to offer, because he's on strike now and facing James Anderson. 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 31 so far. Here he is, short ball, and Loughton fully behind it, but that man is still set. Jimmy Anderson's field, if you are audio only, is as follows: 2 slips, a gully, a backward point. He's left a yawning gap through the covers to try and get his man to drive, maybe find the edge. There's a mid-off, a wide-ish mid-on, then there's the short leg just in front of square, about a strip and a half away from the batsman. There's also a leg slip come gully and a long leg. Oh, good delivery this time from Anderson. It's short, and it followed Loughton as he was trying to sway out of the way. And I think that might have, if he didn't get a shave this morning, that might have done the job.
He bowled a couple of these deliveries to Loughton last night, didn't he? And he dealt with them well. He's got out of the way of that one well too. But as you say, he did kind of follow him as he was leaning back.
Yeah, there was the one he played in the previous over that was a little bit awkward, and you could see that short leg coming into play if Anderson gets it just right. And there we go again, another short ball. So that's the tactic, and he clearly feels like there's an issue with Tom Loughton. Even though he's not played a lot of first-class cricket, they can all get the videos out of just about any match these days, can't they? And have a look. Or maybe they just thought that there was something last night that was worth having an attack at this morning. Trying to unsettle him.
Watch out for the fuller ball from Jimmy. A couple of short stuff here.
Here he is then. That's again just short of length. Nicely played by Loughton. Tucks it away just backward of square. Picks up a single.
Lancashire will look at their attack and will feel as though they've got an attack which is quite varied as well. It's not 3 or 4 right-arm seamers. They've got obviously Anderson, and then Bailey's consistent line and length. He'll just keep probing away. Bailey's not quick, but his accuracy and his consistency is, I think, his strength. The left-arm seam of Luke Wood, who is quite sharp, and then the leg spin of Parkinson.
Here's Anderson, and Loughton Hill, I should say, leaning into that and pushing back to the bowler.
Balderson's had a habit this season of picking up wickets. He's contributed well with the ball for Lancashire. Got David Milan last night. That was felt like a potentially significant period, because Milan clearly talented batter and has been in decent nick, hasn't he, this year? So Balderson was the man that brought that partnership.
Yeah, here is Anderson. Hill pushing forward. There's a few yelps from the Lancashire fielding contingent. I'm not entirely sure, because it was a pretty straightforward defensive push. End of the over. 62 for 2.
So he's got plenty of options. Dane Velas, he's got different kind of varied approach he can use, different combinations of bowlers throughout the course of the day. Starting with Anderson and with Bailey, 2 front lines seamers in this game. Just don't think we'll be that long before we see Parkinson. We didn't see him last night. Didn't use a leg spinner before the close of play. He'll have a part to play today on a warm day. Not that you'd expect too much assistance for Parkinson, but on a flat pitch, the leg spinner can potentially cause problems. He's had a good year so far as well. He'll be relishing the prospect of trying to cause some problems in this fixture. Loughton's on strike. Bailey to him, and it's left. Gathered by Salt, and there is no run.
Just one second 11 championship match so far under his belt, Tom Loughton, and with the bat, he was batting at 7 in the 2s. If I can count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. LBW, Russell against Northants over at Park Avenue in Bradford without scoring in the first innings. And then second time around, he was opening the batting and 2 not out.
Waits for Bailey and plays a forward defensive. Back down towards the bowler. And walks away to square leg, and there's no run.
Matthew Waite, who I saw around the other day, he made a century in that one for the twos. Of course, has had a fair bit of first team cricket himself in the past, but injury problems. But scoring runs. And, very useful all-rounder himself.
Bailey to Loughton, just works the ball away into the onside. And picked up at mid-wicket, and there is no run. We had an enjoyable day yesterday, certainly an enjoyable moment for Loughton, wasn't it, with his first-class wicket, and it was a pretty spectacular one, caught and bowled. It was a great catch off his own bowling. It was hit pretty firmly back towards him.
Yeah, did well, showing people the way to go.
Defends again from Bailey, getting neatly in behind it and working the ball out towards the offside. And again, there's no run.
You can get in touch with us on Twitter at Jonathan Dodge for me, or for Scott at BBC Lancs Cricket, and for our friend at the back of the box who'll be on shortly again, DO at DO_cricket, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com.
Bailey just pushes that mid-wicket fielder back toward the boundary and puts one in short, actually. They do clearly quite fancy having a go at Loughton with a bit of short stuff, but again, he's able to duck underneath that. The one from Anderson was, in the previous over, was the best directed short ball so far. That really did whistle around his nose, but that one was probably a bit too short and wide and dealt with by Loughton. Final ball of the Bailey over. 2 slips awaiting in to Loughton. It's a full ball, and he's down on his backside. Bailey, as he gets the wicket, speared in, trapping Loughton in front, and in the process of appealing, such was his enthusiasm, he's actually lost his balance and ended up on his backside, arms outspread, but in celebration, because the umpire raised his finger and Tom Loughton, the night watchman, has gone LBW off the bowling of Bailey. He's gone for 6, and Yorkshire is 62 for 3.
Yep. So back to the former England skipper. You would think he was going to be walking out next. Tom Loughton stuck around and did the job last night. As I say, he's very much a competent batsman. No problems with that, but he's been found a good delivery there by Tom Bailey. Just going to see it again, actually, on the replay. Yeah, just hitting low on the pad. Certainly wasn't going to be going over the top. Looks like it struck him probably in front of leg stump. He did look a little bit aggrieved, I think, because he was playing it into the leg side. Maybe thought it might be going down. Anyway, the umpire's finger, Paul Pollard, was raised, and that means he's got to go. And it is indeed Joe Root walking out to the middle. 27 overs into this Yorkshire first innings then. Lancashire 566 for 9, and Yorkshire 62 for the loss of 3. And they really now do need a very good partnership. We just need something that's going to take some time out of the game, stick some runs on the board, and continue to wear out this 27 over old ball.
Yeah, Lancashire had 2 big partnerships, didn't they, in their first innings. The whole thing was underpinned by Keaton Jennings, and a top score for Jennings, career best score of 238. But his partnership with Croft and then with Villas, the kind of bedrock of that big innings. Fantastic reception for Joe Root. Really warm, loud, continuous applause from the Yorkshire supporters for Root, who's at the non-striker's end as Jimmy starts again.
Here he comes. Short ball to George Hill. Noticeable when Hill's on strike, they're not using that tactic they did with Loughton of the short leg and the leg slip. Just 2 slips and a gully. point, big gap through the offside, and then mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men back. About 5 inside the ropes at deep backward square and long leg. That was a dot ball first up. Hill on 21. And I've got to say, looking at the replay, you could understand Tom Loughton's frustration. I think short ball here, and Hill has had a flash at that, and he's clearly got something on it. It has it's disappeared down to the Howard Stand boundary for 4 runs. Yeah, he tried to play the pull shot. It looks like he's top edged it. He's got away with it and got 4. 25 to him, 66 for 3. But yeah, just looking at it again, I don't know if you've seen it, Scott. I think you can understand if you were batting, you've been struck in front of leg with a delivery that looks like it's going that way as well across you, that you're going to be a little bit disappointed to have seen the finger raised. Short ball from Jimmy Anderson once again, and George Hill solidly behind this one. Into the offside, there's no run. Phil Salt didn't look like he got particularly close to that pull, top-edged pull that George Hill played earlier in the over. He's not the tallest of figures, is he? And Jimmy's certainly putting his back into this and getting a fair bit of bounce out of this pitch. And then he was turning to come in and bowl there, and George Hill just made him wait a moment, so Jimmy's now doing the same. You're going to play the game at my pace. So he's just taken an extra moment or two to compose himself, and in he comes now with a real feeling of purpose about that delivery. It was short, and yeah, I think he might be just exchanging a word or two with George Hill there and trying to ruffle him up verbally. Threw both arms up as if to say, what was all that about? Why you make me wait? Do you know who I am?
That was a bit spicy from Jimmy, wasn't it?
We've seen it all before on the test field, haven't we? He's not afraid of a word or two. He's doing it again here. He's just hanging on before he comes into bowl. Hill waits, and it's a short delivery which he tries to play a pull to, but this time doesn't appear to bounce as much as he thought. Goes underneath the bat, through to Salt. Wouldn't have been surprised if there's a little bit more chelp from the bowler as that one went by.
Contest though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really intense cricket here. 2 bowlers at the minute asking a few questions. A little bit of counter-attacking stuff there from Hill.
Anderson again, short again, and Hill comfortably underneath it. End of the over. Hill on 25, Root yet to score. Yorkshire 66 for 3, and Joe just touches gloves with George Hill. You'd like to be just a little bit of a fly on the wall as regards that conversation at this moment in time.
I was watching James and Joe this morning in the warm-up. Jimmy was out there and finished his kind of preparations, was wandering back towards the pavilion, and Joe Root was just on by the edge of the boundary rope, and they had a bit of an embrace and a brief chat. Two England stars. Great to see them both playing in this Roses fixture. Anderson's played a decent amount of cricket this year for Lancashire in these opening rounds. See Root back last week and playing again this week. Just another fantastic addition to this fixture when you're seeing 2 of the very best putting plenty in. We saw that in the field by Root yesterday, even late on in the day. He was chasing out, trying to save runs for his team. He's on strike for the first time. Bailey's into him. It's nudged away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And as Doige mentioned, Jimmy's putting his back into this little opening spell. So both players, for their own kind of progression and fitness and preparations ahead of the summer, but that broader team responsibility as well. I know James loves playing for Lancashire. He'll particularly enjoy playing in this fixture, I'm sure. Root's the same. Bailey to Root. It's in behind it and defends out into the offside, and there is no run.
You've got to love it, haven't you? You've got a player right at the start of his career, still effectively, or in the very early stages of it, George Hill. He's got some runs to his name this year. He's quite a sort of phlegmatic character, I think. Although when he gets out, it doesn't appear to be. He's thrashed his back a couple of times, whacked his pads, but when he's out there in the middle, there's a feeling of serenity about it.
Bailey to Root. And just a little flick away towards the onside. Picked up at mid-wicket. Good stop, actually. Man at square leg, going probably 15 yards to his left towards mid-wicket to stop the ball. Deny a run for Root.
And then you've got this bowler who walks back to his mark and opens up this massive bag of tricks. Which one is he going to play this time? A great challenge for any player, but certainly for a young player coming through.
66 for 3. Root leaves this delivery from Bailey. It's a wide ball, and he's happy just to lift the bat just a fraction above waist height and watches that travel past his off stump into the gloves of Phil Salt. And there's no run. Lovely picture actually on the BBC Sport website and app this morning if you're following it on the live blog, of Root and Jennings in conversation last night. Root going up to shake Jennings' hand and congratulate him on his new highest score of 238. And Jennings at second slip now, just waiting to pounce. Bailey in to Root. Just dropped into the offside. And there's no run.
Obviously, I was hanging around waiting to speak to Tom when you were doing your interview there, and just the question you asked him about how special would it, is something you'll reflect on and that sort of thing. And he said, well, like most players do, I'm going to wait. I'll be waiting to reflect on that until the end of my career rather than thinking about it too much now, because you don't concentrate on what's immediately to come.
Bailey over the wicket. Root gets forward and defends this time. Pushes that into the offside, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 66 for 3. And Root facing those 6 deliveries from Bailey. It's a maiden over. He's still on naught. Hill's on 25. And Yorkshire still trail by 500.
And when you look at the great players who've played for these two counties over the years and the great matches, to come out with a score like that, just to stick your name in that roll of honour. I know he's done it with centuries before, but a score of that magnitude, that's got to be something that, okay, he's played international cricket, but you can still look back and say, I was at Headingley playing in a Roses match where it mattered, Division 1, and, I made a massive contribution.
We ran through the list, didn't we, yesterday, of Lancashire batters to have scored double centuries against Yorkshire, and it's a select band.
Meanwhile, Anderson from the Kirkstall lane end, bowling to Hill, who pushes to mid-off, first ball, no run.
I think it's first time, my list is on my laptop, but I think it was the first time since 2008. And I think it's just 7 players have done it before to score double centuries.
Which is difficult to believe, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
The number of matches that have been played, only 7.
I think it was 7. When I come back on, I'll go through that list again.
Anderson in, and that's tucked into the leg side by Hill, and there's no run. Let's just have a quick look around the early moments on day 3 elsewhere. At Edgbaston, in response to Northance's 597 for 6 declared, Warwickshire are 97 for 2, trailing them by 500 runs. At Beckenham, Surrey of course made 671 for 9 themselves, Kent 68 for 1. After 26, halfway through, or half an hour through the third morning, as Anderson comes in and bowls short again to George Hill, who deals with that one by dropping it into the pitch to the offside, and there's no run. At Bristol, Somerset, another huge score, 591 for 7 declared, and Gloucestershire, well, they've got a bit of work to do, 143 for 4. Wouldn't want to be run through today, would they? And then have to face Somerset for a second time with quite a long time of the match left. So they're going to have to bat well. Second division in a moment. Here's Anderson, no bowling to Hill. And that's fading away down the leg side. Stifled appeal. I think there was possibly some bat on it. Or was there? No, Martin Saggers says it was a leg bite. 66 for 3. At Derby, Worcestershire's 368 was posted first up. Derbyshire 306 for 4, getting themselves into a position of not losing it in the first place. At Chesterley Street, Durham 311. Glamorgan took a lead with them. They made 365. But Durham are back in front at 55 for 3, so they're just one run ahead with 3 second innings wickets down. They're going to have to play well. At Leicestershire made 210, Sussex 399 for 7 in their first innings, lead by 189. And then the match at Lord's to come in a moment, because Anderson is in and bowling here to Root, who's immediately off the mark, flicking one down to deep backward square. At Lord's, Notts, of course, made 415 and bowled Middlesex out for 195. And then they're batting again, 24 for 1, trying to pile on the agony for the Middlesex boys. 244, Notts lead by with 9 second innings wickets standing. That's your early roundup, DT.
Yeah, I was sitting here waiting for Marty Emerson impersonation on that
Sorry.
Durham score. I think the listeners probably were as well.
Short ball. Oh, now then he's out here. He's going to go. He's gone. George Hill. Well, he's peppered in with a few short ones. There was that exchange in the previous over between the two, and George Hill has top-edged. Well, it's hard to describe what sort of shot he was playing to that. It wasn't looking like it was a committed pull. And it's ballooned up in the air, and he's been caught, easily caught, at mid-wicket. So Hill has gone for 25 off 86 deliveries, and Yorkshire now in a bit of bother at 68 for 4.
Indeed they are. I'll tell you exactly what he's trying to do there. He was just trying to help it on its way down to one of the fielders out in the deep, and the ball got big on him, and he's just pulled it too high up on the bat, I think, and lobbed out towards mid-wicket. He was worried about fine leg and deep backward square, and couldn't indeed get it over the top of mid-wicket.
Yeah,
he's just trying to control it, wasn't he, around the corner. He wasn't going for a full-blooded pull shot.
No, so it looks like he was on it quicker than the ball got to him, really. It wasn't a dangerous delivery, in effect. He could have stepped out of the way of it, but no, he's played at it, and he has been caught then at mid-wicket by Dane Villas, Lancashire skipper, off Jimmy Anderson, who has his first wicket of this Roses match. Hill out for 25 from 86, and Harry Brook walking out to bat for Yorkshire. And, well, he's been scoring runs for fun so far this year. They can't do it every time they go to the wicket, though, can they, DT?
They can't.
Yorkshire need him now.
But so much of the game is about confidence, isn't it? And, well, certainly won't be any lack of confidence in young Harry Brook as he exchanges a few words with Joe Root. And that was the last ball of Anderson's over, so Root is going to be facing this first ball from Bailey. Looks as though JD's moved out. It's you and me for half an hour, Scott. So,
It is.
Excellent. Here's Bailey running towards us. He has to stop because Root pulls away. Surveys the leg side field, which is the orthodox leg side field when there are only 3 fielders. 2 slips, what are we going to call that? Gully, 5th slip, something like that. Backward point as Bailey bowls to Root, and Root angles that down. The 5th slip stroke gully dives to his left and stops it. And there's no run to be had there. So Yorkshire in a spot of bother, 68 for 4. There's Croft there at fine gully.
It's a good spell that, wasn't it? Anderson to Hill eventually got him. Kept persisting with that short ball. Got a bit big on him.
Bailey bowls and Root defends. This, you feel, is the partnership that's the key one. Root, obviously, one of the best 3 batsmen in the world, and Harry Brook, one of the probably best 3 batsmen in county cricket so far this season.
It's quite nice for Lancashire that they've got them out here early on. First half an hour, both out batting.
Sun shining as Bailey bowls to Root, and Root again plays very, very late with that. The ball just shaping into him a little bit, and forward defensive.
Love that.
No run.
How late he played that.
Yeah.
Enjoyed that. Utterly in control of it, isn't he?
So late it was almost posthumous.
That was etched on the walls in the toilets at Emirates Old Trafford for a period of time. That quote, yeah, they had some famous quotes from different commentators. That was one of them above the urinals.
I knew it wasn't one of my own. Bailey, 2 Root bowls, and committed himself a little bit sooner on that one, and more positive forward defensive, and pushed up towards mid-off, no run. Bailey has got a tattoo sort of around his forearm somewhere, on his bowling arm. No, if I was out there, I'd want that removed.
It's a distraction.
It's a distraction. sorry, but he can't. He hasn't got one on his other arm. He hasn't got one on his non-bowling arm. It's a bit of a distraction. Next delivery has worked nicely behind square on the onside by Root. Jogs through for a single. Fielded down there by Parkinson. Parkinson's got a sort of energy about him, hasn't he, that you don't... somebody with very poor eyesight would know that it's Parkinson every time, because he's got that sort of busy energy about him, wherever he is in the field. And he is at deep backward square, long leg, I don't know what we're going to call that down there. In front of the east stand, in front of the scoreboard on the eastern side of the ground.
That's the popular stand, isn't it? Plenty of spectators in that stand, both tiers, over the course of the last couple of days. Good view.
Enjoying the sunshine this morning. A few shirt sleeves. You notice how the colour of the crowd is lighter today? Is it? Bailey bowls to Brook. Brook's first delivery, and he forces that one off the back foot. Can't beat short extra cover. It's the only ball he's going to face this over. That's the end of the over. So Bailey now with his 2 wickets. Not quite sure about the first one, whether it was a stone dead LBW, or first one this morning, stone dead LBW. But, 2 for 18 off 12 overs, doing an excellent job. No doubt about the second wicket this morning though, with Hill, say just trying to help one round the corner rather than really commit to the pull shot. Conscious of the 2 fielders out in the deep, and just lobbed a very soft catch to mid wicket.
Got worked over a bit, didn't he, by Anderson?
I think he got worked over mentally as much as anything else, actually. There's a few words going on. He's obviously facing a very, very experienced bowler, and this is the contest we want to see. Anderson to Root, and Root plays an immaculate forward defensive, and that was obviously the most fortunate shot that anybody's seen all season, according to the Lancashire close fielders. I was Root. I'd turn around and show them the middle of the bat. All the excitement. Similar field, almost identical field, in fact, to the one that Bailey bowls to. Anderson bowls. Oh, no. Dear, another plaintive cry from the slips there. Yet again, it hits the middle of Root's bat. There's clearly some sort of connection that we can't quite see between the middle of Root's bat and creating pain in the slip cord, isn't there? The ball hits the middle of the bat. Oh, dearie me. Settle down, lads. Anderson again. Bowls, that's on the leg side. Root's got that one away fine. Little tickle, racing away down there to the boundary in front of the new stand at the football end. And Root gets a 4. Just strayed a little bit there, Anderson. Very fine tickle. It would have flown to leg slip had there been a leg slip. The fine leg is actually more long leg than fine leg. Is no chance of getting around there. In fact, he'd have probably had to run 50 odd yards, something like that. No any chance of getting that run away very quickly. slow outfield or not, that was always going to be 4. Anderson, that familiar approach to the wicket, gathers himself, and Root this time works it to the other side of long leg and scampers back for 2 runs. O'Hannon down there.
Balderson, I think.
It is Balderson, number 10 on his back. 75 now for 4. Root having the better of the early exchanges with Anderson. Bragging rights at stake here, of course. Anderson bowls again, and that's driven by Root firmly back past the bowler, but not beating the effervescent Parkinson at mid-on. Root now going to have a word with Howie Brook. In fact, both batsmen walk about a third of the way down the pitch and then turn around and return to their crease. So if there was a word, it would have been a very brief one. Root waits for Anderson, who bowls, picks up again, and that's driven. And there's a shout for a run out there because Anderson got a hand to it, deflected it into the stump. And Brook, fortunately for him, was back, and I say fortunately for him, he obviously did what he had to do there, was to make sure he hadn't strayed too far. But how often do you see a player in a great trot of form, he's scoring runs for fun, get out, unfortunately, like that, you know, in a way that, you know, it hits it onto somebody's boot and it flies up in the air, there's a catch, or will run out at the non-strikers end, etc. And that starts a sort of decline. You know, the run of great form is over, and they have a few lower scores to follow. Bowling change. George Balderson on. Did well. You named him yesterday, didn't you? As your wicket taker.
He's had that type of year, really, so far with the ball. Well, he struggled a little bit with the bat, but he's been a pretty handy wicket taker for Lancashire. He's into Brook, who's driving nicely into the offside, straight to extra cover, and there is no run. He got the wicket at David Malan, didn't he, last night? Balderson just chipping out towards mid-wicket, where Parkinson took a good catch.
Looked in nick, didn't he?
He did.
Malan.
Yeah, he actually hit it quite well, didn't he? It was a good grab from Parkinson. I've enjoyed that. Change to the field. So 2 slips becomes 1 slip and a gully. Instead, Lancashire want another man on the drive on the offside. So 1 slip, gully, backward point, short extra cover, cover and mid-off. Balderson to Brook. That's played safely into the onside, and there is no run. Seen Luke Wood go through quite a rigorous warm-up at mid-on, so there might well be a double change. Anderson's bowled the first 40 minutes from this end of the ground. It's in the first bowling change from the rugby stand end, so it might well be a double change by the Lancashire skipper. Balderson to Brook, angled into him, full of length. And that's dug out, and it squirts up towards mid-on where Wood fields, and then continues his quite thorough warm-up, twirling his arms around and stretching his hips and thighs.
Yeah, one thing that VS has got to consider today as well is that if Lancashire are to win this game, they're either going to have to make Yorkshire follow on, or they're going to have a fairly short break when they score a few runs in their second innings.
Balderson to Brook, that's a gorgeous drive for 4. Blimey, that's a man in form, isn't it? What a way to get off the mark. Through a straight mid-on, just a fraction away from the stumps at the non-strikers end. It was so straight, that on drive from Brook, but that was magnificent. He moves to 4, Yorkshire 79 for 4.
Cracking shot, that. Cracking shot. Yeah, VS has got to manage his bowlers with that in mind, that they might be bowling for 5 or 6 sessions straight.
Balderson to Brook. This one, he's played away into the onside. Doesn't quite time this one, but he absolutely timed the pants off the other one. It was an outstanding hit. Taking himself his first runs. He's had a remarkable start to the season, hasn't he, Brook? His short sleeves on. We've got squad number 88 and a squad number 66 batting for Yorkshire. Here's Balderson to Brooke. It's a resolute forward defensive from Brooke onto the front foot. And then very deliberately and purposefully playing the ball solidly away into the offside for no run. That's a really good over that from Brooke. Felt like the batter's in utter control of it. 79 for 4, Brooke 4 and Root on 8. So a long way behind in the game, Yorkshire, and they've lost a couple of wickets in the morning session. But this feels like the partnership for Yorkshire today.
As Lily is saying on Twitter, Lily been in touch, thank you. Good morning to you, Lily, up there in Malton. Yorkshire in a bit of trouble. This partnership between Joe Root and Harry Brooke is key for Yorkshire. I'm enjoying your fantastic commentary with my favourite commentator, JD, my second favourite commentator, Scott, and the best third voice, DT. She's always complimentary, isn't she? Yeah.
Well, you just read out the ones that are complimentary.
No, Lily's always complimentary. Always like a tweet from Lily. Usually see you at Scarborough. It's quite close to where she lives in Malton. Been through Malton on the train. You go from Leeds to Scarborough.
Are you at Scarborough again this year?
I am.
Nice.
Doing the second game, the Hampshire game. I'm steering away from the Surrey game because. You called it right, Scott. Second bowling change. Anderson off. Left armer Luke Wood on, and strays onto a Root's leg stump. Root wants a second run, or thought about a second run. Harry Brooks having none of it. Just pushed out into the deep. Bird of some sort.
Making the right racket, wasn't it?
Yes. Hove is the place for that, isn't it? We had a bird down there. Pigeon, I think. Just plunked itself in front of the effects mic. And every time we stopped speaking, wow, 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 oh, dearie me.
His third voice.
Yeah. He was.
Expert summary from the pigeon. Or was it a seagull?
It might have been a seagull. They're pretty similar, aren't they, pigeons and seagulls? Next ball from Wood, he's second of the morning, is again turned into the onside. Now, he's bowling to a 6-3 field. He's got 2 men out. Anything that Brooke or Root turn into the onside, unless it's directly to mid-on, is a single. So he needs to just change that line a little bit, get it just outside off stump. 2 slips and a gully backward point. Again, very similar field. The man who is in the deep now, he's coming into mid-wicket to cut off that easy single. So we're back to an orthodox leg side field. In fact, this is almost an completely orthodox field this morning. Wood pitches up, defended by Root up to mid-off.
I had a rather troublesome experience with a seagull last year in Hove.
Did you? In where?
In Hove.
In Hove, yeah.
In Hove. It was
Was it a big one?
It was something that was in Jurassic Park, I think. It was an absolute monster, and it was eyeing me up as I had breakfast on the promenade at a little cafe.
Wood to Root bowls. Root plays up to mid-off.
It was an absolute beast. It was quite intimidating. I mean, it was only 2 or 3 feet away from me, and I was having like a bacon butty. And it just stood there and stared me out. And then the following day, I went back to have breakfast there again. And I'm convinced the same thing was there again. Just waiting for me, glaring at me.
Big side, because you wouldn't feed it or anything.
I'd have done anything it said. It was quite a powerful looking thing.
Wood bowls, Root defends. So you wouldn't have fancied your chances?
Absolutely not.
You're not the biggest, are you?
And that was.
And that was big, yeah.
It was like,
well, they hang around the gyms down there, don't they? So they're sort of mopping up any leftover steroids and things. That's what makes them so big.
I went to bed that night dreaming of it. Like, every time I closed my eyes, all I could see was its deadly-looking eye staring at me.
They do have an evil look.
Oh, it was unnerving. I felt like I needed a bit of counselling afterwards.
Oof.
It's a ferocious-looking thing.
81 for 4. Wood bowls to over pitches there to Root, and you don't over pitch to Joe Root and get away with it too often, and you didn't get away with that one at all. Controlled drive to the right hand of mid-off is Tom Bailey now having to jog back to collect the ball.
The tricky thing for Lancashire here
In fact, it's not, it's Anderson. Apologies.
is that Root's one of the batters. The other one's Brook, as you described, DT, who's in outstanding form this season. And the pitch is a belter. And they've watched Keaton Jennings bat on it for 2 days, and they've seen Villas score runs on it and get a big partnership, and Croft get a century. I suspect that these two may be out a little earlier than what they would have liked, but will be relishing the prospect in the sun. Roses match, good pitch, cash in.
Just a chance to bat. You know, there will be people listening to this will be off to play club matches this afternoon, thinking sunny day, I want to have a good bat today. And you know, these two here, oh look, flat pitch. We've seen them, as you say, we've seen them score loads of runs, fill their boots. We're not short of confidence, either of us. It doesn't get much better than that, does it?
George Balderson running in from the rugby stand, end balls to Brook. That's a lovely shot, flashed away through mid-wicket, out towards the boundary. 4 more for Brook. What a gorgeous flick off the pads, along the ground to the left of Bailey at short mid-wicket, and out towards the boundary. And Brook moves on to 9. Blimey.
Yeah, a shot not without its risks, that one. But he played it perfectly, don't get me wrong, but I think Root just had a little word with him back there saying, well, you know, fill your boots today, but don't fill them too quickly.
A slow burn required. They've switched the mid-wicket round. Bailey's gone to mid-off and Bohannon's now at mid-wicket. And there's a short, straight mid-on, which is Stephen Croft leaning forward with his hands on his knees as Balderson comes in to Brook, who drives into the offside. It's cut off by Dane Villas, tumbling to his right, and there is no run. 89 for 4, Yorkshire. Brook on 9 and Root on 13. When you're bringing your leg spinner in, DT?
Oh, he's going to have a lot of bowling to do today,
True.
isn't he? But
Yep.
would you want to get him on when these two are still relatively early in their innings? Okay, they're only facing pace, so it's not a great comparison, but interesting fielding position now. With a well, there was briefly. There was a very short, straight mid-on, but he's now moved into short extra cover.
George Balderson to Brook. Leans forward and angles the ball down towards the gully region where Keaton Jennings fields, and there's no run.
The other thing is, if you're Harry Brook and the amount of runs you've scored this year and the confidence you've got, and we've seen that with a couple of shots he's played already, you're thinking to yourself, I'm not getting out to George Balderson. I might get out to Anderson. I might get out to Parkinson. I'm not getting out to George Balderson. Don't be daft.
Clutches the ball towards his chest and balls to Brook, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. We've seen that on drive, which was quite brilliant. We've seen that flick through mid-wicket. But enjoying just his forward defences as much as anything else. I mean, they're done with so much purpose, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's no tentative approach to it. Committed in defence and attack. Balderson to Brook. That's hammered for 4 through extra cover. And Brook moves into double figures. Moves on to 13, and Yorkshire to 93 for 4.
Root coming down the pitch to have another little word with him. And just say, oh, a good shot. It must be very, very hard for Harry Brook not to be overconfident at the moment, mustn't it? You know, we were talking throughout Keaton Jennings' innings of playing every ball on its merit or whatever, but he must think he can dispatch anything.
Balderson to Brook, and carved away again for 4 more through the offside. That's outstanding from Brook. I think perhaps a little over pitch from Balderson, but goodness me, didn't he put it away? Hammered it again through the offside. A little squarer this time, but it flashed its way towards the boundary in front of the empty Western Terrace. Brook moves on to 17 and looks in quite magnificent form. Yorkshire in 97 for 4.
Yes, there's 3 boundaries in that over. Were delightful, really. The only word for it. If he hangs around for an hour, we'll certainly have had our money's worth today.
Yep.
Or the crowd will, obviously. We didn't pay to get in, but you know what I mean. Oh. I thought for a minute Wood was going to bowl around the wicket, but that was just Brook standing in the wrong spot. Number 14 on his back, Luke Wood, runs away from us, not the tallest of men. And that's going to be another boundary as Root just waits for that one and angles it down past Gully. Races away down to the corner of the ground where the gap through to the rugby pitches, the football pitch. Changed an awful lot over the years, hasn't it, Headingley? Kevin Howes yesterday talking about the street art around here, celebrating the 1981, which, you know, is after all 41 years ago now. But that ground then, compared with the way it is now, I mean, it is what we're sitting in wasn't here. That side was the old pavilion side on, wasn't it? But the only thing that hasn't changed, I suppose, is the Western Terrace. You've got the new football stand. Cracking ground now, Headingley. Hotel over that side. That's where Brearley famously stood on the pavilion and told both of them after he got to his 100, stay out there. Next ball goes through outside the off stump. Both of them got another 49 runs, 149. Ran out of partners in the end. Doidge in the background, as you probably heard, who has been at all the great sporting moments at Headingley.
There's not one he's missed.
No. Or so he claims. He'd have been a very young man in those days, I'm sure. Wood bowls to Root, and Root defends into the offside. Oh, we should all stand up. Kevin Howes has arrived. So he's going to come in and commentate. Scott's going off to do his 12 o'clock update. Doidge is moving back in, and in a minute Kevin Howes will slip into my seat. 101 for 4. Wood to Root, and Root watchfully forward. Positive defensive shot again, as Scott Reed was discussing in that previous over. Not a lot there at the moment for the Lancashire bowlers. Done well this morning to take those 2 wickets. Got the 2 young not-out batsmen from overnight. This is the key partnership there. Root's down early in his stunts. Wood's on his way. Bowls, left arm over the wicket and played tidily into the offside. No great power or timing behind that one from Root. Doesn't get a run. He remains on 17. Brooks on 17. 101 for 4. Things looking a bit better now, Doidge.
Yeah.
From a Yorkshire point of view.
Yeah, put on. Well, it was the wicket had just fallen, hadn't it? Half an hour ago when I stomped off commentary and put on 33 in half an hour. So yeah, positive.
Harry Brook particularly looking in top form. Wood bowls to Root. That's the end of his over. It's the end of my stint. I'll hand over to Jonathan Doidge, and Kevin Howes will join him.
Thanks, DT. So both batsmen on 17. As I say, partnership worth 33 and 101 for the loss of 4. Luke Wood ends that over with 6 to his name. 1 maiden, none for 18. It's going to be George Balderson to continue at the Howard stand end of the ground. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. He took a second wicket to a fall, and that of David Milan, caught by Matt Parkinson for 23 last night. Kevin Howells is alongside for the first time today. Good afternoon, Kev.
It is. It's a very good afternoon. Oh, my, straight in. Oh, my gosh. Brooks on 17, and that one's whipped away behind square on the leg side, and that is a glorious little piece of batting, that. It's straight over the boundary rope. It's 4 runs. There's a bit of a flourish here for Yorkshire at the moment. Can they keep this up? I mean, they're a long way behind still. 461 runs. They're 105 for 4. Brook on 21. Route 17, this partnership at 37. The sun is shining. It is certainly considerably warmer today than it was yesterday. I'm not going to say it's quite perfect yet, but it's edging that way. There's a slip still in at the moment as Brook is on 21 and he drives that. There's a fielder out there along the ground, has extra cover. Good fine stop. Piece of fielding there. It's a privilege this morning, I believe, Doidgy. It's a privilege to be watching Anderson, Root, Brook, all of them, in fairness,
It is.
out there.
And to be sitting alongside yourself.
And in County Championship cricket, Roses cricket, it feels like a Roses morning this morning. Would you agree with that? I mean, you're a Tiger Yorkie by birth. I'm just a blow-in, but it feels like a Roses morning.
It does. Feels tough.
Oh, very nearly gets it. Oh, that's a terrific delivery from Balderson. Wasn't too sure about what to do with that one, Brook, and he very nearly gets a feather through to the keeper. He survives 105 for 4.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of nip about it, and he was in 2 minds, wasn't he? Just hanging the bat out for a moment.
He'll have to refocus his mind to see. We've got a slip in there. That'll be Wells. And go further towards Gully, sort of a 4th slip area with a gap in between, and that's where that ball goes. And a bit of a relay piece of fielding, tumbling to his left-hand side, and then a tap on the glove to the keeper as well. Phil Song comes along. Fierce competition in the right and the best possible way.
It is. Lancs bowling well. Yorkshire with their, I suppose, premier partnership, but the way things have gone this season together. And a ball that is halfway through its overs almost.
It is. Balderson in again. Played nicely out through mid-wicket. Good piece of fielding. The real commitment in the field from Lancashire. Stopping the one from, I'm not too sure as it would necessarily have got past Wood, who was a little bit deeper. It wouldn't necessarily have been 4, but it was struck well. And it was a good stop out there at mid-wicket. Yeah, it's not perfect, clear, crystal blue sky, but there's very, very high cloud and nothing more. As the sun shines now on Balderson, coming in, bowling, driven handsomely and straight, and that's going to be 4. We've seen some terrific stroke play in the last, 20, 25 minutes. And that's a prime example. Brook onto 25, Yorkshire 109 for 4. But they trailed Dodgy by 457 runs. It's a mountain still really to climb here for the Yorkshire batters, but you couldn't wish for 2 better, as you say. One is one of the greats in the world game, and the other one who's showing signs that he could well turn into one himself in time to come.
It's just, you think about it from a bowling point of view, and who would you least like to bowl at in the county game at the moment? Well, Harry Brook will be up there on that list. He can just make bowlers look silly at times. Just the way he gets into position, and apparently just oodles of time to play his shots. Sometimes that's got him in trouble in the past. Less so these days. 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. 2 men set back, 1 in front of square, but deep, and 1 at long leg as Luke Wood, left arm over the wicket, comes in from the Kirkstall lane end, bowling to Joe Root, who drops that out towards Gully. And there's no run. Root with that typical way he got off the mark when Jimmy Anderson bowled one at him. There's a little bit of bustle about him when he's playing at the top of his game. Always looking to score, run it around, put the bad ball away. All the things that you say really about batting per se.
Indeed.
And he does them time and again, which is why he's got the record he has. Here's Luke Wood, short ball, and that's pulled by Root. Not sure he's got the full shilling. And it's going to be reeled in a couple of metres short of the boundary. 2 runs, taking him on to 19. And Yorkshire to Nelson, 111 for the loss of 4. 2 wickets to have fallen. Both came in that first, 32 minutes of play this morning. Tom Loughton, the night watchman, LBW, to Tom Bailey for 6. And then George Hill caught Dane Villas off the bowling of James Anderson for 25 when the score was on 68. They've moved it along quite swiftly since then. And Wood's in. That's a beautiful looking drive from Joe Root. Textbook stuff. But straight to Jimmy Anderson, who stepped a couple of, a pace or so to his left at mid-off.
George, you know me well enough that I never try to get too much into that grubby nature of was that a wicket, wasn't that a wicket, was that the correct given out or not? But that LBW.
Yeah, I've got to say, he didn't look thrilled.
Did he get anything on it? I thought he got something on it.
I'm not sure about that, but
just going down, maybe.
I'm just thinking, yeah, when you look at it again, looks like you've got to certainly question whether it would have hit. As Root drops another one into the offside, and there's no run.
It was just the way that the ball sort of shot off as well out there. I'm thinking, did he get just a little bit of something on that? But you just say more likely just the direction. Anyway, it's out, and I can't have it both ways. I can't have, get upset when people question too much the umpires. Very difficult job, but I just wondered about that one. It's
yeah, and as they say these days, have a look on the scoring app.
Yes, I suppose in the paper tomorrow. Yeah, good call, good call.
Here's Luke Wood past umpire Saggers, and Root again leaning away to the offside to just play that in balanced fashion to leg out through mid wicket. Yeah, just a lovely lay of the bat on that, timed it well. 2 more runs. They'll keep it ticking, these two, and if they do bat for the length of time that Yorkshire supporters will be hoping, then they'll do more than just accumulate, won't they?
And every day a school day for George Hill. I mean, got up on him a little bit there. I mean, that you can imagine how the heart would have been beating. It was a keen contest. You've got Anderson tearing in at you when he went for 25.
Luke Wood doing the tearing at the moment, or tearing in, as Root nicely plays again. Just uses the pace of the ball, times that superbly, straight back past the bowler. Anderson giving chase, and another 2 to Root. 3 of those in the over, which is now complete. That's 38 gone in Yorkshire's first innings, 115 for 4. Root 23, Brook 25. Alan Swinburne has been in touch on Twitter, says, morning Jonathan and team. Hill looked outclassed by the great man. Let's hope Harry can prove himself against the great man and Parkinson.
As I say, at that age, sorry, Jonathan, you were going to go on and say, didn't mean to interrupt.
I was going to say, Sir Fred Boycott says, clean slate, great news. Has the debt been written off?
Yeah, when I saw the name, and I'm not going to say it again for fear of getting into any sort of trouble, but when I saw the name of the sponsor there, I thought, God, you just couldn't make it up. I mean, it's ideal, isn't it? It's so ideal, so perfect in its name. Okay, what I was going to say, from George's point of view, when you talk about class, I mean, it's an experience for him, isn't it, really? I'm not being funny about the tweet and the nature of the tweet. I'm not saying it wasn't a generous tweet, but it's part of the learning, isn't it? And next time he will approach him maybe a little bit differently. I mean, but then again, it got up on him a little bit big. It can happen to anybody. Already we've seen Lythe and Milan out in this innings. People get out. Now then, this is interesting. Parkinson to bowl his first delivery of this Roses encounter. Jack Leach is taking wickets down there at Bristol for Somerset against Gloucestershire. What can Parkinson conjure up here now, with half an eye on England as well? Yorkshire 115 for 4, and he's bowling to Harry Brook. And he's in, and Brook works that away. Square, leg side, will get a single. I think, not necessarily just the wickets column, but I think Parkinson's performance here today and possibly tomorrow could be quite telling in what might happen England-wise in the next couple of weeks. First test, of course, started June. A little bit of concern for England regarding Craig Overton, who had to limp off the field at Bristol this morning, having bowled just 2 overs. Word was he was clutching his left knee, which is obviously a concern for Craig and also for England. Parkinson to Root, who's on 23. And he sort of pushes that with caution and care and respect into the offside towards extra cover, so he remains on at 23. Lancashire looking for further wickets. They've already taken 2 this morning. They've got 4 down in this Yorkshire innings. They're looking for 5, and can it be the former England captain? Well, he works that away. Good use of the wrists to whip it away through square leg. And Root moves to 24, and Yorkshire up to 117 for 4. We'll go through some scores, Jonathan, possibly in the next few minutes. Games, all of them on the 3rd day, of course, in round 6 of the championship. As Parkinson is in and bowls, and Brook comes down to that one and drills it along the ground, but only as far as mid-on. It's just phenomenal, the start he's had to the season. Past the 50 every time. And with 3 centuries to boot, and big ones, Parkinson in to Brook, who defensively just, again, uses the wrist to turn it away on the onside, and no run.
Yeah, it'll not be far off now. He's passing the number of runs he scored in first-class cricket last year already this season.
Within 5 games, 4 games?
Yep.
4 games?
5 games now.
5 games now, this 5th, yeah. Comes down the pitch again, but this time stops, checks himself, still has time to find a run out there on the leg side. And that completes that over. And Yorkshire 118 for 4. It also brings up the 50 partnership for this 5th wicket for the White Rose between Joe Root and Harry Brook. A delight, as I say, and a real privilege here to be watching these two, because there's a lot of cricket left in Joe Root, but hopefully there's even more left in Harry Brook. And the quality on show this morning up against a top quality Red Rose bowling attack as well. It's terrific cricket.
Yeah, it's nothing major at the moment, is it? But it's just a little counter from Yorkshire, 50 from 54 deliveries. It could develop into something major. Tim Singleton, by the way, on the subject of helmets from earlier, says, rightly so, Dennis Amiss was a big pioneer re-helmets. The first one looked like a motorcycle lid. Yeah, I remember seeing him in that and listening to him or watching him talking about that on television. Luke Wood's going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. He's bowling to Harry Brook. And also got Tom saying, look at the Ralph decision against Jennings yesterday and the slightly dodgy LBW given today for many runs. Brook, beautiful drive through the covers here. First ball of Luke Wood's over. Goodness me, it just looks so easy. Just looks so easy. But yeah, back to what Tom was saying. Looking at the Ralph decision against Jennings yesterday and the slightly dodgy LBW given today, for many runs has that, I think it must mean how many runs has that cost Yorkshire? When are we getting DRS in the county championship? Well, Kev will know all about those sort of things.
Do you know, it was seriously talked about by someone last year to me, and then I spoke to somebody else at the ECB, and I think there was a bit of a shake of the head. But, with the cameras now set up around the country, at all the grounds, I'm told it's a possibility.
Here's Wood. That's across the face of Brook, shouldering arms. No run. You can get in touch on at Kevin Howells 16 for the man to my right, or for me at Jonathan Doidge, or for Scott at BBC Lancs Sport, or for the old renegade at DO_cricket. He's pretending he's not listening at the back.
He's always listening. You may not always be able to see him, but he's always listening.
And also BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. And here is Wood, driven beautifully once again by Harry Brook. Luke Wood over pitching, and Brook just watches it all the way onto the bat, middles that one, and it raced away so quickly across the Headingley outfield that Jimmy Anderson, who wasn't too far away from it, had no chance.
Anybody got any objections to me naming a little bit early the England, at least one of the England players? Well, let's go 3. Let's say Joe Root at 4. Let's say Ben Stokes at 6. At 5? Has to be. Come on, has to be.
Well, I said this last week.
Harry Brook.
I was reminded that other people are in the equation. Dan Lawrence, Ollie Pope.
Ollie Pope, who of course has been... there is a bit of a queue. But I'm going to put Brook at the front of it. I'm going to put him there. I mean, how can you not, in this sort of... There's the elegance of it as well.
Yeah, it's almost as if they're all bowling a football. Here's Luke Wood round the wicket. Brook then just steps across, opens up the onside where the field was largely set back and picks off a single. It's just sensible batting. He's putting the bad ball away. And I think they call it playing cricket. 36 now to Harry Brook. Partnership 59.
The bowling is a little bit more of a quandary, possibly. I mean, we know that Anderson and Broad are going to be there, don't we, from what's already been spoken of since Rob Key took over as MD and now Stokes as the captain. They're going to be brought back in. But Ollie Robinson was off after just feeling unwell yesterday for Sussex at Leicester. He got 5 wickets in the last round, but only able to bowl 1 over yesterday.
Luke Wood coming in once again, and Root solidly behind it. There's no run. They've basically scored at 6 and over since they came together, this pair, in the last, what is it now, 45 minutes or so. They've really just changed the tempo. Edward Harland emailed in back end of yesterday saying, do you think the new logo is magnetic? My response to that would of course be, not as magnetic as DT's personality. Root on 24 on strike. 1 to come in this, the 40th over of Yorkshire's first innings, and he's angling that one in towards Root, who does that thing of dropping it into the offside and holding his bat up one-handed to say no thank you very much to his partner.
Followed Root in, well, walking around the ground this morning. Is this a big deal? I don't know, but I'm going to say it. He had time for everybody. Everybody he stopped and had a little chat with as he made his way around.
Was that Joe you were saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Last week at Essex, after doing the post-day interview one day, just ambling out of the ground, and there was Joe with, I think, Adam Lyth, and there were, half a dozen Essex supporters who'd hung around just to get the great man's autograph. And yeah, he didn't just sign; he stopped and had a minute.
Look, I'm not saying, it's decency. We probably should expect it, but I think it needs perhaps just mention every now and then. It's a good thing. Parkinson down on the leg stump. Now this is in the air, and the fielder down there has completely lost it, and so have I. I'm looking for it down here at fine leg. It's headed up at square leg. But in fairness to me, the fielder down here actually went down on his knee to pick the ball up. He couldn't work it out. Sun shining across. Anyway, the score moves to 128 for 4. Parkinson at his bowling is second over. And Brook moves to 37. Roots on 24. And Parkinson in now. And so much width on that, and that's going to be signalled a wide. I mean, it started off wide, and it was spinning to the point where the keeper, I think, actually got hold of it, didn't he? But it easily could have been one that could have gone straight to Wells at first slip or second. He'll try again, get that a little bit straighter. He's looking to get Root driving, and the Root does that for a single. I'm going to say slightly longer, wider boundary out there on the offside here as we're looking for the Kirksall lane. But it is marginally, isn't it? Yeah. It is. I mean, we're playing fairly central, but not right on that central strip, of course. As Parkinson comes in now to bowl to Brook. Brook goes back and punches that into the offside for no run. In case you missed it, and there's been a little bit of reaction overnight on the BBC Sport website and the like, but Lord Patel, chairperson here now at Yorkshire County Cricket Club, with Brook here on 37, defends that in an interview which, for my money, of course I'm a bit biased, but I was asking the questions, but I think tried to explore a little bit about some of the personal side of what's been going on here at Yorkshire over the last 4, 5, 6 months. And that interview you can hear again at lunchtime today if you're over on 5 Live Sports Extra. And that one's driven. That's a lovely looking shot from Brook. Is it going to get the better of the fielder? It is indeed. It's through extra cover. It's another glorious boundary. 4 runs for Brook. He moves to 41. Yorkshire to 134 for 4. They trail by 432 runs.
Beautiful use of feet. He wants to do that. These two, of course, real good players of spin. And whereas so far in this innings the challenge has been on the Yorkshire batsman, I think for the first time we're feeling that the challenge is on Matt Parkinson now against these two players. Don't know what you think to that.
I agree. Things can change quickly, of course. But Brook is on 41. Parkinson in again. Oh, he's bowled him.
Challenge accepted and won.
Brook has gone for 41. Parkinson has won that challenge. He goes off on wild celebrations. Brings to an end what to that date was looking like the sort of knock that could go on and on and on. But it comes to an end. He's been bowled by Parkinson, middle stump taken out. He's gone for 41. He's been out there for 48 minutes, 33 balls. He scored 9 fours. And his departure is clearly very sad from a Yorkshire point of view, very sad from a neutral's point of view, the sort of strokes we were able to witness. But gosh, that's got Lancashire back in the groove again. The pressure was back on them, and Parkinson has responded.
Yeah, brilliant from him. As I say, the challenge was on. They were just starting to, not dominate the game because Lancashire have got such a weight of runs behind them, but just in this little section of the game, yeah, they were scoring at 6 and over and beginning to look like they might have some sort of control. And we'd seen Harry Brook use his feet really well. Challenge on to Matt Parkinson, and he was up to every inch of it, wasn't he? Excellent effort from him to take out Harry Brook's middle stump. And so for the first time this season, Harry Brook has gone without yielding 50 runs. That'll ruin the average.
It will, and I'm telling you what, as I say, there's nothing really you need to see beyond the Roses match, the encounter, the white rose versus the red. But if you are looking at a wider spectrum, more of a hinterland to it, that wicket in itself will have been noted by England, believe me. There's someone here watching, probably for that very reason, just taking notes, almost specifically on Parkinson today. And those notes will be passed on. But, of course, you've got coverage any way that you can take a look at whenever you want if you're part of that selection process for England. And that was a big wicket. Tom Bailey's bowled 12 overs, 2 for 18, and he's going to come back on with you, Jonathan, at this Kirkstall Lane end. Sun shining, and now the pressure is back on the white rose.
It is. It very much is once again. Interestingly, 4 of the 5 wickets to have fallen so far have come off the final ball of an over. As that one did. So Root 25. The pressure ramps up on the former England skipper in terms of what contribution he can make here. He's batting with Harry Duke now, who's leaning on his bat at the non-striking end. Just the one slip in place to Root. There's a collection of fielders who'll be not in the eye line, but they'll be visible moving in and walking in towards him as Bailey's first delivery is dropped into the offside. By Root, there's no run.
Very much rear guard here. The battle of the spinners. Leach has taken another at Bristol. Leach 4 for 34. And although there's no Craig Overton, Gloucestershire 152 for 8, trail by 439 runs in the cider derby at Bristol. Gloucestershire and Somerset.
Here's Bailey once again, and Root watching that one go well wide of off stump, and there is no run.
Can I tell you, can we talk balls here, Toyji? You know that there's a little bit of talk about the balls being a little bit different this time, with a tighter, maybe slightly thinner seam. And we've seen all these big scores around the country again this week, particularly in Division 1.
Here's Bailey. That's turned square on the leg side by Root for a single, taking him to 26, 135 for 5.
Feedback has got back. The question I put to you, which I know the answer, but I'm not allowed to say, but do you think that possibly they may be sending out a new batch of cricket balls, because such has been the shock and horror and possibly distrust of what's been going on with that difference, even though that seemingly that there hasn't been allegedly a determined approach or a difference of approach to those balls. I think we might find a new batch is being sent out.
Really? Might do something. Here's Bailey again, goes short this time to Harry Duke. Facing his first delivery, there's no run.
There was even a hint that possibly some had already arrived at some county grounds this week, so I'm trying to work out which of them it might have been. I don't think there was any of those in the first division, by the looks of it.
No, not with the enormous scores that have been tabled. Not Yorkshire at the moment though, 135 for 5. Here's Bailey. And Duke watching another one go by. Then somebody has got to dig in here for Yorkshire. Well, more than one person. They need 2 or 3 to go pretty long just to get anywhere near avoiding the follow-on in the first place. 431 runs the deficit and just 5 first innings wickets standing. 3 wickets to have fallen this morning. Loughton, LBW, Bailey for 6. Hill, Court, Villas, bowled Anderson for 25. And Harry Brook bowled by Matt Parkinson for 41. Bailey to Duke. Drops it into the offside. And there is no run to complete that 42nd over of this Yorkshire first innings. Then it's 135 for 5.
Sun shining down on Headingley. Not necessarily, though, shining on Yorkshire. We thought it was for a good half an hour, 40-minute period there, because we were seeing some marvellous batting from Brook and from Root. And Root has been there before. He's seen it, he's done it. He's done his best to get England out of trouble, big trouble, in the last 18 months. But here, what he's trying to do is get his native county, Yorkshire, out of bother. 431 runs behind. He's been joined by the Duke, who's sitting there on naught at the moment. But he's at the non-strikers end. Now Parkinson took the wicket of Brook on the last ball of that previous over, middle stump. And he's going to bowl now to Joe Root. What a contest. Parkinson in. And Root with a real flourish, but driven straight at the man at extra cover. Wasn't too much use of the feet there from Root, but he was happy just to reach that ball with the bat and quite extravagantly struck the ball, but he was straight to the fielder. Pouncing in is Parkinson again to Root. Goes back, Root. Punched away to mid-wicket this time. We're going to hear plenty of oohs and ahs, I think, here, Jonathan.
Yeah, we've heard him all the way through the Yorkshire innings so far.
He's bowling from the far end. It's the newly named Howard stand end. Here at Headingley, and Parkinson in. A bit of width and looks to pull that one. And he does. I say sweep that one, beg your pardon. Sweeps it away, of course, out through deep mid-wicket. Good tumbling stop. Good fielding again out in the deep, preventing a 4. He actually got hold of that quite well. It still doesn't get to the boundary rope. So Root, that sweep shot moves to 28 and 137 for 5, trailing by 429 runs. And the skipper Villas has a bit of a chat with Parkinson. And Parkinson again just prepares to come in and bowl. Root just has a little look around and then focuses his mind again. And again full from Parkinson. So Root again with little foot movement, but drives the ball in the offside. This is tension now in the Roses, because this wicket of Root is massive.
Yeah.
If ever it wasn't, of course, but he's on 28 and Parkinson bowls. And again, driven straight out to that man at extra cover.
Better order another consignment of those beta blockers, Kev.
What are they supposed to do to you, Georgie? Root with Parkinson, and that's prodded forward. From the reaction of Parkinson, you thought he'd almost got through, but no. 137 for 5, and Root is not out on 28. And Parkinson's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 12, the massive wicket, and it was huge in the context of the season, the game, and just what we'd seen from Brook this morning in his dismissal.
Yep, it was an excellent delivery, and Harry Brook beaten for once this year. He has been out before this year, but it's the first time he's not made a half-century. An element of derision around the chat rooms, I noticed. The commentators were bigging him up. I don't think you can do much else on the evidence of what you've seen with your own eyes this season. He's been making it look very easy, but these things do happen. It is sport, as Bailey is in, and that's pushed by Harry Duke up to Jimmy Anderson at mid-off, and there's no run. Good afternoon to you, Simon Hemingway. Simon and his dad listening in here in Leeds. Not entirely sure they're going to be enjoying too much about Yorkshire being 137 for 5 as Bailey is in, and Duke shouldering arms to a delivery just wide of off stump. The salty old Sea Dog's back in the box as Kev takes his leave, and DT is back.
Listening in Leeds. Why are they not? Why are they not at the ground? Lovely sunny day. Watch a bit of cricket. Bring Dad along or whatever. I don't know, something. Anyway.
So Bailey receives the ball back from Anderson. Turns at the end of his run. He's going to leave our commentary position behind as he makes his way in past umpire Saggers. Just short of length, and Duke fully behind that. He's not yet got a run to his name. Busy sort of a player. The sort of player you think, yeah, might just play on the mind a bit more than others until he's got something against his name. Had a little chat with him last night.
That will have
dented his confidence, I know, before you say it. Thank you very much.
It's been a great boost to him, I'm sure, JD.
Here's Bailey. Wide of off stump, and that's a shot that Harry Duke plays really well, and it gets him off the mark. The square cut, 4 runs through to the eastern side of the ground. And he middled that one.
Yeah, he had a little bit of width there. He hasn't bowled too many bad balls, Tom Bailey, but that was certainly one of them. 141 for 5. The other thing about these wickets falling is that it might give Lancashire a chance to bat again and give their bowlers a rest, which they wouldn't have had if Yorkshire had got up to, 350, 370.
Yeah, Bailey in again, short, and another beautiful shot from Harry Duke, who's punched it away through point, who wouldn't have had to move too far to get to that, but couldn't get down quickly enough. Gives you an indicator as to how well he struck it. So, 2 fours in the over, gives him 8 runs, 145 for 5.
Outfield's a little bit quicker today, not that those 2 shots wouldn't have both been 4s on the first couple of days, but it does seem to be just a little bit quicker. Very slow first couple of days.
Final ball of the over. It's been spelling danger for Yorkshire in this innings, but not this one. Dropped out into the offside by Duke to complete over number 44 at 145 for 5. Dean Allam has emailed in, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you'd like to do so. He's an Essex Life member. Good afternoon to you, Dean. He says, Essex supporter watching the match on the stream and looks another belter of a track. Firstly, wondered if you knew why Joe spent a considerable time fielding on the boundary when catches were going in the Essex match. Not a question I asked, I'm afraid, nor was any of such information volunteered. And secondly, he asks, and Scott might be able to give us a nod on this, do we know if Jimmy Anderson will be available for Lancashire versus Essex in the Championship? We've got the shrug of the shoulders for the moment from Scott as Parkinson's in and bowling to Root, who swept that beautiful shot through mid-wicket.
The old unkind to call that a slog sweep, but that's the direction he was hitting it, wasn't it? The ball outside the off stump and fetched to another uncomplimentary turn to cow corner, but it certainly wasn't an ugly shot and it wasn't a dangerous shot, but you know what I'm saying.
4 runs either way, 149 for 5, takes Root into the 30s. Parkinson in again, and Root tries to pierce a gap on the offside but can't do so. Dean Southall says, "Dear JD, welcome back DT. Nice to hear his dulcet tones again. Has he been overwintering in Thailand?"
Oh,
he's been doing all sorts over there, I can tell you that. Root waits, and Parkinson coming over the wicket again past Pollard. He throws one wide this time, and Root does pick it off out to the sweeper for 1.
Hotels don't manage themselves, you know.
Dean says he was also hoping that I'd be doing a Martin Emerson accent when reading the Durham score.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we all missed out there. We all just poised for it. That's 150 up, 150 for 5.
And he continues. He volunteers at a charity shop about 20 hours a week. Does Dean will be cutting his 81-year-old aunt's grass this afternoon. Can I lend them some of my good karma, please? The batsman, that is. Dean down in Donny. As Parkinson in and bowling to Duke, who drops into the offside. No run. Sam Fletcher says, "Good afternoon. I think you could justify DRS in the 100 and maybe even the blast, but in first-class cricket, I think the cost would outweigh the benefit." Parkinson to Duke, pushing into the offside again, no run. With DRS, umpires can also get away with giving more out, as they know the decision will come back as the umpires call. Parkinson again tosses the ball from one hand to the other and then delivers it right-handed to Duke. It's around about leg stump and he flicks it to square leg where it's fielded. End of the over, 150 for 5. 45 overs gone. Chris, I'm not quite sure how you pronounce your surname, Chris. M-E-G-O-N-E, Megone.
Yeah, who knows?
Anyway, we had to
I'm
go.
sure Chris does.
Dear commentary team, thanks very much for the commentary on the Roses and all other county cricket. I wish 5 Live didn't interrupt it for the IPL. I agree. Harry Brook should be picked as number 5 for England despite him just being bowled. Just a brief note on the toss. Yorkshire won the toss at Essex and inserted, which was a mistake, but learnt nothing and put Lancs in on a belter. The old adage of winning the toss and batting still stands. This cannot have been just Patterson's decision in either case. And as a result, Yorkshire will lose. That's fairly forthright and definite then as far as Chris is concerned. As
well, may as well go home then.
Next delivery dropped into the offside by Root. And there is no run. Lily.
I wonder when Chris was typing that out when he put Harry Brook has got to bat at number 5 and then, oh, it's just been bowled. And he's had to add that on the end of the... We've all done that, haven't we? We've all done that.
Lily says Yorkshire in trouble again.
Yeah.
Joe Root is batting like he does with patience. I hope he stays in for a while. Here's Bailey. Coming in past Saggers. Oh, now then, this is a big shout for LBW. It's a ball that did not get off the deck, worryingly for anybody who's going to be batting in the rest of this match. Joe Root trying to play across the line. It was given not out, but it looked a pretty good shout.
I had the glasses on that. Tom Loughton will be thinking, oh. Loughton. How do we pronounce it? I can't.
Luton, you called him yesterday.
Luton, did I? Yeah. Oh, that'll do.
Lighton, maybe?
Oh, well, we'll go with Luton. I don't mind Luton.
It's Bailey into Root, flicking it into the leg side.
If he leads Yorkshire to victory in one of the next games, it could be Luton in the van, couldn't it?
Go get your lunch.
I've already got it, and I bought some for you as well.
I'm just wondering, looking at the replay, if Root maybe did get some bottom edge on that. That's all he can think of, because it looked slap bang in front. Height-wise, it's quite difficult to tell because of the bat comes across. Either way, he's still there. He's just dabbed a single down to third man off the bowling of Bailey.
Well, I had my excellent glasses on it, JD, and I can tell you with some confidence that he didn't get the bottom edge on it.
Okay.
And I can tell you with
Thank
some
you.
confidence that it looked out to me. But then again, you know...
You can't even read the scoreboard. How can you know?
Oh, the glasses.
How can you know the
are
margins
down.
out there?
Oh, you can see you've almost got better view than the umpire with these glasses. They're wonderful.
A few clearly audible taps of the bat from Harry Duke, but then there's a change in the field, so he steps away. Parkinson being sent out to deep square leg, I should say. He's in front of square, not backward of. And he's going to be brought into play here because Duke's just helped one on its way around the corner for a single. Enjoying the commentary, sitting under the hot Tuscan sun here in Lucca.
I've never been to Portugal myself.
Going back to Yorkshire fielding earlier in the game reminds me of a story told
Who's this?
by a Church of England bishop who played pretty serious league cricket in the old West Riding when a young parish priest. He dropped a simple catch when in the slips, and the skipper at Gully was heard to say ... because Bailey's in, and Root flicks that one backward of square leg for one. So the skipper at Gully was heard to say, "Here, Reverend, keep the hands together next time, like you're praying on Sunday, and they'll catch it, you know."
You've done that in a Fred Truman voice, haven't you? Probably one of
Can't
Truman.
understand it at all.
Truman apparently used to say that to David. He's similar to David Shepherd, didn't he?
Even
He was a reverend.
Even the bishop thought the advice was undisputable. That was, it says Kyo David Bunks on the bottom of the email. Maybe it's Chow. But with a couple of vowels the wrong way around. It's difficult with three vowels out of a four-letter word, isn't it? DT would know, he uses quite a few of those. 153 for 5 at the start of this Parkinson over.
He's in Italy, isn't he? So that's where it would have come from. Parkinson then, from the football stand end. I'm going to call it the football stand end. Still not quite sure who Howard is.
It's a PA announcer.
Yeah, and a reverse sweep there from Joe Root to a very wide delivery. And he's got that one away fine for 4 runs. But, Parkinson's hasn't been consistent this morning, has he? He's bowled some very wide deliveries. He's bowled a couple of short ones as well. But when he gets it right, he is a very, very good leg spin bowler.
It's the nature of leg spin, though, isn't it? It's a difficult skill to master. If you don't get it quite right, that's what often happens, isn't it? Which is why there was a dearth of it for so long. Pitches they're played on as well.
Rolls again there, and Root pushes that into the offside. Valuable man to have in your team, though.
If you get a good one,
not just Mac Parkinson, but a leg spinner. Next delivery is just outside the off stump and helped out to deep mid wicket by Joe Root. Again, he fetched that one from outside off stump, but a perfectly safe shot. Gets a single. He moves on to 40 and the score 158 for 5. Parkinson bowls again and watchfully in defence, Duke.
As the finest fast bowler that ever drew breath.
Yes, Fred, you were. We know that. But I wonder what your thoughts were on leg spin.
I was going to give them
Parkinson bowls, and that's played just behind square, no run. Luke Woodfields.
Richie Benno.
He was a classic Fred, wasn't he?
Marvellous leg spinner.
Parkinson bowls and defended watchfully up to mid-on. That's the end of the over. No run. Of course, we lost a great leg spinner during the winter, Shane Warne. Still can't quite believe that somehow.
I can't understand it at all. Alex Winfield, good afternoon to you. Says, afternoon, gents. Currently listening on a train from Barry to Rome. I'm very much enjoying the commentary as always, given the presence of an England scout at the ground. Is that what you're doing here, really, DT? Do you think this is a crucial game for Milan and Brook, and perhaps Lawrence, Pope, etc. have got their noses in front for England selection? We're just speculating, aren't we, Alex? We just don't know. But we do know that Harry Brook's in the frame, and clearly Dan Lawrence and Ollie Pope very much in the frame. David Milan has to be in terms of the runs he's scored, but decisions-wise...
Milan would want to put his hand up and say, look, I'll bat at 3 for you. Because 3 has been the problem position for a long, long time.
Not to mention the openers. Anderson back into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling to his old pal and former England captain, Joe Root, pushing into the offside, no run.
Yeah, well, the openers haven't been a problem. Well, the openers have been a problem since Cook left. Before we had one good opener and a couple of informed players picked with him.
Look, I know it was a benign pitch last week at Essex and all of that, but you'd seriously, wouldn't you, Ben Stokes, give Sir Alistair a bell? Anderson, Root fully behind it, pushes back up the pitch again, no run. Is there a better opening batsman still playing the game in this?
Well, I don't think there is, but he's...
Come on, just for a couple of years more. Come on.
Sometimes
do it for your country.
Once you've that focus and that drive has gone, that top, I don't know, 2 or 3% that you need.
Good delivery this time from Anderson, and Root chops down on that.
Again, it
very
kept a
late.
bit low.
Yeah,
it kept a bit low. That's
did.
Worrying signs for Yorkshire, and that, of course, is one of the things you risk when you choose to put the opposition in, that the pitch deteriorates. If they were thinking this pitch was going to stay flat, then I said this several times over the last couple of days, I don't see any problem with putting the oppos in, but pitch cracks up.
Anderson, Root from the crease, opening the face and playing out to point. Malcolm Palmer says, hi JD and DT, it was a real joy to watch Harry Brook bat again. Shame it didn't last. Parkinson looks to be somewhat erratic, but that was a beauty that got Brook. I don't think Loughton was out, but the rest have been less than careful. I tend to agree about the decision at the toss, but Yorkshire's attack is a bit thin without Fisher and Code. Thanks for the compliments, Malcolm. Here's Anderson again past umpire Saggers. Leg stump flicked on its way down towards fine leg. Nice glance by the Yorkshire batsman, and that single takes Root to 40. 158 for 5.
Was it signal leg by? Because he was on 40 before. What's the scoreboard up to?
It's 41 now, just a little bit late. They're probably just having a cuppa upstairs. Joe Root just having a word with Harry Duke here, facing Jimmy Anderson for the first time in competitive action. How many Yorkshire players can we say that about in this match? Quite a few. Here is Jimmy Anderson then, with the ball that swings in towards Harry Duke, and he's solidly behind it and then walks away busily. End of the over. 48 now bowled at Yorkshire in their first innings. 159 for 5. Edward Harland, good afternoon to you. He says, I think Joe Root was attempting to calm Harry Brook down a bit to avoid falling for that ball. Yorkshire will be represented at Loughborough today by my son, who works at the university, and my grandson's also listening to Brackley versus York, having been at the LNER on Wednesday. I instilled cricket into both my sons, so much so grandson's Christmas present was a bowling machine. P.S. Don't you think the clean slate logo looks a bit magnetic? That's been mentioned before, but we did lay that on DT's personality.
Parkinson bowls, and that's eased into the offside by Joe Root. We've spoken, haven't we, about this being a chance for Harry Brook to impress Root, who will still have an input into team selection for England, or certainly pass on, mate. You know, Brooks ready to go, lads, if you that way inclined. But as this next ball from Parkinson is played back by Duke, it's also it would also be an audition of sorts for, or a chance to impress for Parkinson, because if he's already got the one wicket, if he were to get Root and bowl consistently well to Root, that ball's over pitch, driven up to mid off, and there's no run. It would also be a big opportunity for him, and I thought he was sort of failing the audition early on with wide deliveries and not quite getting it right, but then to get Brook in form, that next delivery is, I would imagine, the googly, because Howie Duke just thrust a pad at it and the ball came back in and probably clipped the top of the fourth stump.
Yeah.
Not very far away. 160 for 5. Lovely day if you're in the Leeds area. Come and pop down this afternoon, watch a bit of cricket. Next ball is turned to mid-wicket, oohs and ahs, and plenty of noise, plenty of energy out there in the Lancashire players. Settled in now, Parkinson. He's bowling fewer wide deliveries. Gets in that very nice position there, doesn't he, as the arm comes over. Classic leg spinner position, head down, and very well balanced at the crease. 161 for 5. Go on. What were you about to say?
I was just waiting for you to get your words out. That was all. I thought I was going to nearly tea then. Hi, Jonathan. Brilliant commentary, says Mark Taylor. He's obviously listening to the cider derby between Somerset and Gloucestershire. Such a shame for all as Yorkshire supporters to see Harry Brook get out, especially with the way he was playing. Brilliant to watch, but Parkinson pulled out a perler of a delivery to get him out. Don't want it to happen, but Brook will almost certainly get picked for England, so Yorkshire will be considerably weakened without him and Milan, as well as Root. That's Mark Taylor down in Thetford, one of our regular correspondents. Hope you're well, Mark.
There's cracking emails in this morning, JD.
Yeah, 160 for 5. Anderson bowling here to Root. And he just waits and waits for that to get to him, plays it as late as he possibly can. You know, he's seen it all before, hasn't he? A lot of it from slip when this fella's bowling. One of the greats. He's only got the one so far. But you'd be surprised if that's all there is in this Yorkshire first innings for him. And he's in again. He's asking questions. It's asking Root to play round about fourth stump, but just offering a bit of swing in towards the right-hander.
I wonder if he's just bowling within himself a little bit, Anderson. You know, not giving it, not bowling at the edge of his. You know what I mean, at the full capacity. Only he'll know that.
Anderson again. Oh, now he's driven at this one as Root, and he's got the edge as Anderson, but he's only got the one man in the cordon, and Root got enough on it to get it wide. He's just a little bit disappointed in himself that he's gone at that harder than he thinks he might have. He might have played that shot with an open face and just run it down there for 4, but he pushed at it. So a little bit of moral success for Anderson, who's got the double teapot out. You can't believe he got his pal to edge one, but didn't find the hand at slip.
I'll tell you what he's annoyed about, is he's moved a leg slip in place, hasn't he? Out from second slip, and that would have been a straightforward chance to second slip.
So Root picked up 4 and moved on to 46. 164 for 5 as Anderson's coming in again and straightens it up this time, and Root solidly behind it. Tom says, watching that LBW earlier, it was clocked at 49 miles per hour. Was that a genius slower ball or a mistake? It was a rank full toss, really. Should have been put away. Loving watching these two, though. Our best batters. I think that was before Harry Brook was out. And there's no run, says, looks like Yorkshire need a captain, a wicketkeeper and a bowling attack. Root, Bairstow, Fisher and Code, question mark. Tony Tudor says, may just be me not concentrating, and please forgive my ignorance, but who is DT by the side of you? Seems quite hard to find out who he is. Tony, come on. Route 46 playing into the leg side of this latest Anderson delivery, which was angled in at a roundabout leg stump. Gets a single, 47 to him, 165 for 5. You've let the commentary team down. You've let cricket down, Tony, but most of all, you've let yourself down. DT, tell us who you are.
Yeah, I've been commentating on Yorkshire for a good many years. David Townsend would be or David John Townsend if you want my full name.
Duke on strike on 9, steps back and cuts Anderson. Shot we know he plays well. It's been fumbled at point, and they're going to get through therefore for 2, taking Duke into double figures. And Yorkshire's score onto 167 for 5. DT's penned several cricketing works of art, and he spent most of last season talking about a book that he'd written called Do They Play Cricket in Ireland?
Have you read it? I bet you haven't read
Occasionally
it
he broke out of talking about that to do a spot of commentary.
Have you read it yet, JD? You did take a copy home with you, but you're using it as a draft excluder or something.
I think I had quite enough on during last winter, as you well know.
Well, you possibly needed a bit of light relief.
Yeah, which is why it stayed on the shelf.
167 for 5. Parkinson starts a new over and eases that one into the offside. He wasn't quite sure of himself there, but pushes it out to George Balderson, number 10 on his back, sweeping on the boundary. Yeah, I suppose we do a bit too much of the JDs and the DTs and all the rest of it, don't we? Yeah, give the full name out occasionally. Parkinson to Duke, who very positive in his forward defensive shot there, then takes a brisk little walk out towards the square leg umpire. What sort of slip? What sort of field have we got to the right-hander slip? Backward point, cover, short extra, mid off, over the wicket on a leg spinner, and that's pushed up to mid off. No run to be had there. Then you've got a mid on, shortish mid wicket, man on the 45, and deep square leg. We're going to give that deep backward square. He's not very backward, is he? Parkinson bowls again, and that one just strays down the leg side and then spins back in, and Duke carefully makes sure he's got something covering his stumps, not going to be bowled around his legs. Would have had to turn a heck of a lot to bowl him around his legs, mind you. Bowls again, and it's driven back to Parkinson. Just happy to see Parkinson off at the moment. Comes in and bowls a slightly quicker delivery there, and that's pushed up to mid-on, and the end of Parkinson's 7th over. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24.
Not seen enough of, I don't think, of Harry Duke playing against spin so far to know what he's like in terms of using his feet. He seems to want to play from the crease or back foot, and he chose back foot to that delivery, punched it into the leg side. We'll see if he's out there for the length of time that Yorkshire supporters would want. They're going to squeeze in another over. They tried a bit of gardening, but it's not going to work. 12:59, it says on the clock, as Anderson comes into bowl to Root, who drives nicely through, well, straight really, just the onside of straight, and they're going to get back for a comfortable 2. And with that, well, I'll let you take in the applause. But Joe Root then bringing up another half century. It's taken him 73 balls, 101 minutes, and he's hit 6 fours during that time. Well, it's just Joe Root, isn't it? 73rd first class half century, along with the 36 tons that he's already posted, and he's just pushing another single into the offside here through extra cover, taking him on to 51. Yorkshire have needed him, and he's producing again. 171 for 5. Still plenty of batting points up for grabs. They're just running out of wickets at the moment. There's a long time to come. Better part of 60 overs to try and put some batting points on the board, and they're getting a little bit closer to the first of those at 171 for 5. Partnership worth 37. Duke on strike, and he ducked that nicely. Short ball from Jimmy Anderson. He's not really tried that so much with Root, has he? But with the younger players, he's dropped a few into the pitch. Wondering if the lads have brought me any lunch. No,
Yeah,
not being forgotten again today.
No, there's a bag there for you.
Thank you very much, DT. Knew I'd not be forgotten by you. And again, Anderson to Duke, who's once more flexing at the knees and swaying out of the way.
What's he setting him up for here? Is it the fuller ball that comes back in, having got him on the back foot? LBW? Or the one may be a little bit of wide one and a nick to second slip. What are we going for, JD? 2 short balls. What's this one going to be?
Same again. Yep. Drops that into the pitch, halfway down and pushed out to point. So 1 left in the session. Is this the in-swinging, toe-crushing Yorker round about middle and leg that I used to bowl? Final ball of a session.
Did you ever bowl a bad ball, Fred?
Don't be stupid. Anderson to Duke, and solidly behind one there. It was right up there,
Kept low.
and again kept a little bit on the low side, as DT suggests. So we have lunch on day 3. Yorkshire have lost 3 wickets during that morning session. They resumed on 53 for 2 this morning, and they have made it to 171 for 5. Loughton gone for 6, LBW to Bailey. Hill caught Villas, bowled Anderson for 25, and then Harry Brook, having played another potentially brilliant knock, was bowled superbly by Matt Parkinson for 41 from 33 deliveries. They've been together, this pair, for a further 11 overs, and there's a bit of talking to do between them as they walk off. Lancashire, another good morning for them, and we're looking forward to another good session as well. We'll be back, DT, Scott Reed, Kevin Howells and myself, Jonathan Doidge, for ball-by-ball coverage when they walk out after lunch. Just a reminder, Yorkshire 171 for 5. Bye for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking place in front of the pavilion now, we have the presentations of last season's Yorkshire County Cricket Supporters Association Awards. These awards were all voted for by the members of the association. Patterson for taking the final wicket in our nail-biting one-run victory here against Northamptonshire. The outstanding performance of the year goes to Don Betts with his figures of 7 for 43 in the away fixture against Northampton. And Harry Brooke was rightly voted Player of the Year. Many congratulations, gents, and many thanks, as always, to the YCCSA for all the work that they do.
Well, welcome back to Clean Slate Headingley, where we're afternoon session about to get underway. Matt Parkinson bowling, and elegant looking shot that even if you didn't see the number on his back or knew who it was, you could guess that was Joe Root, just pushing out to extra cover. Root's got his half century. He's batting with Howie Duke. Yorkshire in a bit of trouble though. Parkinson bowls again, and Root is, well, very nearly caught at slip there. He's gone for the reverse sweep. Hand has come out instinctively there by Luke Wells at slip. He's got a hand to it, and can't really call that a chance. But had it stuck, it Root would have been cursing his luck. I think as it is, he's got 2 runs. Moved on to 53. Parkinson bowls again. Nice looking drive through the offside. Far more confident shot that time by Root as that ball is played out to the sweeper. Well, that would have been a start to the afternoon, Scott Reed.
It would, yes. That would have been a bit of a Brucey bonus for Lancashire straight after lunch.
Probably his sort of strong right hand that came out probably saved a couple of runs. Parkinson bowls and turned round the corner by Duke. But what a way to go that would have been, wasn't it? Reversely sweeping, caught at slip. Thanks for the tea, by the way.
Oh, sorry. I've left the tea bag in.
Oh, my God. It's going to be strong, isn't it? Proper strong cup of tea. Next delivery again played into the onside. No run. There's a tea bag in there.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I've left mine in as well.
Lurking like a monster in the deep it was. I didn't even know it was there.
I don't quite know how strong you wanted it.
No, it's strong enough. Back goes Duke to this next one. And as Jonathan Dodge was saying before lunch, he does seem to like to play the spinners from the crease and off the back foot, which is not always the most successful way of dealing with the spin. 174 for 5. Root is on 54. Duke on 11.
I've got to say, that flapjack was absolutely delicious.
Oh, they're great, aren't they?
A little bag brought up for lunch with a sandwich in it and a banana and some crisps and stuff, which is very nice, and we're very grateful for it. And there was a little mini flapjack in it. Where have they been all week?
Is that? Well, most of them in my study. I've discovered them much earlier in the week.
Oh, I've missed them.
Oh, rather sweet.
Oof. Yeah.
You're a man with a sweet tooth.
For them, oh, definitely. Yeah, they were delicious. I mean, I don't think they're going to do you much good, are they? But
well, they'll do your peace of mind good.
That's a fair point. Yeah. Oh, have you been on your morning walk today?
I did, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Anderson to Root for the first time after lunch, and Root turns it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Well, that's good. So was it 3 miles you're doing?
Yeah, I did the walk. I took a little drive, and as you know, I used to live around the back here in Burley. Did a little walk along the whatever the road is. Is it the A65 along there somewhere?
Right.
It's quite flat. That's one thing you need to do. You need a flat track.
Anderson right home over the wicket. Ball's full of length and off stump, and Root leans into it and drives nicely through the offside. He'll come back for a second. Bailey does well. Flicks the ball back from that extra cover boundary. Oh, I hope he's not hurt himself. He's crouching down now on one knee, Tom Bailey. May have taken a slightly heavy fall. He saved a run for his team. Root came back for 2. Thought about a second, and there wasn't a third there. And Bailey looks a little awkward and uncomfortable as he limps back to his fielding position at mid-off. At 176 for 5, Root moves on to 56 not out.
Once spoke to the great John T. Rhodes about fielding, and he wasn't too keen on having he's a fielding coach for IPL and whatever else. He was not too keen about having bowlers throwing themselves around on the boundary, or, and particularly, stopping the ball with their feet. That was a big no-no for John T.
Anderson to Root is left and through to Phil Salt, the keeper, and there's no run.
You reckon if you trod on the ball, you could be out for 4 or 5 matches, and that would be not really worth the couple of runs you were going to save. So.
Well, I mean, they put the bodies through it enough, don't they, to
Yeah, they do. They do, yeah.
to throw themselves around on a pretty hard outfield. Anderson in, bowls again, driven and stopped just backward of point by Luke Wood, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's never written a book on fielding, and I said to him, we ought to collaborate on this, John. My pound signs flashed up in front of my eyes. And he said, well, it'll be a very short book. He said, it'll just basically be don't use your feet.
That could be the title for it.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Your feet is his top tip. Anderson to Root again, who's forward in defence. And the ball deflects out into the offside, and there is no run.
One very useful tip he said, though, if you're trying to take a catch against a clear blue sky, it's the hardest thing to do with fielding.
Right.
You definitely need to put your hand up to give yourself your other hand up in the air above your head to give yourself some sort of perspective on where the ball's coming down. Otherwise, you can make a fool of yourself with those. You can literally miss the ball by a yard when it's coming down when there's no perspective out of a clear blue sky. Very interesting chatting to the great man about different aspects of fielding.
Final ball of the over after lunch for Anderson.
Oh.
Anderson's fallen over in his follow through, but I think he's okay. Yes, he is. He's picked himself up straight away. As Root sent that delivery up to mid-off for no run. And it's the end of the over. 176 for 5. Yorkshire, Root on 56, Duke on 11, so 390 runs behind.
Very good. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
I went for it, and I think that's the case.
Yeah. You didn't get your calculator out. Probably got one on your phone there somewhere, if you really needed it. You don't need it. No, you were spot on. Yeah. It's going to be Parkinson then to continue from the football stand end. Comes in and bowls, and Duke sort of hesitantly allowed that to go through. He wasn't quite sure whether that was going to be the googly that was going to come back and make him look a bit embarrassed, or embarrass him rather. Parkinson again, and Duke forward defensive, pushing back to the bowler. He's be thinking to himself, I can bat it over a long time here, great chance this afternoon. No time pressure on Yorkshire, they just need to really bat for the rest of the day, or bat as long as possible. 390 runs behind. Parkinson 2, there bowls 2. Duke has a slash at that. The ball very nearly carries to a backward point. Dive forward, carried or not quite?
I don't think it did. I am with you. I think it very nearly did. Inch or two away from his fingertips, I reckon. Keaton Jennings is there.
Keaton Jennings. Well, he had all the luck going when he was batting, didn't he? Yeah, batted very, very well, I'd have to say that, but he had a chance or 5. Parkinson bowls, and that's a better looking shot from Root, as you'd expect. Duke, by the way, took a single, took him on to 12 runs. Root on 56, facing Parkinson, who tosses up, and Root again goes for that reverse sweep for the ball outside the off stump. Picks up a single, moves on to 57. If I was the Yorkshire coach, I wouldn't be too... I'd be a bit heart in mouth, I think, when I see him go for that shot, because he could have been caught immediately after the start of this session. Parkinson bowls again. Not much purchase on it for Parkinson. It's not gripping a lot for him. Did bowl that beauty, of course, to get rid of Harry Brook, the last man to go. That's the end of his over. 178 for 6, and that'll confused poor old Scott now. What's that, 388 behind?
Yeah, I think so.
At least you're not in the Kevin Hand school of mental arithmetic or whatever. He's not great hand. He just has a wild stab at things. So he's just enumerate. Basically, his numbers are just a confusion to him, you know.
I can't say it's a strength as Anderson's in to Root, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. I scraped a C at GCSE in maths.
Did you?
And my maths teacher said it was the biggest shock of his career.
My word. What was he expecting? He was expecting you to fail it or something. wasn't
You
he?
were expecting something less than C. Anderson in, balls again, fall and driven for 4 by Root. He'll stand and watch that and admire it, Root. It was overpitched and I guess it was there to be hit, but he put it away beautifully. There's a ring of 3 fielders on the offside, point, extra cover, mid-off. He's got it between extra cover and point. Out to the boundary for 4. 61 to Root, 182 for 5.
Gorgeous shot, that.
We were treated this morning, weren't we, to some fantastic cricket, I thought. The way that Brook batted was magnificent this morning. As Root defends his next delivery from Anderson, which is a straighter ball, comes back into him. And there's no run. And we saw that the way that Root batted in the morning as well. There was a real counter-attack from Yorkshire after a good start by Lancashire. Picked up a couple of early wickets, and then Root and Brook came out and were playing a different game.
Oh, Brook was just extraordinary, some of the shots he was playing. He was almost playing too well, wasn't he? You thought you were thinking to yourself, this can't last. It's just fantastic stroke player.
And listen to Root. Drives once more, but this time it is stopped. At extra cover by Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain. He's getting across the ground to his right, low down. Getting a full palm of the hand onto that to stop the ball. And denying Root any further runs. He remains on 61. 182 for 5. And then we saw the Parkinson wicket, dismissing Brook, as DT mentioned. It was a lovely piece of bowling, and it brought Brook down the pitch. Ball pitch just spun past the outside edge into the middle stump. Root turns his next delivery across his pads out towards backward square leg for a single. 62 to him, 183 for 5. And then Root just reaching a 50 before lunch. What a good morning's cricket, really entertaining.
Yeah, it was. And this game needed that, really, didn't it? We've had 2 slow days, perhaps, as far as the entertainment gone.
Yeah, I think it probably stood out that session in contrast to what we'd seen previously. But
well, we saw that wonderful partnership between Jennings and Croft, but they were accumulating rather than just playing great shots.
Anderson to Duke, flicked down towards fine leg. Ball that's swinging into him of full length, and it brings up the 50 partnership. Actually, that run. Duke moves on to 13, and they've added 50 runs so far for the 6th wicket at 184 for 5. Partnership coming off 90 deliveries.
And Duke just getting a little tap on the backside there from Root. Just a little bit of encouragement as they come down under chat mid-pitch. 50 partnership with the former England captain. He'd be happy with that, wouldn't he?
It felt a little bit more like a contest this morning. It was a bit more proper contest between bat and ball, where we'd not really seen that, I don't think, in the first 2 days.
Parkinson starts his new over, and again playing from the crease, isn't he, Duke? He's an interesting way. Of course, he does get forward from time to time, but he seems to like to just stay at home and work the ball around. Parkinson bowls again to him, and this time he is forward, pushing into the offside. And there's no run to be had there. 184 for 5. Got people been emailing us in from all over to this morning. Thanks very much for that. You can get hold of us on Twitter as well, of course. And we do read most of them out. Drive, again, doesn't beat short extra. And could well have a friend of mine, Mr. Timothy Lewis, listening in today from overseas and sitting no doubt at home with something cold in his hand out there in Thailand. Next ball straight from Parkinson, played up to mid-wicket. Listeners all over the world. Coming up to 8 o'clock in Thailand. Australia will be what? Nearly bedtime over there. Parkinson to Duke, and that's back to Parkinson, who then throws the ball to short extra cover for what reason I have no idea at all. Polishing it, or just have a look. We'll have a look at that. Well, it's the same one we were playing with this morning. Parkinson, the leg spinner again, and there's going to be runs here. Whether that's come off the pad or whether it just clipped the bat on its way through, it's run down to a very fine leg. No signal. Well, at least I didn't see one. So a couple of runs to Duke, who moves on to 15. And 186 now for 5. So that makes it easier for your calculations, Scott. I mean,
well, I can see that number a little bit easier now. 380, isn't it?
Is that, cause does it say that on the
board?
It
does. I was struggling to read the other one.
The mental arithmetic wasn't required.
No, it wasn't. Thankfully, I try to avoid it where possible, especially when you're on the radio. Get yourself all tangled up into various knots. Jimmy to Joe again. Anderson to Root. Root drives down the pitch and fielded by Anderson off his own bowling, and there's no run. A brief exchange, James and Joe this morning. They had a bit of a hug just down at the edge of the boundary rope as they saw each other as they were passing. One coming off the field, one going on it. About 10 o'clock this morning.
What do you think Rooty said? Hey, tell you what, Caribbean was great.
Two slips waiting. Anderson in to Root. And that's angled into him and defended to mid-on, whereby Hannon comes round to field and there's no run. The run punch was good, James. You missed that one.
Some great ackee and sourfish as well. Oh. Got stuck into the cuisine over there. You've been over there, haven't you, recently?
Yeah, I was over there last month. Well, my brother lives there, which is handy. Anderson in, swinging back in towards Root, who clips the ball out towards wide mid-on. And darts through for a quick single, the pick up from Bohannon towards the keeper's end. Root moves to 63 and Yorkshire to 187 for 5.
What does he do over there? Something exciting?
He's a teacher.
Nothing exciting.
Well, he's coming over your way next.
Is he?
Yeah, he's had his 4 years in Barbados.
What does he teach?
He's teaching history in a minute,
No.
but he has previously taught English.
English is well, you wouldn't do English as a foreign language in Barbados. I suppose you would do it in Thailand.
Yeah, they're international schools. As Anderson's bowling and Duke gets forward and defends to mid-on, there's no run. So it's kind of kids from all different countries all around the world. But yeah, teaching history in Barbados.
That'd be good. He's enjoyed himself over there?
He has, he's loved it, yeah. There's not much to not enjoy though, is there really?
No. God, he's got almost everything, hasn't he?
Anderson to Duke. He's off the back foot and slicing the ball away. Oh, it's a good looking shot for 4 actually. Wood at backward point trying to cut the ball off. But Duke steers it nicely out through the point region for 4 and he's up to 19 and the score is 191 for 5.
Are you dashing off to update?
I
just
do,
as we're finding out all the juice on your brother, I don't know. Living overseas, 191 for 5. Some people just leave these shores, never come back. Others never leave. Anderson bowls pitched up, and that's clipped through the gap in the onside by Duke. He gets another single. He's into the 20s now. Duke on, well, they haven't clicked him over. 20 exactly. 63 to root. That is the end of Anderson's over. Parkinson to continue. You'd suggest that Parkinson would probably be in action from that bottom end for most of this afternoon, as Lancashire look for these 5 wickets that would then give skipper Dane Villiers a conundrum as to whether he'd bat again briefly and give his bowlers a rest, or whether he'd ask Yorkshire to follow on. Yorkshire, of course, got no intention of following on. Umpire's now having a little conflub. I don't know what the problem is here. It can't be the light. You might have heard light from the corner of the commentary box from Mr. Deutsch. Now have a look at the ball. Oh, no, it's okay. You can get on with it. Is the response there? Lancashire not happy with it. Probably not moving around enough for Jimmy's liking. He's taken just the 1 wicket. Parkinson's got 1 wicket as well, and we're ready to resume. Parkinson to Duke bowls, and that's nudge square the wicket. Comfortable single to be had there, and 21 now to Duke. 193 for 5, closing down on or closing in on a first batting point for Yorkshire. Lancashire already got 1 for bowling, of course, just need 1 more wicket for a second. And shouts of catch it, and oh well, that delivery outside off stump, and again Root looking for that. It's been a productive shot for him. He's made a good few runs through that area, but that couldn't have been too far wide of a shortish mid wicket there. Risky shot, raced away down to cow corner basically for 4. Again, that along with the reverse sweep has produced runs for Root, but they haven't really been safe runs, have they? He was, say, dropped a very harsh and one of those quarter chances just after lunch. And this time he's just watchfully forward, defends into the onside. Have you updated the good folk over at Radio Manchester?
Yeah, Manchester up to date.
Do you have to do as many on Saturdays as you do during the week, or is it roughly the same?
It's pretty much the same, yeah.
This next delivery is hit again. Play that slog sweep route, and this time he does pick out short mid wicket, and he'd hit it into the ground, so it didn't matter, didn't constitute a chance. But if you were Lancashire, you'd just be a little bit on your toes here. Something's going to happen. Parkinson bowls, and this time Root tries to a more circumspect shot, just tries to work it square, doesn't it? Strikes him on the pad, no run. 3 men on the boundary. You've got deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and a cover on the boundary as well for Root. Parkinson bowls to him, and this time he paddles it around the corner, and possibly a couple of months' time that would have run away for 4, but he's had to settle for 2 there with a very fine little dab around the corner. Takes the runs, moves on to 69. 199 now for 5. What are you chuckling away?
I think it's tricky in the sunlight, that scoreboard. Or maybe my eyes are a bit dodgy.
Well, yeah, mine as well. Mind you, I've got an excuse at my age.
I had my eyes tested before the season started, and they've not deteriorated, so I've got no excuse really.
I've gone way past testing, and the most I can do is count mine.
For fans of Thunder, Northwest Thunder, and indeed the Northern Diamonds, I'm going to keep an eye on the start of the Charlotte Edwards Cup. The season is beginning. Of course, Katie Levitt was with us for the first day. So
She's playing, isn't she?
She's playing for the Diamonds at Lightning, and you can actually hear commentary of Thunder against the Southern Vipers. It's from the county ground in Hove, that fixture, and the commentary is available for you to listen to on the BBC Sport website and app. The Thunder, the team that's based at
What about the
Old
Diamonds?
Trafford. There's a scorecard on the BBC Sport website and app, so you can follow the game. It's at Loughborough, that fixture.
Who are they taking on? Loughborough.
They've taken on Lightning. Changing the bowling, there's Wood comes left arm around the wicket, left by Duke and through to should have been through to the keeper, but actually kind of burst through his gloves, and it's gone for byes, and it's brought up the 200, and it's secured a batting bonus point as well for Yorkshire. Gone through for a bye, that.
So sometime we're gonna have Thunder playing Lightning, presumably.
Yes. Yep.
Not today, though.
Not today. So that is the Charlotte Edwards competition, and Thunder at Vipers. Commentary on the BBC Sport website and app of that fixture. Kate Cross, Alex Hartley playing for the Thunder, and the Diamonds are playing Lightning. 2:30 starts, and you can keep an eye on those games via the Sport website and the app. A couple of double headers coming up, both here and at Emirates Old Trafford. Wood left arm around the wicket bowls and Root defends. And there's no run. And intriguingly, one of the double headers, I don't know if it's the same here or not, but Lancashire's men are playing in the afternoon slot in a T20 game.
Right.
And the evening game is the women's Thunder match.
That's the top of the bill.
Yeah, that's top of the bill. So I think that's quite interesting. Lancashire have decided to switch those two fixtures around, so the men are going to play in the afternoon. I think it's like a Wednesday afternoon in the Blast, and then the Thunder girls take on the main slot in the evening. There's Root driving to mid-off, where Bailey fields, and there's no run. It's quite an intriguing idea. I know that I don't know whether that is happening or not in the 100 this year, but it's certainly something that they've mentioned about doing in the 100, to play the women's games second and the men first, but they're going to do that for the fixture in a couple of weeks' time in Manchester. Luke Wood, Kirkstall Lane end, left arm around the wicket, and Root trying to guide the ball down towards third man, but just a little squarer than he was intending, I think, and Stephen Croft at backward point can get across and cut the ball off. Root does move to 70 though. The score moves on to 201 for 5. The bonus points, Yorkshire have got 2. 1 bowling bonus point and 1 batting bonus point. Lancashire have picked up 4 from this game so far. 2 balls left of Wood's first over of the afternoon. And Duke's back on strike. Slip in place, short ball, he pivots back and pulls it with not a great deal of timing, but enough on it for it to bounce and bobble its way out towards deep mid-wicket where Parkinson fields. And Duke moves to 22 and Yorkshire to 202 for 5.
That'll be, I suppose, possibly for marketing purposes, it'll. You get a feeling sometimes that with the men's game coming second, people will be turning up early. You know, their principal thing will be to watch the men's game, but they'll turn up early and perhaps watch the end of the women's game. You see a fair bit of that. Be interesting to see how it goes the other way.
Wood left arm around again. That's sliced away down towards wide third man by Joe Root for 1 run. Takes him on to 71. And he keeps the strike because that's the end of the over. 60 gone of the Yorkshire first innings. 203 for 5. Root 71. Duke on 22. It's time for a change in the commentary seat. I'm leaving you, and Jonathan Doidge will join you, DT.
Oh. Thanks very much, Scott Reed. Getting a little visit later on again from Kevin Howells, which is always a delight. Delight for us in the commentary box, delight for you guys at home, or wherever you're listening in from work perhaps.
Nice of Reedy to take the hint. How did Burnley do, by the way?
Garden. They didn't. It's tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. I thought you said today.
He was a bit premature.
Ah.
203 for 5. Kicking off at 12 o'clock, I think, tomorrow, isn't it? On the big one, of course, tomorrow, Swindon against Port Vale. We'll all be looking out for that. Sold out at the county ground. Parkinson tosses up, and Root drives, doesn't really get the middle of the bat on it. Sort of thickish inside edge back to the bowler. No run. Parkinson asking questions here of Root, and again he uses the thick inside edge to get that ball up to mid-on this time. What are you looking at me like that for?
Just waiting for, and there's no run.
Deliberately thrown up and tempted outside the off stump this time, and swings it around to mid-wicket, straight to mid-wicket. He's making sure that he doesn't loft that, because they're obviously looking for a chance there. Little discussion about the ball again. Not happy with it, Lancashire. They want to check this ball changed. So we've had back to the bowler, up to mid-on, round to mid-wicket. If the sequence continues, he'll just work this one through square leg, won't he? Let's see what happens. And he works this one through square leg for a single.
Mid-wicket.
Well, you know what I mean. It was in
Stop
the.
claiming glory. It was mid-wicket.
It was in the. Yeah, I'll give you that. But it was the progression. It was further round to square leg. He got a single. Moves up to 72. Parkinson now. That was the googly. And I think there's a fair chance that Duke read that one, because he was waiting for the ball to move into him, the right-hander. Final ball of the over coming up, and confident that time to leave that one alone, so maybe he is reading Parkinson at the moment. That's the end of the over, 204 for 5.
Maybe Joe's given him a bit of help from the other end. That's a leg break. It's the wrong one.
I think you can call out quite that quickly. They're not happy about this ball, are they? It's always the third time they ever look at it, and then they decide to swap it. So it'll be signal to the dressing room, and out will come the box of balls. Marty Emerson was tweeting about this morning. He said balls rarely last more than
40 overs.
40 overs. Oh no, are they? No, get on with it. No, the umpires are still saying no. That's.
We know the umpires have said get on with it, like Martin Saggers. Get that in your mitts, Luke Wood. Get it bowled. 204 for 5. Root will be
your
the
Emerson
man on
isn't as
strike.
good as your Truman. Your Truman's very good, isn't it?
Here's Wood, left arm round the wicket to Joe Root, who plays lovely languid lean on that, just runs it down to third man for a single. You're not impressed with the Marty?
Well, it's all right, but it's not.
I
don't feel as though Marty's
he's a semitone higher, isn't he?
I don't feel as though Marty's in the room with me, whereas I do when you do Fred. You know, sort of expecting you to be puffing on a pipe and say, mop of dark hair. Never went grey, did he, Fred?
Oh, silly. Here's Wood in again. Oh, good delivery this time. It's on the rise as it goes past the outside of Harry Duke's bat, and he was interested in a little push at that. He's 22. The partnership is a good one as far as Yorkshire are concerned here, because it's yielded 71 so far, and by gum, they needed it.
Yes, sadly the third of the big four left us during the winter, didn't he? Mr. Illingworth, who you would have interviewed a good few times.
Yeah, a few. I really just
Christmas Eve,
enjoyed
I think,
conversations on the occasions I managed to get those with Raymond as Wood's in, and that's turned into the leg side by Harry Duke to mid-wicket, no run. Sometimes it's not the interviews, is it? I mean, yeah, you can stick your name against those, but it's the chats that are not like that. I had a great chat with him on the morning of the first morning of the Stokes Test match here, when I wasn't working, and nor was he. Yeah, that morning session, talking about
things like that
quite a
stay
lot of
with you,
stuff.
don't they?
Yeah. Here's Luke Wood, and that's turned backward of square by Harry Duke. He's very good square of the wicket both sides. Don't see much in the way of drives so far in his career. He's good at working the singles or picking off the boundaries if he gets the opportunity. Single there makes him 23 now, 206 for 5.
Good age though, Willie. He was into his 90s, wasn't he? 92,
Yeah,
I think.
Was he that old? It was that sort of
89
age, yeah.
perhaps,
90-ish.
Mind you, he's still playing for Yorkshire in his 50s, wasn't he? So.
Yeah, the return. Here comes Wood into Root, who gets an edge this time. He's trying to play that shot that he played earlier in the over where he lays his bat on it, but he didn't get that one right, and it's gone between first slip and keeper, and you'd have to say that that's got to go down as a chance.
Yeah, I mean the keeper didn't go for it, and Slip's diving low to his left. You just thought maybe Phil Salt should have been looking to get over for that, but Root would have looked round a little bit nervously then after getting an edge to that.
So a let off, and maybe, well, we've seen in this match it can cost you, and when you let somebody of the quality of Joe Root off. Let's see what happens. 77, that 4 runs took him to. Plays this one much more confidently, opening the face and running it to point, but a good piece of fielding there denies him a run. So end of the over, 62 of them bowled. Root 77, Duke 23, and Yorkshire 210 for 5, still trail by 356 runs, and bearing in mind as well they need to get another 207 just to avoid being asked to follow on.
Yeah, it's if they get another 150, I don't think they'll be asked to follow on, because I think the bowlers will be a little bit wanting a breather if it's only for a session or so.
Bit cream crackered, DT.
Yeah, it's hard work out there. Parkinson, leg spinner bowls, and that's pushed quietly into the offside by Duke, who's playing a very good supporting role here. He's got 23, supporting the great man at the other end. Tosses up, and he tosses up. He's not really tossing up. He's flighting the ball, isn't he? He's not tempting them. Played into the offside, no run there. Duke doesn't have too many scoring areas against the leg spinner the way he's playing. He's driving that one, but he's not going to get it past mid-off. His most productive scoring area is that when he just turns past square leg between the man on the 45 and the man at mid-wicket. Otherwise it's defence like that, back to Parkinson, who then again throws the ball. What is the point of throwing the ball out to short extra cover? I don't understand that at all. And then short extra cover throws the ball back to him. This one's pitched up and played back to the bowler.
Defence. You used the word defence. Actually, we don't.
Pass the bowler rather. To middle. What? What am I using the word? Did I say defence? Oh.
Which is.
Perhaps I was a ball behind.
Which is.
Push that
off
one
the
up
last
to
one.
It certainly wasn't defence. He'd driven it. What was it?
My
brain was somewhere else.
I'm not picking at you. No, you use the word defence, which is in its as a solo word, it tends to not get used that much. We talk about defending and defensive, but defence, and it reminds me of Christopher Martin Jenkins when Chris Tavares was out in one of those test matches. I think it might have been Old Trafford in '81 when he batted for ages. If you remember, both of them came in and whacked it all around Manchester. And I think Chris Tavares had advanced by about something like 15 during the time it took Beefy to get his 100. And when he got out, I think Christopher Martin Jenkins said something along the lines of, 18 and a half hours of superb defence.
Not sure it was 18 and a half hours, but
No. 17,
I
sorry.
think we know what you mean.
Here's Wood. Into root. It's full and worked into the leg side where Anderson fields and tries to throw Rooty's wicket down but can't. He's got a single for it. 78 and 211 for 5 now, Yorkshire. He did bat for a long time in quite a few test innings, didn't he?
Were you there, JD?
Not at Old Trafford in '81, no.
I saw one of Tav's great sessions. It's the first test match I ever saw in Australia. It was the first test of the 82-83 series. So it was obviously after 81.
Was it? Wood round the wicket, passes umpire Saggers, goes short at Duke, who ducks under it.
Tavares opening the batting. He finished the first day, I think, on something like about 62, 64 not out. Batted all through the day. In the hour after tea, he scored 12 runs. In the final hour, he did not score a run in the final hour of the day and walked off unbeaten. And of course, the Aussies are always, "Never go, you mug," And the more they shouted at him, the more the old block defence came in.
That was the Welsh branch of the Australian Language Society, was it? As Wood's latest delivery is pushed into the offside by Duke, and there's no run.
Tell you, that was an experience. First test match in Australia. It's wildly different now, of course. That was at the Wacker. And in those days, probably half the ground, there was just a small little hillock, a grassy knoll all the way around. People would bring their own folding chairs and put the fold. Imagine doing that in a test match these days. It doesn't happen, does it?
It doesn't, no.
You rock up with your chairs and your eskies full of tinnies.
Here's Wood round the wicket, bowling to Duke, who's pushing forward into the offside, no run. Dave Wilford. Afternoon, Dave. I hope you are improving.
What's happened to him?
He says Google Tavares hits a 6.
Yeah.
And he's even been helpful enough to put the link up. This could be interesting. CJ Tavares, 69, including 7 fours.
But no,
And he's playing in one of those World Series games for England. It must have been on that same tour, 82-3, and he's pulled a 6 over square leg. Good on him. Here's Wood to Duke. Meanwhile, dropping that one firmly into the pitch. He bounces up and nearly goes over the bowler in his follow through. It looks like Jeffrey Lawson bowling at him.
Yeah,
on the slow-mo replay.
Henry was a main pace bowler in those days. I think Lilly got injured at the start. They brought Carl Rackerman in as well. Good old names.
No, it wasn't Jeff Lawson. No, it did look on the replay, but it certainly looked not like him when he bowled the next delivery. Much slower. Here's Wood once again, meanwhile, and Harry Duke walking into that and pushing it into the offside, and there's no run. So end of the 64th over. So creeping closer. 16 overs from a second new ball. They have 5 Yorkshire wickets already. And the home side 211 runs on the board for the loss of those 5. It's beautiful. Much better day today, DT, than it has been in the previous 2. Virtually cloudless sky. A few wispy bits overhead. That's just not your hairline.
And if you didn't know that, you could tell by the hue of the crowd. Much brighter clothing today. Not all those greys and blacks and blues. Oh, hello. Bit of music, Doidgy. Does that mean an update's coming?
Yeah, I think we might have an update soon. Bit of R&B by the sound of it. You a bit R&B fan, DT?
Oh, I don't mind. The start of Parkinson's over. Driven into the offside by Root. Parkinson, very defensive field at the moment for Root as he bowls again, and Root gets a little thickish edge on that one down to short third man. No single there. There are just 3 fielders in the ring saving one, just mid wicket extra cover, and short third man saving one, a slip, and then 5 on the boundary. And a big appeal for LBW as Root pushed forward. Umpire Pollard not interested at all. Might be interesting to see that one later. Doidge's got a bit of music in his ears, and he's bopping away. And so I'll hand you over to him.
Another dot there from Parkinson. And a final ball of the over is a dot. Yep, it's getting to be that way, Liz, today. We've seen some battles this morning, certainly from the great Jimmy Anderson bowling at 1 or 2 of the younger Yorkshire players. He got one of them out, George Hill, for 25. Tom Loughton, who'd been the night watchman, was out for 6 prior to that. And then Harry Brook, who's been scoring runs for fun this season. Well, he had a bit of fun, but not for as long as he has been doing. And he was out, in fact, for the first time without reaching 50 this campaign. He went for 41, bowled by a beauty by the Lancashire leg spinner Matt Parkinson. So they were 171 for 5 at lunch. They've been back on now for about 45, 50 minutes or so, and they've made it to 212 for the loss of 5 wickets. Joe Root is out there. He's got yet another half century to his name, and he's got young Harry Duke accompanying him for a partnership that's been fruitful so far for them, but they've got a lot more runs to score if they're going to avoid being asked to, for possibility of being asked to follow on by Lancashire, who have got that crushing score of 566 for 9 against their name first time around, Liz. So beautiful day for it. What's the Bellamy Brothers track you're playing? Yeah, Let Your Blood Flow. That'd be a great track. Yeah, is that the modern version? The 21st century version, the edit. They'll be calling it an edit, won't they, on a single these days? I did. I'm not sure it was a Sony one. It might have been something like a Boots Walkman back in the day. But yes, I did have one of those, and I was probably 3 years behind everybody else buying that, like I probably was also with an iPod. I can't believe they're getting rid of those already. I suppose so. Yeah, but I've still got my vinyl, Liz. Yeah. I'll look forward to it. Cheers. There we go. Liz Green doing the afternoon show. Yorkshire, meanwhile, 214 for 5. And Joe Root, who's on 81 now, is on strike. Harry Duke on 23. I believe Kev's on his way. Well, suggested he would be for about this time. Probably got something more. When he realised you were still in the box, probably gone out, put his feet up on the balcony, getting rid of sunshine. There's plenty of that today. Bailey in. That's nipping in once again towards the former England skipper, who pushes it out into the offside. No run.
I think he might have come down and left some message about saying he was going to be here at 22 because he didn't want to mess your rotor up. So
Oh, right, okay. Good.
I think he told Scott, but he's gone in one ear and out of the other for Scotland. 214 for 5.
Most things do with Scott. Here's Bailey, Kirk's to the lane end. Full face of the blade from Root, pushing into the onside, but can't get it beyond the field for runs. You can get in touch at DO_cricket for the man to my right, or at Jonathan Dodge for me, or at BBC Lancashire Lancs Sport. At BBC Lancs Sport, that'll do, says Scott, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. As Bailey turns for the final ball of this 66th over of the Yorkshire first innings, and it's solidly defended by Joe Root, 214 for 5. Christ the Choir says, it seems you cannot escape the DTs after last week's visit to Chelmsford and the company of Don Topley.
Yeah, he's a DJT as well. We both are. In fact, there were 3 great DJTs. There's another one who used to be president of the US. So these days, someone says DJT, you just don't know who it is. I'll always go for toppers. 214 for 5.
Tony Tudor says, by the way, a nice article about village cricket in today's Telegraph mag reminds me of Happy Days playing in the Nidderdale League. That's just up the sort of Harrogate Knaresborough way into North Yorkshire. Nice grounds around there. Here meanwhile is Parkinson.
Yeah, and forward comes Duke, plays that defensively.
David Collicutt, morning from Los Angeles. No cricket for Malibu CC today, but I've got a golf competition in Long Beach, he says. Listening along during the round and hopefully celebrating a Root ton. He's got a bit of work to do before then, David.
Parkinson bowls, and he's getting confident, he's young Harry Duke, because that ball was pitching very much on an off stump line, and he just let it go, let it spin away harmlessly to Phil Salt. So he's clearly reading these deliveries from Parkinson, who bowls again, and this one on leg stump, played back to the bowler, who this time decides to throw it out to mid wicket. This really is an annoying little habit. But there you go. I'm a fan of Parkinson, but I think he's going to have to stop that.
No, I can't understand it at all.
The next delivery is driven nicely, good looking shot from Duke, but he can't get it past extra cover, and as we were saying, he's not got too many scoring areas against the leg spinner. His next delivery is driven firmly back to Parkinson. He's not going to beat the field with his drives, and we haven't really seen him sweeping anything, which is not a bad thing. I'm not saying it is a bad thing. So he's got to wait for the short delivery and hit it square for 4. He's just got to nurdle one through square leg. Those were his areas. Parkinson tosses up again, and he drives again, but it's almost wasted effort, that. He might as well pat it back, because he's not going to beat the fielder at mid-off. The end of the over, doing a sterling job. He's young Harry Duke in supporting Joe Root. Going along nicely, 214 for 5.
Aye, proper batting.
Proper batting, yes.
Matt Parkinson, one of the finest leg spin bowlers the game's seen since Clary Grimmett and Richie Benno.
Oh, Tiger O'Reilly, don't leave him out. There's some other Aussie lad of more recent times, though.
The young Warren lad.
Yeah. Another who sadly left us during the winter as well. That was a shock, that was, wasn't it?
One good ball. Everyone still talks about that.
Yeah.
Fancy making your name a one good ball.
Yes, Fred.
Charles Kitching says, afternoon gents, I've not been able to tune in earlier and just follow the score, which is a Yorkshire supporter is perhaps no bad thing. Lovely to hear DC's dulcets once more. He's written a book, you know, and a rather fine one it is too.
Ah, so Charles has got a copy. At least he's read his.
Do you think that 8 points for a draw inhibits attacking captaincy? 2 draws giving the same points as a win hardly seems an incentive to go for the win. Perhaps 6 points would be better, or perhaps rather contentiously, in the event of a draw, simply double the bonus points. Bailey in and bowling here to Root, and that's nicely worked off his legs as a yelp from the cordon. Well, the one-man cordon, but he's picked it off for a single. Played it well, I thought. So yeah, simply double the bonus points for a draw. Hopefully that would encourage teams in such a strong position like Essex and Lancs in the last 2 games to be more adventurous in their rather turgid batting.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, doubling the points. That's got its merit, Charles. I like that. And although we haven't mentioned it before, happy Naked Gardening Day last week.
Double the points for a draw.
We always like his naked gardening, because he does a bit of that apparently out in the Algarve or wherever he is. Costa something or other.
Bailey in, and that's dropped into the offside by Duke. No run. Naked gardening competitions back here in the day.
Never had them in your day, Fred.
Like a baby's arm. Closely asked me if he could bowl with it. 215 for 5. Duke on strike then. Gets one down the leg side. There's a very optimistic appeal for a leg side strangle. Good take by Salt, diving away to his left.
They've been shouting the odds, haven't they? The Lancashire players all day, and well, they should be, because Yorkshire still way behind, 351 runs behind. I'm going to move out and let Mr. Kevin Howes come in.
Talking of the odds, it's the Lockinge today, Group 1 at Newbury. Beautiful racecourse. Will Baid win it for the William Haggas, Sheikh Hamdan Al Maktoum, Jim Crowley combination? Unbeaten. As was Duke with that latest delivery from Bailey, which he flicked into the leg side. And there's no run. Yeah, DT's finally got up. And Kevin Howells is joining us. We're going to stop enjoying ourselves now and concentrate on the cricket as Bailey's in and it's pushed out into the offside by Harry Duke. And there's no run. Afternoon, KH.
Good afternoon to you, Jonathan. Who's Liz?
Liz Green.
Liz Green. Oh. Spinning the wheels of steel this afternoon, was she on Radio Leeds?
She was talking Bellamy Brothers.
Oh, was she?
And I said, which Bellamy Brothers track are you playing this afternoon? And she said, let your blood flow. I mean, let your love flow.
Good. Well, I'm glad it wasn't their other big hit tune, because I think that's probably considered a little inappropriate these days.
What if I said you had a beautiful body?
Correct. You've got it in one. Anyway, back to the cricket. Is this me? This has got to be your end, this end, surely.
Yeah, Bailey in and bowling to Duke, who drives nicely. I say we rarely see Harry Duke play the drive, but he's got one out here, and he's going to get 3 runs for it. Nicely played. Didn't try and hit it too hard, and I think the key was he's been hitting him like that quite a bit recently, but the placement was the key. Draws deserved applause from the crowd, which is mainly away to the east side of the ground. Takes him on to 26, the partnership to 84. Route 82, Yorkshire 218 for 5.
If you follow the BBC cricket website, and so they've got Gary and Adam looking after things there. They are telling the tales around the country of what's going on, including here, but telling a tale of disaster for Gloucestershire in the side of Derby. Gloucestershire 24 for 2. Marcus Harris is now out, and they're miles away as they follow on. Jack Leach took 5 wickets in first innings wickets, and there's Gloucestershire bowled out for 180. Well, I say bowled out, 186 for 9, so clearly somebody's off the field and unable to play. I mean, they were already bringing low knees. Duke's on 26, 218 for 5. Parkinson in bowls and worked away by Duke behind square for no run.
The BBC commentary there saying calamitous batting from Marcus Harris, which is really unusual to read because he doesn't strike me as that sort of a player. Certainly the Marcus Harris that we saw down in Bristol on the first match of the season.
Correct. Parkinson bowls again, driven by Duke, who's on 26. He will remain on 26 into extra cover. I mentioned earlier this morning, that it wasn't crystal blue skies, and it was much better than yesterday, but not perfect. Are we in perfect territory now, as this one is driven again by Duke up to mid-off? It is glorious out there. Absolutely beautiful. So not only have we got a Roses match here, we've got plenty of first-class cricket going on, Championship cricket. We've got the Charlotte Edwards as well taking place. 2:30 starts this afternoon as Duke comes forward to that, push back up. Do you know what in my own mind I'm picturing here, Doiji? Somebody somewhere, it used to be the transistor radio, but now it could be the phone, it could be anything, actually at a club game somewhere this afternoon with a bit of commentary on and enjoying the weather just like we're enjoying the weather here, listening to the game. It's great if you're here watching, of course, but if you're there on a club afternoon as well, hopefully this is what summer should be about. Sun shining on Leeds here for Duke on 26. That's a wider ball from Parkinson, which is not going to tempt Duke forward to that. But this partnership with 84 runs as well. And an education for young Harry Duke, batting alongside the star in Joe Root, former England captain, of course. But what an education for Duke as he pushes that one into the offside. You can imagine that the chat's taking place between Joe and Harry out there at the moment, which is along the lines of I guess sort of what to look out for from Parkinson, how he's doing. A little bit of encouragement goes a long way, that sort of thing. And at the moment, that encouragement is worth 84 runs and an awful lot to Yorkshire because they still trail by 348 runs at 218 for 5. Day 3, the afternoon session. We've just got a little bit of hold up in play at the moment as Harry, I think, is going to have to either change his bat or maybe just make a slight alteration. I think Joe had a change of bat, didn't he, a short time ago? I think it did. I think he has another one taken out there. Yeah, glorious. And I mean, I'll go for a bit of a stroll a little later on this afternoon just to see if it feels, maybe very warm as it is behind the glass here in our commentary box. Perhaps it's still with that slight breeze which I can see on the trees that you can see over there. The western stand there. There's still a bit of a breeze blowing. I'd like to think that was the perfect breeze just to keep it nice and cool-ish out there. But otherwise, lovely picture today.
Yeah, changes about. What do they make them out of these days? What do they make them out of these days?
Well, I tell you, on the cricket balls front, if you missed this earlier, that the understanding is that following feedback from the first 5 rounds of championship matches, that a new batch is being sent out to cricket grounds up and down the country, first-class cricket grounds, and they're going to have a go with a new batch. Now, whether that's going to be any different from the first that went out, which, all this talk of a sort of thinner seam on it, time will tell. Word was that perhaps already some had been sent out to some of the matches before this round began, although I can't work out necessarily which ones they might have been and whether or not the ball is making that much difference. But obviously people are really puzzled by why there should be so many runs scored, and there are no doubt there's all sorts of reasons, but there's been definite feedback about the first batch of balls sent out there. So Harry Duke is just holding things up here at the moment.
Yeah, it looks as though he's been either putting a new rubber on his bat or trying to sort the one that's already on the handle. It still is Maybe it's just if they get a little nick in them, that's the beginning of the end, isn't it? If you've had that situation before, it'll keep you going for a little bit, but as soon as the hand gets anywhere near it and twists that rubber a bit more, it'll just open up the tear a bit more, and then you're 95 not out, and you don't want to change it at that point. All right, wishful thinking.
He's got a bit to go on that front, but hey, why not?
So Tom Bailey from the Kirkstall Lane end at 218 for 5, bowling to Joe Root. Another delivery which doesn't look like it gets too far above the bootlaces, but Root, well, he just plays the ball so late, he watched it right underneath the eye line and pushed it out into the onside. Bailey with 2 for 36 so far from 17 overs and that one ball, 4 of which have been maidens. 10 overs, well, just shy of 11 overs from the opportunity to take a second new ball. Bailey is in, and Root leaning on that just into the offside, no run. Healthy crowd in today. Sometimes we get better crowds Thursdays and Fridays than Saturdays and Sundays. Strangely enough, other people maybe on weekends thinking something else to do, maybe go watch their local match and stick it on the commentary or family, all that sort of thing. But today, plenty in, Kev.
It's a good number. It is a good number, yeah.
Ringfield and one slip with a third man, a long leg, and a man a little bit deeper out in front of square on the leg side who's coming into play here, Matt Parkinson, because Root turns the ball just backward of square. 1 run.
It's probably worth mentioning, though, Jonathan, we've only got 1 round of championship matches remaining after this one, and I think we're into the blast, aren't we?
We are.
By the end of May. And if you are thinking of getting your tickets, well, you ought to think quite quickly about that. If we get weather like this during the blast, that'd just be amazing. But obviously both Yorkshire and Lancashire got important games coming up. None more than, of course, Roses clashes in that format as well, coming up quite soon. Get this off on either website, Yorkshire or Lancashire one.
As Bailey is in, that's turned to leg by Duke. There is a man placed there to take the catch, Croft, but it doesn't reach the hand. Yeah, it's there's one more game here against Warwickshire next week against the champions, Thursday the 19th through until the 22nd, and then Yorkshire crack on with their first T20 match here against Worcestershire on Wednesday the 25th, and they're immediately plunged into Rose's action again over at Old Trafford on the Friday. Here's Bailey bowling to Duke, who's playing that top of the bounce into the offside, no run. In fact, that's the only away game for Yorkshire out of the first 5, 6, 7 matches. 6 home games out of the first 7.
There's a lot of them together, and you know, we all know what's going on out there in the real world, cost of living and everything, but hopefully the weather's going to be perfect, the cricket will be amazing. I mean, the roster, the playing roster for all the teams up and down the country for the Blast is every bit as big, if not bigger than the 100. Let's be perfectly frank and honest by that. The quality of cricket for the Blast will just be phenomenal. Let's hope we get the weather for it as well.
Here's Bailey again, and Duke solidly behind it. Bit of keepy uppy from Croft, but well, he let himself down there after about 3. And that's the end of the over. 70 of them now bowled in this Yorkshire first innings. Remember that they are replying to Lancashire's first innings mammoth total of 566 for 9, in which we saw Keaton Jennings make a superb 238. And well, Yorkshire have yet to see a centurion in their own innings. Joe Root's creeping closer to that particular landmark. He's on 83, and the team are on 219 for 5.
Parkinson's about to bowl. I just want to add, by the way, on keep your eye on those Blast matches, not just for Yorkshire and Lancashire, up and down the country for all the different counties involved with that competition, but also a little reminder about that June the 1st event as well over at Emirates Old Trafford. It's a double-header day, and the men are actually going to play the first game in the afternoon against Derbyshire, and then the women, the regional team, the Thunder, are going to play the main show, the main event in the evening, which I think is a great initiative. And it's going to get great support, I'm sure it is. That's June the 1st for that game. Meantime, here, back in the Championship, Roots on 83. And forward to that, just turn around the corner, he'll scamper through for a single. I say it's going to get a good response. Part of that response is perhaps you're looking up right now. Get yourself on those websites for all the details and the prices. 220 for 5 without Root single here, though. He moves to 84, but still big deficit. 346 runs. And it's Parkinson continuing to bowl from the far end. And he's going to bowl to Duke, and Duke will work this way onside. You've seen an awful lot of this young man batting. What do you make of this innings so far? This partnership of 86. Harry Brook was out. He just batted phenomenally well. Look, from a Yorkshire and a neutral point of view, it was almost agony to see him out because he was just so elegant to watch. But Duke is facing at the moment and defensively plays that. In the context to date of this performance from Harry?
Yeah, I've got to say, encouraged. He's had 2 half centuries so far. In fact, he got one at Old Trafford in that Roses match last year that Lancs, well, basically won on the first morning, but took him until 20 minutes before the end of the 4th day to do so.
Parkinson to Duke, goes back and it almost squeezes through. He had to come down on that fairly late. I mean, it's the concentration will be required here from the wicket-keeping batter.
So he knows he can get to that sort of mark. 52 and 54, I think, are his 2 half centuries. And he's just about halfway there at the moment, so no cause for celebration yet, but he's working hard.
He is having to work hard, and he's confidently leaving that one past his off stump. Through to the keeper, Phil Salt. Still a slip standing there in Wells. Got Jimmy down here at the backward point area, just to our right-hand side. The pitch we're playing on is fairly central. Parkinson again bowls and driven. It's looking dry, but it's straight to the fielder. There's a little wideish mid-off, and that's the completion of another Parkinson over. 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 41. And we see Bailey continue at this end. We wait and see. But yeah, that scoreboard still reminds us of that Brook dismissal, the last dismissal. Bowled by Parkinson for 41. I think it was 9 fours in there. Yeah. It was just, and the stroke play just sublime. I mean, and off the back of 50 after 50 after 50 and 3 centuries as well. Wait and see what that might do in terms of international calls this summer. In the early part of the summer, June the 2nd, when the international series starts. And we are going to see a change of bowling here. Jonathan, with Yorkshire 220 for 5, trailing by 346.
Yeah, it's going to be George Balderson, who has 1 for 27 from 6 overs and 1 maiden so far. His wicket came yesterday. Yorkshire's 2nd wicket, that of Davin Milan. As we move towards the end of that 2nd day, he was caught by Matt Parkinson. So Balderson here, right arm over the wicket to Joe Root, who flicks him backward of square leg for 1 that he's hoping to turn into 2 but can't do so. On the Harry Duke front, he's a good lad. It's nice to chat to these lads. You mentioned, I think, earlier about the interviews, doing interviews, but the most interesting chats, as I was saying with DT, who mentioned Raymond Illingworth, are the ones that you kind of have off the microphone. And Harry's good like that as well. He's both good when you do stuff on the record, but also just talking generally about what's going on as he drops this next one into the offside, no run. And it just seems like a likeable young lad. Like a lot of these players, we get to know them to some extent, but we don't know everything about them. And those in the inner sanctum would know much more about what makes him tick. But I think he's an ambitious young player. He knows he's got stuff to work on. And he's getting an extended opportunity in the Yorkshire first team as he steps back and just straight bats this one back to Balderson, who hands it to the ball shiner. DT was getting a little bit irate about that a few minutes ago. Why do they have to throw it to extra cover and then get it back?
Oh, it's all right. We've got the nurse in now. She's seen to him. She's given him his medication. He's over that one.
Traumatised. Balderson with evidence of swing in towards the right-handed Duke, who is solidly behind this one, no run.
I was in need of a bit of soothing. I was a little bit cross on hearing some information about cricket. Which if you don't mind, I'm just going to share very briefly. I'm not a very big thing, just share it briefly if time and the game situation will allow.
I would like to see you upset, Kev, as that's turned to leg by Duke, and there's no run. Keaton Jennings doing the fielding.
Well, when I set out first, the first part of the story is that at the club and league cricket level, the number of people who are dedicated, give up hours and hours of their time to run and organise leagues and cup competitions. Without them, there would be nothing, okay? So give them full credit for that. full stop.
Balderson to Duke again, working it square-ish. Good diving stop by Jennings will prevent what would have been a run otherwise. End of the over, 2:21 for 5.
But we also know that it's not that easy for clubs to keep teams going. I mean, there used to be, you know, many a club side would perhaps turn out third and fourth 11s and whatever, and that's pretty rare now up and down the country to be able to do that. And I was disappointed to hear a story about one local club who failed to be able to get their and the second 11 it was as well, failed to get their team a team together to play in a cup competition. Not only have they been fined by that cup competition £100 for the failure to produce a team, which I sort of get. I mean, I might, you know, dispute the amount of money. £100 sounds a lot of money to me. But you got admin, you've entered the team, and you weren't able to fulfil that fixture. That you know, nobody wants that, including the club themselves. So they've had that fine. Root here, back to the Roses match, and defensively pushes that into the. But what I don't understand is why then further punishment is not only the second 11 team have been banned from the competition again next year, but the first 11 as well. So the big financial fine, and now they don't want them to take part in the cup competition next year. They're down on almost one knee and just pulls that around the corner, sweeps it, should I say, and that's going to be 4 runs. It's an intriguing battle. Root, of course, being as patient as he can against Parkinson. He knows just how dangerous the Lancashire spinner can be. But he managed to get down and sweep that round the corner in control, and with that 4 he moves to 89 and 225 for 5. And what disappoints me is the fact that surely we should be trying to encourage and support the clubs who themselves are finding it difficult at times to get these teams out. So why would you... Next ball bowled, looking to reverse it this time. Oh, and low take from the man stood at slip, getting down to it. So you understand what I'm saying. There's been plenty of response on Twitter to that being put up by me earlier today, and you know, there's some valid responses in defence of what's been going on as Parkinson bowls and played away onto the onside by Root for no run. In the sense of, you know, they don't want teams and clubs, entering competitions that they don't think they can fulfil the fixtures. But actually, they didn't enter it not thinking they could fulfil it. They just couldn't. As Parkinson bowls and back and punched by Root. Just gets past the fielder there on the onside enough to jog through for a single, and he moves up to 90 and 226 for 5, trailed by 340 runs. So they're trying to, make sure that clubs don't enter competitions they can fulfil the fixture, but surely that acts as such a deterrent. Very, very, very tricky. Anyway, Duke here on 26, back to the Roses match, and pushed into the offside. And there will be no run. Are you about to do an update here? No?
I think they've just left something on back in the studio.
I see, so we had a little bit of a blast in.
The news headers.
So just to round that off, I just want perhaps there to be a bit more understanding, and also maybe an explanation as to why you would do that. It's draconian, quite frankly, and smacks of a game that isn't maybe as understanding of the position that some of these clubs find themselves in these days.
Yep.
Rant over.
No, life's changed, unfortunately, for those who've been involved in cricket for a long time. And, for me, for many years, Saturdays in particular, and obviously some Sundays as well, it was everything to be involved playing. And, you took it very seriously, great times, and competition for places most of that time, but not as competitive in that regard these days because there's not as many playing the game. As Balderson bowls the first ball of the over to Root, who drives up to mid-off, and there is no run. We've got a couple of emails, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Paul Usher's watching the coverage and hoping for a Yorkshire win. In fact, it says Paul Usher at the top, but then says Dave Pickering in Bolton. Okay, Dave, Paul, Dave. Thanks for that. As Balderson bowls to Root, who does what he does so well, just leans slightly to the offside. Great balance as he connects with that and turns it square on the leg side for a single. We've had Charles's email with regard to the draw situation, and Ken says, multitasking Ken Lashley, it's time to switch the TV from live stream to a certain sports channel which is broadcasting from beautiful downtown Bramall Lane. where I misspent a lot of my youth in the 60s, as Duke is solidly behind the latest Balderson delivery. So Ken tells us he's got the live stream and the commentary on the laptop, hoping Joe concentrates on the job in hand. I'll cheer on our blades for him. Full attention to return around about 5 o'clock. Shall we? Well, yeah, as long as you're still tuned in, we'll let you off, Ken. We understand sometimes.
He has to be one of their most famous fans, doesn't he, Joe Root?
Yeah. Here's Balderson. Evidence of a bit of swing in towards Duke, who plays into the offside no run. A bit more pleasant for photographers this afternoon, Kev. There's one out there at, what is it, square leg, just inside the western terrace boundary, with the long lens trained in on both batsmen. Shirt sleeve or T-shirt order for him.
T-shirts by the look today.
The lads have all been moaning about the weather conditions last couple of days around the ground, as Balderson's in again, and Duke once again pushes into the offside. So, in terms of development for Harry Duke, you know, I mentioned those 250s, but just to go back to him, you know, he's really making the most of this opportunity to bat with a great player in Joe Root. 93 they've put on together. Apart from what he's learning about how to play these various bowlers, you know, what's he learning from the great man out there in the middle as well? Here's Balderson, and Duke turns that one to mid-wicket, whereas Keaton Jennings doing the fielding, and that will complete the Balderson over. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29, 227 for 5, and Root in the 90s. It's just the end of the news story.
Well, I've already seen evidence of the fight and spirit that Duke has from the Roses match only last year. But I just wonder whether one of the things he's picking up off Joe Root out there today also will be a calmness. It'll be, you know, a real sort of a maturing out there as well with Root. Because, you know, Yorkshire still up against it, and on the loss of that Brook wicket, no doubt the hearts were pounding a little bit in the context of the game. He goes out there, and Root, all assured, he's been there, he's seen it, he's done it. You know, can you believe, talking of a Roses match, but he's even on bigger stages, he's done it, and that surely is part of the learning today. Bit of a hold up in play, and that's good for a drinks break. And as we mentioned, the weather today, you can understand why that is taking place. Just want to mention the game going on at Bristol, because Somerset, perhaps we're seeing the Somerset that we thought we would see and at the back end of last year. I mean, they lost their 4 games in September last year, lost the first 3 of this season. We're thinking, what's going on at Somerset? Looks more like now, because Somerset, having declared at 591 for 7, bowled Gloucestershire all out at Bristol for 186. And now following on, Gloucestershire 43 for 3, and they trail by 362 runs. Jack Leach with 5 first innings wickets in that first innings of Gloucestershire's, of course. James Bracey and Ryan Higgins, quality batters. But what are they going to come up with there in the Cider Derby? And other scores, as we still have a bit of a break here. Northamptonshire 597 for 6 against defending champions Warwickshire, but Warwickshire 245 for 3. Trail by 352. Kent 196 for 7. Trails Surrey by 475 runs. In the second division, Derbyshire 453 for 7. Lead Worcestershire by 85. Glamorgan are down by a couple of bowlers injured in the game there at Chester Street, and Durham making the most of it, 196 for 6. Lead by 142 runs. He presses his button for Stoke. Watch. Doo-doo. Alarms, alarms, alarms. Stokes, what's he doing? Well, he's currently 4 not out of 12 deliveries. That's what he's doing. So I think we can call the horses back just for the time being on that one. But he is out there batting at the moment in that game. 142 in front, Durham, 196 for 6. Got 2 more scores to bring you. But we've got Parkinson about to bowl to Root. Root's on 91 at the moment. 227 for 5. A bit of quiet across Headingley as Root goes forward to that. Outside edge runs along the ground down to Jimmy Anderson, moving from his left-hand side. He's one of those almost now, a bit like Oprah. You feel you just have to say Jimmy.
Like Oprah.
Well, one name, known by the one name.
Oh, I got you, yeah.
Doesn't quite work for you, Scott. This one goes back, and that's played out through the offside by Root for a single. Yeah.
It's just
Jimmy.
Yeah.
Not James Anderson.
Don't bother with Anderson, just
No.
Jimmy's into ball.
Jimmy. Here's Jimmy. Leicestershire 79 for 1, trailed by 196 1. Leicestershire 79 for 1, trailed by 161 runs, everybody, against Sussex. And yes, Nottinghamshire 212 for 5, lead by 433 runs at Lords against Middlesex. Luke Fletcher grabbing a few headlines there. Duke's on 26. There's plenty of attention around. He got a slip and a man right in front of his eye line there. That silly point. Luke Fletcher getting a 50, batting at 11 first innings, and comes out as a night watchman late yesterday. Ovs. And comes out again first thing this morning. He's out for exactly 50 again.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
What a guy.
A little quicker, but Duke is equal to it there from Parkinson up to mid-on and no run. It's all right, this, isn't it? Nice to this weather. Cricket.
Oh, beautiful, mate.
Parkinson again. Going to come into Duke. He's on 26.
Oh.
That's drama because he came into bowling and he didn't. We will allow him.
Yes.
As he goes back to his mark, I don't know what he was thinking of. Whatever it was, it wasn't the right thing. So he'll try again. Again, quick, and Duke behind that. So we not only, of course, have we got the men's county championship, we also got the Charlotte Edwards Cup starting today. 2:30 that all got underway, and next ball, and that spins away from Duke into the wicket-keeping gloves of Phil Salt to finish off that over. 2:28 for 5. 43 overs remain, so we're still some way off tee. Root on 92, Duke on 26. A partnership of 94 runs. We mentioned it last time I was on because it was all the big names. It was Brook and Root who were going well against Lancashire then. But this is again proper Roses cricket. It's quite gritty sort of stuff, and a bit of tension because that deficit is still very, very big. The follow-on's still a million miles away. 338 runs adrift at the moment.
Really enjoyed it today. I think it's been a fantastic battle between the two teams. Really good battle between kind of bat and ball. Felt a little bit more even today. As Bolderson's in to Root. He's playing off the back foot, trying to force the ball away. He just comes off a little inside edge back onto his pad, and there is no run. It's been a really intriguing day's cricket. Yorkshire fighting hard here to try and make this game safe. Lancashire spending a day and a half or so building a first innings total. Thought the morning session was terrific. His Root takes a step down the pitch towards Balderson and works the ball off his pads out towards deep mid-wicket. And he moves up to 93 and Yorkshire to 229 for 5. The partnership is worth 95 runs between these two as well. Duke on 26 back on strike. Balderson for Lancashire, 1 for 30 into his 9th, runs in from the Kirkstall lane end, and Duke from the crease defends to Jimmy Anderson, or just Jimmy, at mid-on, and there's no run. The new ball becomes available for Lancashire as well. That will be available before tea, so they have the option of having a go with it before tea if they want, and then it'll be still pretty new after tea, so I suspect Anderson and Bailey will be tucked away until that moment. It comes back in to Duke, works the ball away off the pads out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. 229 for 5. But yeah, really intriguing day. Weather's been superb. The crowd is good, about 1,500 I'm told.
No. You were told? I mean, you haven't counted themselves.
No, I was chatting to a steward just down there. As Duke clips it off his pads to mid-wicket and there's no run. It's a really intriguing day. The love it if Joe Root gets a century. He got a fantastic reception, didn't he, when he came out to bat?
Wasn't it good?
He was brilliant, yeah.
A little bit emotional.
Who you were?
Always.
You are.
But I loved it.
Final ball of the over. Balderson right arm over the wicket. Oh, puts running short to Duke, but it barely gets off the ground. Duke is happy to lean back and drop his hands, and the ball disappears into the gloves of the keeper. It is the end of the over. So 4 overs remaining before Lancashire can take a second new ball. 2-2-9 for 5, and Yorkshire still trail by 337.
The Thunder are 62 for 3 in the 11th over against the Southern Vipers. That game is being played at Hove. Northern Diamonds take on Lightning at Loughborough, and Northern Diamonds 103 for 1 in the 11th over. Central Sparks versus Western Storm in Cardiff. The Sparks are 53 for 2 in the 9th over. And Sunrisers versus South East Stars at Chelmsford. Sunrisers 59 for 2 after 11. T20 competition, of course, Charlotte Edwards Cup. And don't forget that double-header June the 1st, Emirates Old Trafford. That's something worth looking forward to. This one's worked away for no run by Root, but there will also be occasions to be following the Diamonds as well. Just have to get yourself on the websites or the apps. All the details are there, aren't they,
All
Scott?
the deets are
and
there.
and if I can work it out.
Yes.
What did you say, all the deets? Is it? Oh, that's a good one. Is that like obvs?
I think it is.
Yeah.
All the
All the deets are there. Roots on 93, and defensively almost loses his balance playing that one from Parkinson. It's to people like you I look, Scott, for the very latest street talk. Very latest what's being spoken by the kids out there. But they insist on taking a letter, at least one letter off every word, don't they? Have you noticed that? Fair play. You know, it's all part of the growing up, the generation change. And Root drives out through extra cover, and he will get 1. And he'll move to 94. There was an element of the crowd this morning as well. They gave it the old Root, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Made him feel right at home. 230 for 5. And Parkinson's down on his knees. What's he doing down on his knees?
Down there? I don't know.
He's
not
back
that
up
bad.
again. So Duke on 26. A man right in front of him at silly point. Got a slip as well alongside Salt, the keeper. And again in and a little bit quicker. I feel Parkinson's trying to bowl that, but just a little bit quicker. Goes off a bit of a walk here, Duke. I mean, it's a concentration I'm loving. It's the partnership at 96 as well for this 6th wicket. You know, all the big numbers there, but still one of the bigger ones is the deficit. As Parkinson bowls and nicely played, but straight to the fielder. Whipped that one away neatly on the leg side. Is that big Keaton down there at Silly Point, is it? And now he's going to go to forward shortly.
It is, yeah, it is.
There may be a chance that we get to hear one of your stunning interviews with Keaton. And it's a nice chat. I've had a bit of a preview listen myself. Parkinson about to bowl to Duke. And bowls now and push back up to Parkinson. And that completes that over. 230 for 5. Deficit of 336 runs. Roots on 94. Duke 26. A partnership of 96 runs. But you talked to him last week, and it's some sort of comeback, that, isn't it? To come back with a century, and what you didn't know at that stage. Well, one, you didn't know he was going to go and score a century. I think it might have been on 60 odd when you spoke to him. But then a double century off the back of, 9.5 months? If you include the winter time, obviously.
Yeah.
Out. I think it's just brilliant. And you spoke to him again last night, but you couldn't think of anything else to ask him, did you?
It lasted about 2.5 minutes. Career best score.
Because you'd already spoken to him for half his lifetime last week.
We've done all this already last week. Well battered. We just, wrap it up pretty quickly. But I said to him, I feel like I've spoken to him an awful lot. He went, well, that's quite a good thing. It means I'm doing all right.
Is that what he said?
He did, yeah.
That's charming. Isn't it? That's nice, that.
He's lovely. Balderson into Root. That's driven to mid-on. And Tom Hartley is the 12th man at mid-on. I think Jimmy's just gone off for a drink. Or maybe a change in boots, because the new ball is due shortly. So he might have a little dart with it before tea.
I shook his hand last night. Congratulated him on his double century.
Root wakes. Balderson comes in. Clips it down towards fine leg. And it will be cut off. Parkinson shuffling around from deep backward square to to fine leg, and Root comes back for a couple. And moves on to 98, 232 for 5.
I think he almost was very close to calling in security because I was there with my baseball hat on. and I think he thought I was just somebody who just walked in off the street. I said, well done, King. May I just congratulate you on I think he was half expecting me to ask for a selfie.
Balderson to Root, goes back and slices the ball down towards wide third, comes back for 2 Root. It'll be tight second, but does add 2 to his total, so that's a century partnership. A couple of milestones on the horizon here for Yorkshire and for Root, but these two have put on 100 off 219 deliveries, with Root scoring 73 and Harry Duke 26.
Pressure was on at the start of this partnership. It's still on because they're a long way behind, and that's the thing. It's a constant battle, a grind for them, but they're holding it all together at the moment.
Yeah, 3-3-2 still Yorkshire behind. Root's on 98. Balderson in. That's pushed up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Yes, the ebb and flow of the day has been absolutely fascinating to watch. It was a beautifully kind of set up morning, really, with Lancashire starting well, Yorkshire counter-attacking with Root and Brook. Root waits, goes back, tries to force the ball away into the offside. Picked up just a cover point by Stephen Croft, and there is no run. And now this partnership worth exactly 100 for Yorkshire between Root and Harry Duke. With 1 ball left of this over. Root taps the bat, slip behind him. Balderson in, he comes down the pitch, trying to force the ball away, but can't get it past mid-on, and there's no run. So he remains on 98, not out. Harry Duke on 26, Yorkshire 234 for 5, trailed by 332 runs. Kevin has disappeared back upstairs. He'll be taking listeners on Sports Extra through the tea interval in the not too distant future, and Dave Townsend is back alongside me.
Yes, and looking forward, if it happens to Root's century, he's batted beautifully. Just that one sort of quarter chance when he reverse swept and slipped through a hand out and sort of parried it. It wasn't a chance. But he's had a couple of close LBWs there.
Yes, yeah.
And I think poor old Tom Loughton, sitting in the dressing room, was thinking, well, I wish I'd have had that sort of generous an umpire, because he might have got a bad one earlier in the day. Parkinson then bowls, and that's driven back to him by Duke. And of course all the headlines and the emphasis will be on Root. If he gets that 100, it'll be on him if he doesn't get the 100, because the 98 is a big score. Oh, there goes the 3 o'clock from Alicante. In comes Parkinson again, and defended again by Duke. But I think we've got to pay really big raps here too, or give big raps to Harry Duke for the way he supported Root in this partnership. Very much the junior partner. Kane does like to play off the back foot. He's worked that one away through mid-wicket for 1. He's going to come back for 2. Don't know how well that approach those tactics will serve him in the long term, but certainly served him okay here today on a sort of fairly slow pitch.
Watched him score a half century for Yorkshire against Lancashire last year in Manchester. It was a really gutsy knock he put in there.
Comes forward to this next delivery, plays it up to mid-wicket.
And it's not been too dissimilar this time round, the way he's stuck at it. It's a really hard-fought knock, this, isn't it, from Duke? He's doing a really terrific job for the team in the circumstances of the match.
Parkinson bowls and comes sort of half forward that time, pushes it up towards mid-on. Doesn't get a run, there's a slip and a short leg. Catching think they know that Duke is a little bit limited in his areas to score against the leg spinner. No cover's now going out to a sweeper position. That ball fizzes through outside the off stump to finish the over. Another one ticked off by Parkinson. He's had a long spell at the football stand and he's now just completed his... In fact, he has... Well, the scoreboard's way behind. He's completed his 21st over. Scoreboard's stuck.
So a little afternoon doze, I think. Here it is, back up to date now. 79 bowled. 39 remain.
Take new ball straight away, I should imagine they would do.
Yeah, I think so. Well, they get a little go of it either side of tee, don't they, really? They'll get 6 overs with it before tea, and it'll still be pretty new for them after the interval.
Take it straight away, I'll give Parkinson one more and take it from this end.
Yeah.
I can see that happening, but...
Jimmy's back on the field. Maybe he's been to go and change his boots. Root's on 98. Looks to get 4 again and drives, but to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, they've got to take the new ball, haven't they? Lancashire. It would seem to be there.
Oh, they'll take it. I just
No, I mean
wondered
kind
whether
of
they-
straight away, yeah. Balderson, right arm over, balls. Full of length. Clipped away by Joe Root. It's a good stop by Parkinson. Enthusiastic work. He's on his knees now. He's lost his cap. But he cut the ball off. His teammates cheered his work. And then he just throws the ball over his shoulder high up into the sky. And Anderson's behind him to take the catch. Type of player, Parkinson, that likes to be involved in the game. He's always got muddy knees. You know, he's that type of lad. I bet as a kid he was always like that. Balderson in. Root steers it down to third man. Jogs through for a single and moves on to 99 not out. And Yorkshire to 2-3, 7 for 5. Brings Duke back on strike. There's one slip on a gully. Backward point, extra cover, which is Dane Velas looking up to the skies to look at the aircraft. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, long leg. Duke getting forward and pushing out into the onside. It's picked up again at mid-wicket by Parkinson. And there's no run. 237 for 5. Got 2 balls left of this over, and then that will be the end of the 80th over, albeit there's no sign of Bailey or Anderson warming up just yet. As Duke goes off the back foot, plays it into the offside. Dane Villas fields, and there's no run. In saying that, there's the man there just backward of point, stretching his hamstrings. Oh, I think that's Luke Wood, I think.
Is he going to take the new ball?
I thought it would have been Bailey and Anderson if they do take it straight away. Giving Duke a single hit. And this is deflected off the thigh pad down towards the boundary. Will it reach the boundary rope? It does. For what? 4 byes.
Leg byes.
4 leg byes, sorry. Yeah. And the score ticks along to 241 for 5. So that is the end of the 80th over. And Parkinson's peeling off his jumper. He's going to have another go. And he's got Root on 99.
So this will be the 81st over. Maybe delayed to take it to tee, or maybe just giving Parkinson one more and taking it from this end. Gorgeous afternoon.
It's terrific, isn't it?
If you're in the Leeds area, why not pop in for the final session? Top up the suntan a little bit. Decent enough crowd here. Parkinson bowls to Root on 99. And Root tickles that one round the corner, and that's going to be his 100. As through comes Duke. As you can hear that familiar, it never sounds that good. It sounds like a boo, doesn't it? But they're actually saying Root, Root, Root. And now is Joe Root's century. What a fine innings. He's faced 150 balls, kicked 10 fours. It's been a controlled innings. A little bit of luck perhaps with an LBW decision before lunch, but other than that, good entertainment for the crowd here, and you could hear how much they appreciated that from the former England captain. Needs to kick on now. Should be eyeing that to Keaton Jennings' score of 238, I think. Parkinson now bowls to Duke, who plays that firmly, solidly back down the pitch to him.
Super way to start the summer, isn't it, for Root? Could have been better for him, really. Good crowd, great weather, Roses match. Starts for the century.
Bowls again, and driven firmly to short extra cover.
First home game of the season for him.
Silly bat pad, silly point or whatever that position is now moves to forward short leg. Parkinson bowls again, and again Duke just pushes into the onside. He mustn't, no, he hasn't, and he mustn't get worried that he's rather limited with his scoring options against the spin at the moment. Just nudging it around. He's doing a very, very valuable job for Yorkshire. Now this is interesting. We got Jennings has now, having started the over at silly point, then moved to forward short leg. He's now at leg slip. What's this all about? That delivery outside the leg stump from Parkinson, who's around the wicket. Now different approach to the right-hander. 3 saving 1 on the off, 4 saving 1 on the, 4 on the off, 3 on the on. Slip and leg slip. And now another fielder moving over to the leg side. So we're looking at a 4-5 field here. Slip and leg slip, and then everybody else saving 1. Nobody on the boundary for the leg spinner as he bowls to there and again. Duke is just happy to offer a left pad to that, kick it away. I don't think Parkinson's going to have too much success from round the wicket. Lancashire haven't had too much success this afternoon either. These two batted very sensibly. They've got to negotiate another 5 overs in the afternoon session to get through to tea. And Root chatting away to Duke. Keep him going. Keep going. We're almost into tea. And now it's Balderson again bowling, and that's pushed wide of mid-off. Now I don't know why Lancashire haven't taken the new ball. Wait until after tea. You would have thought the Scot was saying it would make sense to have a little dabble, a little dash, a little go before the tea interval. Balderson pitches up. That's swinging in late. Played to mid-off, and a little bit of the energy's gone out of the game at the moment. The Lancashire chat has died there in the middle. There's not the oohs and ahs that there were earlier. One of the things of this century partnership is it has quietened that down. Balderson again bowls. Balderson, I mustn't get the stone in there. Balderson, and there's no run to be had as that goes up to mid-on. Still no new ball, Scott.
Wait till after tea, maybe then.
Yeah. I mean, there only are 4 overs after this, but you'd wonder why it hasn't been taken. Balderson again. Short delivery, and Root was already on the front foot there. Just angles that one away down to third man. 243 now for 5. So the partnership 109. The junior partner very much on strike at the moment. Pitched up to Harry Duke, who plays that to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. I'm as surprised as you are. I thought I could see all the sense of giving Parkinson one more. Taking the new ball from this end, I don't know why, but just thought, yes, then that just had the right feel about it. But maybe they think they're getting a little bit of reverse, do they? If so, why would Parkinson still be on? Bowls some bowls, and that's defended into the offside. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, maybe give bowlers a little extra break, 20 minutes off at tea, put your feet up for a bit, and then start of a new session. New ball, I don't know, maybe that type of logic. But there's no sign of Anderson or Bailey limbering up just yet.
You'd probably be looking just to winkle one of these two out before tea and then really rip.
Yeah, that would be ideal, wouldn't it, for Lancashire? These two on the brink of batting through the afternoon for Yorkshire. I've marvelled at the way that Lancashire have put partnerships together in their first innings, and the whole thing was anchored by that brilliant double century by Keaton Jennings. Yorkshire responding this afternoon on the third day, beaten century partnership. Will be Parkinson to Root with the slip in place. Root drives into the offside with a tumbling stop at extra cover by Josh Bohannon this time, and there is no run.
Yes, Yorkshire now taking a 5-run lead over Jennings.
Parkinson to Root. Just eased out into the offside for no run. Yeah, 238 for Keaton Jennings, career best score for him. Some way to start the season. Been out for 9 months. Twirls back in, and Root goes on the sweep this time, and it down towards the boundary. There's a man in the deep down below us, so Root doesn't get 4 but comes back for 2 and moves on to 103 not out, and Yorkshire to 245 for 5. Parkinson 1 for 53, the dismissal of Harry Brook this morning. Reverse sweep from Root, doesn't quite get this one away. He's played that shot a few times this afternoon.
Yeah, and he's playing it with a slip and a short third man, which you've got to be very sure of yourself, haven't you? I suppose when when you've got your century on the board, then still plenty of work needed to be done by him though to save Yorkshire.
Parkinson to Root, and that's turned out towards square leg, or just behind square in fact. And Root gets through for 104. And 246 for 5 with 2 balls remaining of the over.
Oh, Parkinson's doing some footing. Football. Oh, wait. Oh, dear. FA Cup doesn't start for another hour and a half yet. I think they'd have been proud of that at Wembley this afternoon.
Just felt like he was never 100% in control of it, though, for me. He always seemed to be chasing the ball a bit. Parkinson to Duke. That's tossed just outside his leg stump, and Duke goes back into the crease and defends, dropping the ball into the onside, and there's no run.
You're not letting that one past him.
End of the over. 246 for 5. Root 104. Duke on 28.
3 more to be bowled before that tee into the crowd. You can hear them quite relaxed now, aren't they? They're just you don't feel anything's going to happen. That doesn't mean to say it won't, but there were times like this in the Lancashire innings, weren't there, when it was just drifting along a little bit. Batsmen not looking to score too quickly, just working the ball around. And the fielding side, waiting for something to happen. They've got a couple out maybe for the short delivery. So start of this over from Balderson, and worked away down there to long leg for a single by Root.
Yes, the feel of the afternoon session is very much in keeping with the game. This morning session was slightly out of context to what we've seen previously.
I think it'll spark up again after tea. Next ball is played up to mid-off. No run there. Everybody's sitting down working out their plans for the evening, where they're going to have a pint and where they're going to go and eat somewhere. We had a very nice Italian last
Yeah,
week.
it was. Yeah, it was lovely.
Very good food. Balderson. Outside off stump. Nice looking shot from Duke, but straight to short extra cover. And you're heading back over the Pennines tonight,
I think so, yeah.
You think so?
I think, well, yeah.
It's a late decision.
Flirting with the idea of staying again, but
You're playing it from under your nose again, are you?
yeah. The drive back over on a Sunday shouldn't be too bad, should it?
Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Balderson. Pitched up on leg stump, eased away down to a long leg for a single. You going to have some breakfast somewhere tomorrow?
Well, yeah, I'm kind of hoping that the cafe, the well-known one, just at the side of the ground, might be open.
Ugly Mugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Will it be? Does it do Sunday mornings?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you owned the place and there was a Roses match on, you'd want to open, wouldn't you? Balderson bowls, and that's turned again down to long leg, this time by Root. He picks up one run. You know, you'd be selling a good fair few bacon butties, including one to yourself. They do a Bumble Bap,
Right.
and a tough as sarnie there.
And what's in the Bumble Bap?
This next ball is defended up to mid-on. That is the end of the over. Yorkshire are 249 for 5, so just a run short of that next batting point. Root 106, Duke 29. Well, I don't know whether I should say really, because I don't know whether Bumble gets any commission from it or whatever. Apparently, 3 pieces of bacon, 3 rashers of bacon, 3 sausages.
Oh my word!
And an egg.
Oh, it's a biggie.
In a bat, yeah, decent sized bat.
Yeah.
And I think that's it's less than a £5. I think I can't remember the exact price of it. So I thought, well, that's reasonable value. That's almost like a cooked breakfast in a bap, isn't it? You know, it's only missing your mushrooms and your whatever else, beans. And beans with a cooked breakfast. I think you do. Tomato, I'd never bother with a tomato. Not a tomato fan. Well, actually, I like tomatoes, but tomatoes don't like me. So, one run then, as Parkinson bowls, and again, Root tries to play that sweep shot, and ball outside off stump. Anything outside off stump, he's playing through the onside, trying to work it, or reverse sweep it. Neither of which I like. Next delivery, and again just a little bit of drift, and there's the 250 as Root plays that out square of the wicket. Applause as you can hear as Yorkshire clock up their second batting bonus point. So that last 50 was the slowest of the 50s so far, taking 151 balls. So it's just sort of in keeping with the afternoon, isn't it? Sort of. Is lethargic too strong a word? It's just
gentle.
Gentle, yes, gentle. That'd be. Duke back on strike to the leg spinner. One more over after this to be bowled. Before tea. So not too late for tea. Officially tea should have started a minute ago, but of course they go on until there are only 32 overs left in the day. That's played down to short leg by Duke. What an important role he's played. Batted all afternoon. Just keep going, lad. You feel bad if you give it away at this point. The next delivery is on the line of the stumps, although he's coming around the wicket. A little bit more attacking here from Lancashire. They've got a slip and a leg slip and a forward short leg now. Crowding in on Duke. There's a next delivery. As him watchfully digging it out, and the oohs and the ahs have returned. Trying to put a bit of pressure on the young man. This will be the last ball from Parkinson this afternoon. What's he going to do with it? He bowls it again on the line of the stumps, but again with no great purchase from the pitch. Easy enough to play for Harry Duke, and that's the end of an unbroken stint this afternoon, I think, from Parkinson. I don't think he was relieved at any stage at that end, was he? 250 for 5.
I'm going to see Luke Wells to bowl the last over of the afternoon session. So leg spin from Wells. But yeah, I think I'm with you. I think Parkinson has bowled unchanged from that rugby stand end through the afternoon. Another lengthy spell for him. He's had a few this season.
Good bowler, and I want to see him in the Test team. I think with Stokes and McCullum in charge, I think they'll go more for the. He's more of an attacking option than Jack Leach, isn't he? Not that obviously Leach has his benefits, but I think the leg spinner. Always go for the leg spinner rather than the orthodox spinner. Don't know what you think.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's yet to make his debut, to be honest. I thought the Caribbean would have been the time, perhaps that third Test match. He's carried a lot of drinks around for England. There's Luke Wells, final over before tea.
Well, that turned, didn't it? Pitch wide, of course. But
Slip in place. Yeah, threw it wide outside the off stump. Wells, who's back into route. That's driven through the offside for a single. 108 now to route.
Route sort of jogging down to the far end, like a bit like I was last night when I was a bit late to get to the pub, with about as much athleticism there. He's looking very sort of stiff and whatever. And he's obviously looking to get into tea and have a bit of a stretch. That was an old man's single there, Joe, that's for sure. Here we get down the far end.
It was a bit of a shuffle, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Leans on his bat at the non-striker's end. Duke's on strike. Duke drives a full ball from Wells beyond route, and Parkinson comes round from mid-on to complete the fielding, and there's no run. Been a good afternoon for Yorkshire. 117 runs added so far for this wicket. As Duke gets forward in defence, he just squeezes the ball away into the offside.
You had a look at these four balls from Luke Wells. You wondered why he perhaps didn't have 2 or 3 overs instead of just this solitary one.
A little shuffle and comes back in, bowling to Duke. Forward again, defending. Picked up by Wells, who has himself bowled a decent amount of overs this season. For Lancashire, Luke Wells. Taller man than Parkinson. Into Duke, full again, and pushed away back towards the bowler. And there is no run. And that is tea on day 3. And that represents a terrific session for Yorkshire and for Joe Root, who is unbeaten on a century at tea. He's 108 not out.
And these two have put on 117 runs so far for the 6th wicket. But a very good session for the White Rose. They've watched Lancashire bat and bat for a day and a half or more, actually. And they lost a couple of wickets in the morning session, and perhaps at lunch questions were being asked. Well, they've responded superbly, and these two have battered through the afternoon. Root will lead the players off. Duke just holds back and allows Root to march a few paces further forward, and he gets, for the 3rd time in the day, he gets a really good reception from the Yorkshire supporters, as he did when he came out to bat, as he did when he reached the century, and he does so again to make his way off at tee. With Yorkshire 251 for 5 in reply to Lancashire's declaration of 566 for 9 declared. It's tea on day 3. Sports Extra listeners are with Kevin Howells, and we'll catch you in 20 minutes.
Good afternoon and warm welcome back from Headingley Stadium for the third and final session of the third day of this Roses match between Yorkshire and Lancashire, the home side. 251 for 5 as they've made their way back out there onto the field of play. Joe Root, 108 not out. Harry Duke, 29. And Tom Bailey, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 37 is to open this evening session from the Howard stand end. DT is alongside. Of a fashion. Welcome back, David. Perhaps you'd like to call us this first over.
Why not? Have they taken the new ball? First delivery after tee. There's a huge shout there. Brushed off. The delivery was just short of a length. It's gone through to the keeper. It's brushed off Joe Root's thigh pad as it's gone through. Almighty shout and cheer from the from the slip cordon, or the keeper in the 2 slips. Can you can't have a cordon with just 1 slip, can you? But does 2 make a cordon? And they've got a bit of a gully as well. Interesting little session this, or should be. Have we heard that the new ball's been taken?
I haven't heard anything. There's no PA announcement.
Next delivery from Bailey's outside the off stump. No run. Through to the keeper. So you reckon if they broke this partnership, particularly if they got Root, they'd want to get through those remaining 4 wickets tonight. .31 overs to be bowled, and plenty left in the game as Bailey bowls, and that's again just outside the off stump, and Root again allows that through.
Oh, here's the definition. Cordon, a line or circle of police, soldiers or guards preventing access to or from an area or building. The example being, the crowd was halted in front of the police cordon.
Slip cordon. Yeah, it sort of works, doesn't it?
So what, they're cordoning off the rest of the field so that no balls go through? Unfortunately, they always do the job then.
Tom Bailey bowls, and Root waits for that one. Pushes it back to the bowler, no run. But it's like people say,
James Corden, be an interesting slip fielder.
Yes. Yeah, not much to get past him, would it? 251 for 5.
That was David Townsend speaking.
Little discussion there between Bailey and Anderson. Anderson at mid-off. 1 of 3 saving 1 on the offside as Bailey bowls to Root, and that's again through to the keeper, and no run.
David Bates has sent in something entitled Gold on Twitter. Fred Truman congratulating Dennis Lilly on his 300th Test wicket. Thought you might like this, he says. I might have a look at that at some point, David. Thank you. Kevin Pickard says, loving the comms, trying to check on how my lad's doing in the Bradford League, but the live scores section seems to be broken. I like the thought of Root, Stokes and Brook in the middle order for England.
Bailey to Root, who angles that one down. It's fielded in the gully. No run, the end of the first over that we think might be with the new ball. See if I can get the old bins on it, see if it's shining particularly. I can't see why they wouldn't have taken it.
Kevin Pickard follows up his tweet by saying, by the way, I don't like to hear Jimmy and Brody will be back. I've always thought in home series, players in form should be picked. Jimmy and Brody may not be the best bowlers in the country when the first test comes.
Yes, it's the new ball. The new ball has been taken.
Wahid says, great comeback by Yorkshire after losing 4 early wickets. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is the email address. James Anderson going to start the evening session from the Kirkstall Lane end. Graham Senior says, you were talking about folks watching club cricket under sunny skies while listening to you guys at the Roses match. I'm doing just that in Southport, Merseyside. And he sent us a nice little shot of sunny Southport. I was there a few weeks ago myself. Thanks, Graham. Interesting night out in Southport.
Did you?
Here's Anderson over the wicket. And Duke off the back foot plays that top of the bounce out to point. Nicely played, Harry Duke, and well fielded as well. There is no run. John Logan says hi JD and the team regarding Chris Tavares. Many will generally remember him for his unusual moribund test innings for England. However, his performances for Kent in the Sunday League and in the other one-day cup competitions showed another side to him. He was a very solid opener who scored his runs at a reasonably fast scoring rate for the era that he played in. He's got a quiz question for us.
Oh, we like a quiz question.
Meantime, here's Anderson. Bowling to Duke, wide of off stump and going further away. No run. So, which county's record score was achieved in 2007 at Taunton? It was 801 for 8 declared, despite being none for 2 after the first over. Clue, it's not Somerset or the two Roses counties. So that narrows it down to 15.
In which year? In 2008?
2007.
2007.
Anderson to Duke. A little bit of jag about this one as well, but Duke covers it well. Graham Casey says, it's a bit strange that despite a huge lead, Lancashire don't seem to have set very attacking fields at all. Surely real pressure would be on fielders, with fielders round the bat. Come on the Yorkies and stay in for longer than Brookie second time around.
Yeah, we've just seen a couple of hours of him today. It could have been one of the great innings, couldn't it? Certainly started off in splendid form.
Here's Jimmy Anderson again to Duke. It's just outside off stump, and it's a good leave. Charles Kitching. He says, I think the last hour of the afternoon session could be described as soporific.
Yeah.
I did drop off during my siesta. DT, I did have one problem with your book. I could have done with a glossary of nicknames. At my age, it isn't easy to remember them. So it's at DO_cricket for Mr. Townsend, or at Jonathan Dodge for me, or at Scott Reed 16 for our colleague from Lancashire. Anderson in again, and Duke once again shouldering arms.
Yes, that's something I'd certainly thought about afterwards. You tend to introduce somebody as Niall Nobby O'Brien or something, and then you use Nobby afterwards, and sort of maybe 10 chapters further on, people have forgotten who Nobby was, but especially those not familiar with Ireland cricket.
Anderson to Duke, straightens it up this time, and Duke again covers it and pushes into the offside, no run. Harry Duke, a very patient knock from him. He's added 18 runs in the entire afternoon session, but at the moment he's doing a sterling job in just keeping one end going, and Root ticking things over at the other. They've got a couple of batting points to their name now, Yorkshire, and they've still got plenty of time to add more. Another 22 overs.
Yeah, they should certainly get
another 4 batting points on top of that then.
Well, another 3, isn't it? Yeah. No, you'd certainly think they'll get to 300, which is what Lancashire did. Certainly, well, if Root's still there, he waits for Bailey to run towards him up the hill and pushes that one firmly up to mid-off. And there's the 350 from Jersey. Been delayed.
Well, it's right on cue because he's just tweeted big wicket rate after tee stumped Stoke off Labuschagne for 26. Durham are losing wickets far too quickly.
If anybody's wondering why we slip into a sort of northeastern accent every time a plane goes over, it's because Marty Emerson, the Durham commentator, that was pushed up to mid-on by Root. He doesn't get a single there. He's got an app for his various planes, and when he's the odd times that he's here at Headingley, he'll tell you what's going over, about to land at Leeds Bradford, which is a cracking little airport, by the way, if you don't know. Very handy, particularly when I was living in Burley, because you get the bus straight back from it, you'd be home in no time. Next ball, bit more effort you thought went into that one from Tom Bailey, but again met by the broad bat of Joe Root. I don't know at what stage we say that Yorkshire have recovered. I mean, they're on the. If they lose another wicket now, they obviously haven't recovered, have they? But getting to
if they get 300-ish for 5,
yeah,
probably a recovery, isn't it?
They're getting into calmer waters, then, aren't they? Well, they're into calmer waters now, but not fully recovered. Next delivery from Bailey is turned sweetly down to deep backward square, where the effervescent Parkinson does the fielding. He's got plenty of energy about him.
Effectively, at the start of the day, Lancs needed 18 wickets to win the match, didn't it? And do you think 18 wickets on this pitch is the team's capable of doing that? If the batting side don't give it away, well, they took 3 and had that encouragement, but then none in the second session, so it's still flat enough out there.
Well,
still 15 wickets needed.
4 sessions. Bailey bowls and through to the keeper, no run. That's how you win titles, though. It's a bit of hard work, bit of hard graft. Difficult to do it for 2 days and a bit last night.
Yeah, I think there's just one key here, isn't there? Yorkshire just got to bat as long as they can, keep Lancashire bowling as long as they can. That'll mean the runs go on the board. Makes the draw much more possible.
Bailey bowls and a cracking drive back past him from Harry Duke. And if Bailey hadn't got a hand to that, that would have been another of those splendid straight drives we've seen today. A couple of crackers before lunch as well, weren't there? Is that how Hill got off the mark today? Did he play? Was that the shot of the day, do you reckon?
I can't remember if he got off the mark that way, but he certainly played it superbly.
Off the mark for the day. I mean, he got his obviously got a few from last night. But
no, well, no, I didn't know if it was his first scoring shot of the day. Yeah. But he drove a beautiful stroke down to the Howard stand.
Would that be the memorable shot of the day? Can we think of any other ones?
Yeah, a few. There's Anderson bowling to Duke, who's solidly behind it. There's no run. By the way, the Howard stand, numerous inquiries about its naming, is named after Keith Howard, the founder of Emerald and great friend of this cricket club.
Right. And it used to be the Emerald stand. Okay.
Emerald, of course, withdrew their sponsorship. Keith Howard no longer with us, and the stand named in his honour as Anderson bowling to Duke, who drops it into the offside and then does the Harry Duke thing of taking 5-6 paces away to his left, leans on his bat. What's he doing here? Is he thinking about what he's just done, or is he thinking about what's coming next? What's going through the mind? He's fiddling with the pads, fiddling with the helmet.
Wondering where he's going to eat tonight.
Wondering where he's going to eat tonight.
That's what I generally do.
Taps his bat a couple of times. High back lift. Anderson goes long. It's a full length delivery, and that's just driven into the offside. Again, there's a fielder there. If anything, you'd say Harry Duke's played quite a lot of shots that would have been value for money, but he's not managed to place them in gaps, has he, on quite a lot of occasions, particularly when Matt Parkinson was bowling at him a bit earlier. But he's still there, importantly. Anderson going in past umpire Saggers. This again, good length ball and worked to leg this time. Duke walks out of the shot and takes a couple of, it almost looked like it was on red hot coals then. A couple of very tentative steps. A bit of the about it.
Yeah.
As you would. I imagine if you're on red hot coals, not that I've managed that too often in life. Red hot in the commentary box this afternoon. 253 for 5, Root 109. Duke 30 is on strike and facing Anderson now. And that's turned square on the leg side, and it's picking up a bit of pace on the practice wickets, but it's just going to be pulled in about a foot short of the rope. Another touch stroke from Harry Duke, and it brings him 3. 33 to him, 256 for 5.
They could have called it the Keith Howard stand, couldn't they? That would have made it perhaps a little bit more personal. Or literary people out there might think it could have been called Howard's End. E.M. Foster book. Made a film.
Anderson into route, dropping it into the gully region, no run, end of the over, 256 for 5, and I think Castle Howard.
Yeah.
Have you attended it before on your trips out to York or Scarborough?
No. Worth a visit?
Yeah.
Castle Howard.
Not that I'm anything like an architecture expert, but it just looks a beautiful building. And of course, was the sort of scene for the outdoor stuff for Brideshead all those years ago.
Well, that's, you say I'm not an architect expert, but that's all you really need, isn't it? To be able to look at it and say it's beautiful.
Looks nice, yeah.
That's
I suppose so, yeah.
Bailey starts a new over. Oh, and a little fiddle from Duke outside the off stump there, goes through to the keeper, and Phil Salt gives it a, oh dear, not far away from that, was he?
I'd quite like to be going back to Castle Howard this year, actually, because Duran Duran are playing there in next month, I think it is.
Who's playing there?
Duran Duran.
Oh.
There you go. Look at that.
Good
Castle
afternoon
Howard.
from Castle Howard. A place like no other. Yeah.
Just magnificent, isn't it?
Bailey bowls into the corridor again, no temptation.
Just magnificent. A magnificent building.
Yeah.
Brick after brick, stone after stone. Marvellously placed there. Magnificent.
We don't build them like that anymore, do we? There's some interesting
Not
buildings
surprised. It
going
cost
up.
a few quid, that, wouldn't it?
Well, next ball is played firmly up to middle. But that's the problem these days, Deutsch. You've just summed it up there, haven't you? Oh, look, how much will that cost? Everything's about cost. Why not about beauty? Why not about creating something? When they built the Taj Mahal, they didn't think, oh, that's going to cost more than sticking up a couple of office blocks, did they? Just created something that everybody will look at. And Sydney Opera House, that's another one.
Marvellous.
Oh, Sydney Opera House is fantastic. Next ball, oh, that's way outside the off stump, through to the keeper. It's actually scaly. It's interesting. You've not seen it up close, or you?
No.
But when you look at photographs from it from a distance, it's that white and beautiful shape. They say sails on Sydney Harbour, but it wasn't. It was actually based on a sort of segments of an orange. Apparently, the architect told everybody. But it's a beautiful building. Bailey bowls defended into the offside, no run there. And when you get up close, the tiles on the outside or whatever it is, they're slightly shiny, and it's got that slightly sort of scaly look about it, which is quite surprising the first time you see it. But but then again, go down to Victoria, to Melbourne, and people down there will tell you, well, the acoustics in the Melbourne Opera House are much better than the acoustics in the Sydney Opera House. And they quite possibly are. Bailey bowls to Duke, who allows that one through. No run, that's the end of the maiden over. But nobody knows the Melbourne Opera House because it's just a sort of functional square thing in the middle of, in a decent part of town somewhere. It's not. They haven't gone that extra yard and created something that's magnificent. A bit like Fred put in that extra yard and created a magnificent delivery.
Magnificent.
Oh. And that's too much, and that's, how much is that going to cost, It's too much of that. And that's not only in this part of the world, it seems to be in every part of the world at the moment, Let's just do it.
Talking of magnificent, look at Castle Howard, hewn out of Yorkshire stone. A bit like I were. With a serious help in a Yorkshire grit. Here's Anderson, bowling to Root, who's pushing out into the offside. Ball whipped in to the gloves of Phil Salt, but there is no run. But imagine, I mean, look at it. We've still got pictures of Castle Howard. It's one of these sort of virtual video thingy-majigs going on. I mean, mowing the lawn, that's going to take you a year.
Oh, the cost of that as well. Think of all the petrol you have to put in the mower.
Anderson over the wicket and into Root. Plays with a straight blade. Again, out into the offside. And again, no run.
What's the old saying? You know, the cost of everything and the value of nothing. You could apply that to the domestic cricket at the moment, couldn't you?
Mm.
I mean, this has got great value to it, but oh no, we'll have a slogfest and sell a bit of beer and make some money.
Anderson to Root, who's just slightly uncomfortable in playing that, takes one hand off the bat and runs it down backward of square leg. Lilly says a brilliant century by Joe Root. He's batting really well. Harry Duke's playing very patiently. And, well,
Yeah,
what can I say about the commentary?
Well, so you're a brilliant commentator, I think, Deutsch, is that what she says?
You're the best third voice. No, at third. Meaning that Scott's second favourite. Here's Anderson bowling to Duke, who's solidly behind that, pushing to mid-on, no run.
What she means is I'm the best one who's not attached to a particular county.
Jimmy Anderson, 21.4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 72 thus far. Leaves us behind in the Headingley sunshine and bowls to Duke, who once again pushes back to him. And there is no run. Well, there's nobody going. They're all out there on northeastern stand at the moment. And out to the east side of the ground. Plenty of sun hats in evidence. Sunglasses. DT said it. More smattering of colour today than we had on the previous 2 days. Anderson bowling to Duke, who again is right behind that, pushing into the offside, no run. End of the 92nd over of this Yorkshire first innings. Then 26 overs still to go today. Yorkshire 257 for 5. We should have an update fairly soon. And then we'll bring in Scott. And DT can go off for a wander, I think.
Hey.
Back to the care home.
Is it apple crumble tonight?
But Harry Duke's it's not his highest score, this DT, 33. 250s to his name, but he really feels like he's growing into something a bit more here. The way he's played this, he's been out there. Yeah. I'm not sure whether it's his longest innings in terms of time, but it can't be far off, can it? It's been out there for over 3 hours now. You know, what a great experience in building with the bat for his career.
Yeah.
Here's Tom Bailey bowling at Root, who pushes into the offside, no run. And with those couple of agreeable yeses, DT is disappearing. He's heard enough of this music that's on. No idea what it is, but anyway. Townsend leaving the chair with words of encouragement. Big appeal on Joe Root here. Bailey was the bowler, but not given. Yeah, got the white rose headdress on. How did you know that? Did you watch my video this morning, Liz? White rose in the lapel. Just everything's white at the moment, of course. Well, thank you very much, my darling. Thank you very much. Yorkshire 257 for 5. He's done it again, Liz. Joe Root, what a man. Just when they needed somebody to put up 3 figures on the board, he's got 110 not out. He's just survived a reasonable shout for LBW, but he's still there. Make that 111 now with the single he's just played. And Harry Duke, who's been out there with him for quite some time, just over 3 hours in fact, he's 33 not out. So this 6th wicket partnership as it is for Yorkshire, worth 124. And my, did they need it. They still need a lot more. They're 308 runs behind and there's 25 overs left today. But they're gradually working themselves towards what I might describe as a more comfortable, if not yet completely comfortable position. Oh, it is. They're enjoying themselves in the crowd here. They've had something to cheer at last, because Yorkshire, the previous session was the first one of the match really that they've sort of come out on top. They didn't manage to lose a wicket in the whole 2 hours, and nobody left the seats. I did have a wander out actually to the back of the northeast stand when I was on a little break between commentary spells, and yeah, plenty of how do we describe it, Liz? Long drinks in the Headingley sunshine, and no little on the cake front either. You've not asked me about cakes today as well, you know. Sadly not. No, we've had a bit of flapjack wrapped in cellophane and a bit of that sort of fruit malt loaf stuff going on. Yeah, we need some improvements on the catering front, I think. Yes. Yeah, I'm sure it'll probably provide satisfaction. Start me up. Speak to you next week. Or even tomorrow. I'm forgetting my days. Liz back on Sunday as well. 260 for 5 then Yorkshire after that little interlude. Route 111. But it's Duke on strike. And that's pushed out into the offside. Final ball of the over. 260 for 5 then. Route 111 and Duke on 33. Partnership now worth 126.
And you feel like this is the game, isn't it? Potentially here. These overs after tea, Lancashire taking the second new ball straight away. If Duke and Root can get through this little period, bat for the bulk of these remaining 25 overs, then that is a long way to kind of making it all secure for Yorkshire. So yeah, it's an important little period that the match potentially could be defined by this new ball spell. Lancashire need Anderson and need Bailey, if they can, to try and get some. There's been a couple of appeals, haven't they? I mean, the first ball with that new ball that Bailey sent down, they thought there was a ledge behind. Anderson's in, driven handsomely for 4 by Root. Don't think Jimmy enjoyed that too much. I think Joe did. A lovely shot out towards the deep point boundary. And Root moves on to 115. And the score moves on to 264 for 5.
Yeah, beautiful shot.
Lovely, yeah. Picture perfect day. Could not really have gone any better for Root. First game here at Headingley this summer. His second game back, but right at the very start of his return to cricket for the summer ahead. A busy year it will be for him as Anderson comes in. Clipped down to fine leg for 4 more, and he moves on to 119. It's 268 for 5, and in a Roses match in the sunshine with a decent crowd, perfect day for Joe Root.
Yeah, and I think the problem with the new ball is, as we know, it's that little bit harder and it travels that little bit more quickly. So if you don't get it quite right, you can be picked off for a few quick runs. Yorkshire have found that themselves in some matches this year, and even Jimmy Anderson got it wrong on a couple of occasions there. What sort of a riposte has he got? It's just 7 overs or so old now.
2 slips and a gully. Anderson to Root. It is Root that's won the over so far. He's up onto his toes and just works the ball away into the onside. Jogs through for a single. And he moves on to 120 not out. And Yorkshire to 269 for 5. And it brings Duke back on strike. And the partnership is 135 between these two.
And when you watch him play, time after time, when he comes back to play for Yorkshire, I'm sure it'll be the same with other players at other counties, but you know, he's a top draw test player. You can just see the difference between what he's got and what the regular county players got.
Anderson bowls, fullish ball to Duke. And that's played out towards wide mid-on, where Bailey fields and there's no run.
And that's why when you watch somebody like Harry Brook play, you know, yeah, okay, we talk him up, but what you see when you watch him play is not a million miles away from what you see from Joe Root when he comes back to play. The ease with which he can pick off the runs.
Anderson to Duke, and let's turn to the leg side for no run. He was brilliant this morning, wasn't he? And that was a fantastic couple of hours cricket this morning, and Duke was one of the highlights in it. I mean, that on drive he hit at the start of his innings was probably the best shot of the match. He played some wonderful shots. He looked in brilliant nick. I think Root was at the other end admiring everything and thinking, blimey, this lad's in good form. And it sounded so good, didn't it, off the bat, everything he hit. Anderson to Duke again, out towards the onside for no run. And that completes the over. 269 for 5, Root 120, Duke on 33. So Yorkshire are 297 runs behind.
Yeah, still with a lot of work to do. 417 needed to avoid being asked to follow on. To just avoid that question possibly being asked, DT suggesting that they wouldn't do it anyway.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I mean, so it's been a long day potentially in the field. I mean, the only way Lancashire are going to win the game, I think, is by enforcing the follow on. But and I understand the point that they might want to give the bowlers a little bit of a break, but
You're not going to be able to give them that much of a break, are they?
not really. No. I think if they're in a position where they could enforce it, I'd be amazed if they didn't. Because I think it's the only way they can win it from this position, really.
So here is Balderson from the Howard stand end. Full-length delivery, Yorker-length delivery, which Joe Root traps between bat and Headingley turf. No change over the 3 days. To the look of that strip, looks a good one from up here on high, the 4th floor of the stand, the pavilion. Nice straw colour. Obviously starting to get some of the footmarks from the bowlers follow through in there. Balderson has a reasonable length follow through as he bowls this one to Root, who pushes it back to him. They've dropped out a man back sweeping in front of square on the leg side boundary over on the east side of the ground. There's also a long leg right out on the rope as well. That's the shorter of the two boundaries. Mid on, mid off. Cover, point. Phil Salt, of course, with the keeping gloves on and 2 slips to his right. Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. Root just playing slightly across this one. Opens the face. And it's out for a single into the offside. There's also a third man who had missed. That's Stephen Croft.
Yep.
Gradually getting used to the numbers that Scott didn't provide me with on the opening day.
I was a bit poor with that, wasn't I? I mean, I've only been watching him for 10 years.
Well, what numbers are your players, Scott? I don't know.
I did say I knew Croft, but I was pretty confident he was 15.
Because we like to help each other in the commentary box.
Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain.
Balderson with an angled bat. Duke playing to Gully, where Croft himself does a little bit of a attempted backward roll after stopping it. Duke wanders off again, almost like he's having a chat with the square leg umpire. What do you think to that? Was that a good leave? I play that all right? Do I need to get my front foot across a bit more?
Yeah, Stephen Mullaney reckons, and he said this to me last year.
Balderson interrupts that and bowls to Duke. There's an appeal for LBW. Looked too high to me.
Yeah, I agree. He reckons that he can name the squad numbers of every player in Division 1.
Good effort.
Yeah. So I
Get on Mastermind for that, shouldn't they?
Absolutely. I don't, whether he's still kind of right up to date with all the latest squad numbers, I've no idea. But so I threw a few names at him, like random names. Came back with the squad numbers, and I double checked, and they were all spot on.
Balderson again to Duke, flicking it into the vacant mid-wicket region for a single. The Diamonds got 177 for 5. Lauren Winfield Hill, 96 of them. Good effort. She really did carry the innings, didn't she? And our very own, Katie Levick back in the box tomorrow here. Well, she'll be able to give us a full report as to why she didn't make it out to the middle with the bat. She's bowled an over for 12 so far. And what are they? 79 without loss, Lightning, halfway through.
Yep, 99 needed. 10 overs to get them. Loads of wickets in hand. The Thunder made 102 for 7. So Emma Lamb with 23, the only real contribution with the bat. So they ain't got much to defend, and the Southern Vipers are well on course. They're 85 for 2, so the Vipers, actually a wicket for Kate Cross and one for Lamb as well, but they need just 18 to win, the Southern Vipers.
Talking of Lamb, Danny?
Yeah, he's here.
Right.
I think he may have been named in the squad, but he's been running a few drinks out a few times. Danny Lamb, he did start the season. I think he lost his place in the side last week. They've got options in that kind of 6, 7, 8, 9 position as Anderson comes in to Duke. It's a short ball which he leaves. Them kind of all-rounding options. They've got the Luke Wood, they've got Daniel Land, they've got George Balderson. They can all kind of operate in that little bracket in the team. At the minute, it's Balderson that's in there ahead of Daniel Lamb, whose sister is Emma. Looks like being on the losing cause for the Thunder. You can hear the closing stages of that match on the BBC Sport website and the app. Short ball from Anderson, and Duke gets up onto his toes and just drops it away into the offside. There's a few noises again by Lancashire because the ball did run back towards his stumps, but I think he was okay.
Anderson has certainly put his back into it. There's no question about it. Not just going through the motions playing county cricket at all. He's only got the one wicket to his name, but there's been every effort from him.
Into his 24th over. Short again from Anderson, and Duke just drops his back leg, and his knee touches the pitch as he crouches down, gets out the way of that, again through to Salt. Duke remains on 34 from 180 deliveries.
Just trying a different angle of attack here now, Scott. He's going round the wicket. He's asked for a leg slip, which he's got. So I think we know what might be coming.
Yes, a leg slip, short leg, deep square leg, and long leg. Anderson right arm around the wicket and guided away down towards the gully region where it's stopped by Croft, but he just deflects the ball actually, just further out towards the point boundary. It allows Duke to get through for 1. Takes his total on to 35, and Yorkshire on to 272 for 5.
22.2 overs remaining, as Richie would have said. And yeah, I think Yorkshire's prime aim is to go to the end of the day without losing another one. That's probably starting to, if you like, creep into the little chat maybe between them out there. Come on, let's just count them down in 6s.
It's the game, that really, isn't it? I mean, that's these final 22 overs. Yorkshire getting to the close of play, and they're still batting. They're not far off being done. There's Anderson to Root. Gets a single here, just squeezing the ball into the offside. Good running, that. Little drop and go from Root. Moves him on to 121 not out. And Yorkshire to 273 for 5.
Yeah, still to come for Yorkshire. Dominic Bess, of course. Normally be at 7, wouldn't he? Because of Tom Lowton going in last night. He's shunted down 1 to 8. There'll be Jordan Thompson at 9 as a result, and Stephen Patterson at 10. Harris Ralph, doubtless 11.
Anderson's going to ball around the wicket to Duke again with that leg side field set. And the balls, it is short, and Duke is able to get underneath it and taken by the keeper. End of the over. Anderson's bowled unchanged from the Kirkstall Lane end since we got back underway after tea. We've seen the first bowling change come from the rugby stand end, which was Balderson replacing Bailey. Anderson's spell might be done. That's a little moral victory. Well, it's not a little one, it's a significant moral victory for these two batters if they can get through a new ball of Anderson and Bailey.
Yeah, good effort. That's 10 overs that they've had with the new ball, second new ball, and they've managed to weather those early moments. It's going to be George Balderson then. 1 for 41 from 14, coming in and bowling right arm over to Root, who's punched that one back past the bowler. Mid-ons round to field, but Joe Root was off as quick as you like, and well supported by Duke. They've got through for another one.
Should we have a little scout around the grounds, see what's happening in the other fixtures? I'm drawn to the game actually to begin with in Division 2 because that is well advanced. Middlesex against Nottinghamshire. Middlesex are into their second innings and they're 9 for 2. Notts declaring on 295 for 5, and Luke Fletcher's having some game. He's scored 100 runs in the match so far. And he's picked up the first 2 Middlesex wickets as well. They were 0 for 2. Crikey.
Balderson bowling here to Duke, pushing into the offside, no run.
So they're needing 507 more runs, and Notts are 8 wickets away from a victory at Lord's. That's a Division 2 game. We'll continue into Division 2 since we started there. Leicestershire 146 for 4. They're playing Sussex this week.
What, the wilderness of Division 2?
They trail by 94 with 6 wickets remaining.
Balderson to Duke, dropping into the pitch. This time, no run.
I don't know whether it was spotted when you and Dave were on together, but Marnus Labuschagne dismissed Ben Stokes. Stokes out for 26, caught by, actually was stumped by Cook off the bowling of Labuschagne.
Yeah, Marty mentioned it on a tweet, which we then did. Here's Balderson again, nicely played by Duke, flicked into the leg side. It's beaten the diving mid-wicket, and so that's enabled them to get through for 2. 37 to Duke, 276 for 5.
So Durham are all out for 244. So Glamorgan need 191 runs to win. And Derbyshire are playing Worcestershire this week. Big first innings score here for Derbyshire at 559 for 8.
Here's Balderson again. Now then, nice little touch shot by Duke. He's helped it on its way round to long leg. And he'll pick up another couple. 39 to him now. And 278 for 5.
That's in response to a Worcestershire total of 368 all out. So a lead for Derbyshire over Worcestershire of 189 runs as it stands on first innings with 2 wickets remaining. Day 3 of that game as well. They're the Division 2 games.
Fletch will be happy. So Duke on strike, 39. Balderson 2 left in the over, and Duke's hit it straight along the deck. I hasten to add to mid-wicket this time. Russell Walker suggesting that Root can play a bit.
In Division 1, Sam Haynes 112 not out. Will Rhodes made 99 before being dismissed by Jack White. Warwickshire are 327 for 4. replying to a Northamptonshire total of 597 for 6 declared. So Warwickshire trailed Northants by 270 runs with 6 wickets remaining at Edgbaston. 2 other Division 1 games. Kent are playing Surrey this week. That huge first innings total by Surrey, 671 for 9 declared. And Kent 230 all out. And then batting again, Kent 22 without loss. There's still 419 runs behind Surrey.
Luke Wood, meanwhile, coming back on at the Kirkstall Lane end, on for 43 from 11 so far for him. Quiz question from Julian Woodman. Julian sent this in yesterday. I hadn't seen it because it dropped into my junk, but I'll still ask the question anyway. It's somebody from DT's area who'll probably be able to answer it. And he says, who played for Worcestershire in an away fixture in Yorkshire in the 1970s and yet was playing on his home ground?
Here is Wood. Was the end of the Anderson spell. Wood left arm around the wicket, bowls, and Root defends to extra cover, and there's no run.
The answer was indeed, as you may have heard from the back of the box from Dave Townsend, Ted Hemsley, who played for Worcestershire and of course played football as well for Sheffield United, and was playing in a cricket match away for Worcestershire at Bramall Lane, his home ground for Sheffield United. This happened at least once in 1973, but possibly on other occasions. Thanks, Julian. Nice fella, Ted. Used to see him in the betting ring.
There's Wood around the wicket, bowls, and Root drives out through the offside. There's a little bit of cover in the deep there at with Stephen Croft on the cover boundary, so just a single to Root, who's to 124, and Yorkshire to 279 for 5.
Not suggesting Ted was having a bet, by the way. He worked in the ring. May still do. I've not seen him for a while, but then again, it's not like I've been on too many race courses myself since COVID hit.
Was that the same person that set yesterday's quiz question?
Don't think so,
okay.
No.
Right. Duke 39 not out. Wood from the Kirkstall Lane end, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Duke. Played up towards mid-on, there's no run. Just to complete the scores from elsewhere, the Gloucestershire-Somerset game is the final game we've not mentioned, the Cider Derby. Gloucestershire 110 for 6 in their second innings, trailing Somerset by 295 runs. Somerset declaring on 591 for 7. Gloucestershire 186 and now 110 for 6. Still 295 behind. 2 slips, gully, point, short leg, deep square, short ball from Wood, and Duke rather ducks underneath it. And through to the keeper, and there's no run. They put quite a bit of short stuff in the direction of Harry Duke, and he's not been massively troubled so far. He's not really taken any on. He's kind of dodged and ducked out the way of them so far, pretty comfortably, it would seem, from here.
Well, it's fairly placid pitch, isn't it? So you've really got to bang it in that little bit shorter to get the bounce you want, and then you're telegraphing it, really. So it's not been easy to bowl a perfect short ball.
Now a leg slip as well, so looks like there's more coming in his direction. Left arm over, short again. There he goes, getting underneath it, crouching down, springing back up, scratching out in the crease, and then walking away towards square leg.
Yeah, it's first class knock at Glamorgan last year, when he see him now still running out of the dressing room more or less to go to the middle, and he was out first ball, playing one to square leg. So, you know, it's happened before already that he's kind of not quite timed one as well as he might. Joe Root said afterwards, it's a shot I've seen him play really well, so, you know, I'd encourage him to go play it again. He just got it wrong today, first ball.
Short again from Wood, and again Duke ain't interested. He's just got out the way of all of them. He's not, I don't think, once tried to take on a short ball. He's either got underneath it, swayed back, crouched down, everything he can just to not be tempted into trying to pull or hook. This field was very deliberately set, and he has resisted all, I say temptation, but he never looked for a second like he was, in truth. Completes Woods first over back into the attack. And after a short spell from George Balderson, we're going to see Matt Parkinson for the first time since tea, because Lancashire took the second new ball straight after the tea interval. But Parkinson, who bowled all through the afternoon session, is coming back into the attack. He's picked a 1 for 55. The wicket this morning of Harry Brook, who batted so well. It was a shame for the Yorkshire supporters watching that it was relatively short-lived, but it was brutal at times. It was superbly entertaining. Hit it so crisply, it sounded so good off the bat. Looks like a player in fine form, and the runs he's got this season would back that up. But he was the wicket to Parkinson. He came advancing down the pitch, and the ball just turned away past the outside edge and hit his stumps. And all the wickets that Lancashire have got today, the 3 wickets that Lancashire have got today, all came in that morning session. It was a really even, competitive morning, which has been in contrast really to the other sessions which have been dominated by the bat. This morning wasn't. It was a real intriguing battle between bat and ball. But the afternoon reverted to type for this Roses fixture, with batters on top and runs being scored. And now Lancashire have gone back to Matt Parkinson to see if he can conjure up a little bit of magic. Kevin House.
He needs to do quite a bit of conjuring, doesn't he?
He does. He does. He needs to conjure a lot. Yeah.
20 overs left today. 287. All this hard work. And that follow-on still seems a long way away, doesn't it, really? Yeah. And that's what I admire about the mentality of the situation from the batter's point of view. I mean, Rotie's been there, he's done it. Duke, in his part of his career, still fairly early on in everything, asking serious questions of him. But it's Root on 124. Is this my end or your end, my friend? I don't know.
You take it.
You really?
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
Is that right? Parkinson bowls and Root just tickles right round the corner. Have you just been a nice person to me there? Just gets a single there. Moves to 125.
It's all yours.
And scored 280 for 5. Warm in this box today.
It is. There's
Parkinson,
no breeze at all today.
No breeze today.
No breeze today.
Well, you say that, my friend, but there was up until about an hour ago. I think it's disappeared in the last hour or so. I went for a wander.
Did you?
I've been for a wander. I passed the ice cream van.
Yes.
No. Very good. Very well behaved.
Well done.
Thank you. But I couldn't pass the pastry van. The pastry van got me. I was trying to, but there was some sort of magnet there and drew me back.
Disappointing. You disappointed me there.
Duke's on 39. Parkinson about to bolt in. And just, I thought he got something on that to turn it away onto the onside. It seems to just bounced high up into the gloves of the keeper, Salt. Who then whipped the bail off. But the Duke was equal to it. He kept his foot in his place, and all is well from a Yorkshire point of view. Parkinson bowls now a little quicker down the leg side. Oh my gosh, you see the way that span as it whirled this way around. It's running down now towards the boundary. And Wells gets to it now. They're coming back, and they're going to have to be really quick, although it was Duke who was running seemingly to the dangerous end, which was the far end in the end. Root had really he almost lapped him. He was so quick with Root, but he saw the ball coming down towards the Kirksall Lane end here, and he thought, I'm going to go back again. And he did, and the score moves to 83 for 5. Duke on to 39. Root 125 not out. Third session, day 3. Of the LV County Championship encounter, the Roses clash. And it has, with near perfect weather today, been near perfect Roses cricket as well. Plenty of fight from both teams, plenty of endeavour, but Root's on 125. Parkinson bowls now looking to reverse sweep this, and he does. And that brings up the 150 partnership for this pair as well. The crowd are loving it. And shouts of root as well. You don't often get that in county cricket. So I reckon there's a group of international supporters. And why wouldn't there be? I mean, so many international players on show anyway. Fantastic. Duke on strike on 39. Forward, solid defence. The 150 partnership between Root and Duke at 284 for 5. 282 runs. Still, though, they trail Yorkshire. So much work to do. Parkinson's needing to break this one up if he can. He got rid of Harry Brook this morning. At the moment, he can't get rid of the other Harry. Duke, he's still there on 39. And that was just pushing into the offside. 25 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 57. Hard graft all round here, but the ones who are feeling happier with things at the moment, yet still with so much to do, are Root and Duke. 284 for 5, 282 behind.
What type of pastry was it?
Well, good question. Good question. I think I had a bit of custard in it.
Oh, it was a dessert type thing.
Oh, too right it was. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't one of those croissant jobs. I mean, no, nothing like that. Oh, no, it had a bit of class and quality to it. That's why I couldn't pass it by, in fairness.
Okay.
The other thing I did is I got myself up onto the top tier down there at the Howard stand as
You've
well.
been very busy, haven't you?
I have been a busy boy.
Blimey.
I
What
wandered
have you been
around
doing
there,
up there?
got in the lift, pressed the right button, got straight up to the top. Out I came.
Wow.
And I have to say that all I did was I stood on that back row,
Yeah.
looking down. Too steep for me.
Too steep.
Too steep. But there's lovely concourse areas down there as well. It's a really lovely stand, you know.
I've not been in.
It's a long way for you to walk, in fairness, to the other side of the ground.
You've been very busy.
I like to make good use of my time. You see?
I just stood out on the balcony in the sun for half an hour. I feel a bit guilty now.
You get yourself over there tomorrow at some point.
I still can't quite believe that Liam Livingston cleared that stand.
Oh my gosh, he did as well, didn't he?
That's an absolute
Maybe
monster hit.
It was optical illusion.
Wood left arm around the wicket, bowls a short ball, and Root rocks back and pulls it safely down towards long leg for a single. 127 to Root, and Yorkshire 285 for 5. So 281 runs still behind Yorkshire.
I do like a chuckle. Did you hear them chuckling
It was a
downstairs?
chuckle,
Yeah,
wasn't
I
it?
love a
Yeah.
good chuckle. It's been a day to chuckle, hasn't
been,
it?
yeah.
Very relaxed.
I heard
Enjoying
quite,
the cricket.
I heard quite a few, the very distinctive noise of a can being opened quite a few times when I was on the balcony.
A can.
Yes, I suspect people have brought their own liquid refreshment.
You don't get cans down on that level.
Well, maybe it
The executive level?
It may have been the blue seats then. I was
Okay.
hearing the sound. It's Duke just working it off his hip. Out towards square leg for a single. Moves to 40, 286 for 5.
You're accusing the executives of it in the lager cans.
Well, I
or
don't
what?
know where the sound of the can was coming from. But it was
The sound of a popped bottle.
Oh, it wasn't that.
It
No,
wasn't
it
that.
wasn't that. It was definitely a can.
Cans of
Yeah.
lager. Oh yeah, I added the lager, didn't I? You didn't say it was lager.
Well, no, I was making the assumption it was something alcoholic.
Maybe that's the 100's done that to them. Perhaps they've decided to go all lagerish instead of champagne now down there.
Fuller ball from Wood to Root, who drives away into the offside for a single. 128, not out. 287 for 5.
Anyway, the sound of people enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
Relaxed.
Relaxed.
Oh, another bit of enjoying
Absolutely,
themselves as
yeah.
well, yeah.
Must be a strong lager.
And if you notice, there's always somebody here with a sneeze. We heard them today. There's always somebody's having a good old sneeze down there as well. As if it may be a bit of pollen. You suffer with
I
it,
do,
don't you?
yeah, I do.
How's it been this summer
I can
for you?
feel it coming.
Can you?
Yeah. I took a tablet this morning. I think that's just holding it back. But
You get it bad. And
last year, Durham last year was always bad.
yeah, but we stick to the
Wood left arm over the wicket balls to Duke. That's worked out towards short leg, and there's no run.
Our colleague Marty's not going to be a happy bunny at the moment, is he? I mean, he seemingly fell away a bit there, did Durham. 244 all out, target of 191. They still need to be scored, those runs. Glamorgan knocked 3 of them off at the moment, 3 for no wicket. They're at Chesler Street. I bet that's looking a picture on the daylight today.
Beautiful.
Beautiful big skies over Gateshead and Newcastle.
Wood short again to Duke. Again, shows absolutely zero interest in going after it, but it was short and it was wide in truth. It wasn't a particularly well directed short ball, and Wood turned quickly on his heels and was walking back to his mark.
Seemingly got 1 or 2 technical issues down at Beckenham in the game between Kent and Surrey. Our very good close friend and colleague Churchy helping out as always just by taking photographs of everybody. Whilst others do the work, try and get them back on air. It's good to have photographic evidence, isn't it? I mean,
that's true, yeah. Someone has to document it, I suppose. Yeah. Last ball of the over, Wood to Duke. Better shorter ball. He has to play it. He gets right on top of the bounce and guides it safely away into the leg side for no run. That is the 100th over of the Yorkshire first innings. Got 18 left to go today.
And also 10 more for points.
Yes.
Of which the Lankies have picked up just 1 so far with the bowling here. The batting, did you make a note of that? I didn't.
I think it was 3.
Okay, well, we'll take that for now. Yorkshire, though, 10 overs in which they score another 13 runs would get them a 300, another batting point, give them 3 batting. 5 wickets standing, and Root is currently on strike, 128 not out. Luke Wells ordering people around down here. What's he doing? Just sending the fielder behind square on the leg side. Parkinson's going to eventually come around the wicket, and Joe Root's just thinking to himself, well, hold on, what's going on here? What's occurring here? Parkinson is now going to bowl. Comes around the wicket. He looks to reverse, does Joe, and he does. All along the ground, safely enough. Keen contest, which Root at the moment is coming up the better to the value of 129 runs. At 288 for 5.
The Thunder have lost.
Have they?
To the Southern Vipers in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
We've got personal interest in that game, haven't we? Yeah. In various ways.
Yeah.
It's me again, it isn't it? Parkinson. The ball's to Duke, and that's out into the lakeside. I was just having a little look over your shoulder if any of our friends have done well today.
Well, Kate Cross got a wicket.
Duke on 40. Driven up to mid-off, and no run.
Hartley got a bit of tap.
You can't say that.
Oh, I just did.
What are the figures?
3 overs for 32.
3.3 overs.
3.3 overs.
Don't forget those extra 3 deliveries.
Yeah, 3.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
She's made a really good start to the summer, to the season as well. She's done really well in that competition, the county T20. Next. Looking to ramp this, and I don't know if he's ramped it onto his stumps. He's been bowled either way. Duke has gone. Parkinson removes Duke. He's bowled in for 40. 288 for 5 as Duke makes his way off. Make that 6 down now. And Parkinson, eventually, his patience is rewarded. Duke, actually, well, he was looking to be innovative. He's seen Joe Root do his bit and play the sort of shots that you might expect Joe to play. But in the end, Duke has gone, bowled by Parkinson for 40. It is 288 for 6. And I have to say, really impressive innings, which perhaps came to a sad end in the end. But, you know, he's been out there for long enough. I guess he feels he just wants himself to take the challenge back a little bit to Parkinson. I'm afraid it's been his undoing.
Yeah, it wasn't a great way to get out, that was it?
202 balls he faced, 3 fours, 229 minutes. We called the whole thing an education, didn't we? Out there with Joe Root. It came in at a really difficult time. He steadied that ship. I mean, it could all just fallen around and out from a Yorkshire point of view. So he held that together. So the whole thing's an education, and maybe even, dare I say, a bit of learning as well from that dismissal.
Yeah, wasn't a great way to get out, and it's a shame because it was a crucial partnership for Yorkshire, because the 3 wickets that fell in the morning session, Lancashire felt pretty upbeat about things. But you look at the runs that they scored, but also the balls that they faced. 359 deliveries absorbed by those two, of which, as Kevin mentioned, 202 of them for Duke. So he's played his part. It's a very, very good partnership. 154 runs. It's eaten up the entire afternoon session. He's got deep into the evening session. They've done a terrific job. Great partnership, and he has played his part in that, certainly in helping to try and save the match for Yorkshire. But that's wicket for Lancashire, and for Parkinson, his second, bringing Don Bess out to the middle.
It does. You know, the context of it all is to say, because of the way he's played the innings and because he's just been so brilliant out there, actually, it just adds to the disappointment of the way that he was out. But Parkinson kept at it, kept churning away out there, and just got totally the wrong line, and his bravery was his undoing on that delivery.
Got runs last year, didn't he, Duke, in the Roses game?
Yeah, 288 for 6 here, Yorkshire. Parkinson bowls, and this is Bess into the offside, and no run.
Got a 50, didn't he, I think, at Old Trafford. He batted really well. It was a very similar type of innings, wasn't it, I think, last year in that game in Manchester?
Yeah. I mean, my memory is an absolute shocker. but there's Bess faces his next delivery. Drives handsomely, but well stopped at extra cover. This felt a little bit more controlled. Even with all the match, I mean, there he was fighting to save the game, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, yeah.
But here, today, it didn't seem such a battle. He seemed to be more in control of everything until that dismissal. I mean, have we seen? I haven't seen every ball he faced, but how much of that sort of approach have we seen from Duke in that innings? That may have even been the first time he had a go at doing anything like that. I don't know. Maybe there've been a few before, but anyway, you know, perhaps it's not for us to concentrate on that dismissal as such, but just look at the innings and the value of it and that partnership. It also, of course, adds 6 wicket down, gives Lancashire another bonus point.
It gives them a bit of an opening, doesn't it, as well? 17 overs left. I mean, Root looks like he could just bat all week. But Bess at the other end, it gives them something to work with, a little inkling, perhaps, a little opening for Lancashire. Left arm round the wicket. Root rocks back, pulls safely down towards long leg for a single. Moves to 130, but that's okay, because Lancashire want to have a go at Bess as much as they can. And the field will change with Don Bess on strike. See, field is just creeping up on the offside. There were plenty set back on the boundary. Stephen Croft is walking out from kind of deep point to either second slip or gully. There's a short leg. That's Keaton Jennings. There's a deep backward square leg. A long leg, short mid wicket, and mid on. So there's plenty on the leg side, and there are 2 slips, backward point and mid off. And Wood's going to bowl left arm over the wicket to Bess with this heavy set leg side field. In fact, the second slip's now gone to leg slip, so there's loads of bodies leg side. So here's Wood steaming his way back in, bowls a short ball, and Bess ducks underneath it. And taken by Phil Salt, and there is no run. 289 for 6. Yorkshire in their first innings, evening session, with the ground bathed in sunshine, bright blue sky above us. Yorkshire supporters have enjoyed watching Root bat. They've enjoyed a terrific partnership between Root and Duke. Lancashire might just fancy trying to muscle their way back in it and see if they can wrap up the other end. Root, in truth, doesn't look like getting out, but they've got a chance with the new batter there. Again, the field changes, so the short mid-wicket now goes to point. So we're back to, there's a slip and a gully, leg slip, point, wide mid-off, forward short leg, deep square, long leg. And Bess defends a ball that's decent length, and he's up onto his toes again to play it on top of the bounce, and it rolls back down the pitch, and there is no run.
Just like all the proper investigators, Scott, I've been looking at the video evidence over and over again.
Right.
And things came to light a little later on, having seen that. I think that Duke on that dismissal, he thought the ball was so wide that it wasn't going to cause any problem, and he just got down to try and affect that ramp shot. But it's what took place after the dismissal which has just caught my eye.
Oh, you tease. Wood in, bowling to Bess, who defends, no run. Kevin.
As all the tension was on, Duke making his way off, Dane Villas had a word with the umpire, Paul Pollard. And it seemed to be about maybe some jiggery-pokery with the boot and maybe scraping away a little. Now, I don't know if it was Joe Root or somebody just a little bit in that danger area where maybe just trying to scuff things up a little bit. I mean, why he would want to do that, I don't know. Anyway, so there was some sort of chat which then led umpire Pollard to sort of signal to Dane. No, it's okay, it's under control. And then went and had a word with Joe, and Joe did a little bit of sort of holding his hands up and all that. But maybe...
It's Wood to Bess. That's played nicely, actually, off his hip. And getting it down into the ground beyond the reach of Jennings at forward short leg, and there's no run.
Don't know if you noticed, was it a couple of balls before that, Joe was sort of jumping around a little and making out he was going to bat left-handed or whatever. There's stuff going off out there, you know. But there definitely was a conversation between the Lancashire captain and Pollard, and he went to have a word with Joe. Now, Joe, I'm sure, was an innocent party in all of this. But I just noticed that.
You spotted that on the replay.
I did.
You're eagle-eyed, aren't you?
I am.
Even after your pastry. Left arm around the wicket, short again, but short but wide of off stump and ignored by Bess, and through to the keeper. 289 for 6 at the end of that over. 16 remaining today. And we will get them all in, that's for certain today. The floodlights on yesterday at one stage, but could not ask for a better end to the evening. Will Parkinson continue? Will they change things around now they've got themselves a little opportunity? Roots on strike, and will be. He's in quite lengthy conversation with Don Bess. The two umpires are also in quite a lengthy conversation with each other as well. And now Luke Wells is having his say. Will be Parkinson to continue.
I mean, I don't think I've seen it. It'll be running down the pitch that maybe they're talking about. You know, that golden area that you're supposed to run around it a little bit, aren't you? And
the danger zone.
The danger zone. Perhaps we're looking for things that aren't there, Scott. But I started it.
You did.
But there was definitely there was a conversation about something which.
And there was again then between the two umpires.
Villas wasn't best. Or interested, say no, wasn't best pleased. Anyway, Roots on 130, again goes to reverse, and he does so. It's a little bit uppish, but it's safe behind square on the leg side, and they'll go through for 131, 290 for 6. But it does seem as though, for young Duke, he saw what Joe was doing, and he thought, well, I'll have a little bit of fun and games out here as well, maybe. As I say, we mustn't take away from actually the main crux of the Duke story today, which is giving Yorkshire half a chance here and more of perhaps saving the game. And he produced a terrific innings for those 40 runs. Yorkshire remain on 290 for 6. Still got 15 over, about an hour to go. We've got bit of spin, so
Aye, yeah,
maybe on time, yeah. And it's Bess facing. Work to the left-hand side of Keaton Jennings, who's standing there at forward short leg. They'll go through for 1. So finally, Bess is off the mark. And 291 for 6 is the score. Is it Eurovision Song Contest tonight?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. I've got to time my return home just late enough to say that I can't go to a party we've been invited to.
Have
It's
you?
going to be touching, yeah, a bit of a Eurovision Song Contest party. Can you really see me enjoying one of those? Can you? No.
Would you be expected to dress up like a... Is it like a fancy dress thing?
It's not happening.
No?
It's not happening. I don't even know. Do we have an entry?
Oh, we must do it.
Is it still Brotherhood of Man? Root on 131. And that's worked by Root onto the onside, and they'll go through for 1. If it's Brotherhood of Man, I mean, I'll certainly get dressed up there with the flares.
See, I knew you'd be tempted.
It's never been the same since Johnny Logan won it 10 years on the bounce for Ireland. Parkinson, oh my gosh, he's done that a few times. Mind you, I don't think he's quite followed through like that before. I mean, he's bowled it so wide, he's thrown so much into it, he's ended up flat out on his chest out there, and he can barely bring himself to pick himself up again. No, because he's not. He's given him 10 out of 10 for presentation there and entertainment, but he hasn't, and it probably was a wide. Well, it isn't. Okay, it should be maybe, but it hasn't been given. Parkinson in again, and Root drives that square on the offside. I agree with you, David, but I don't think it was signal. I don't think it was signal, was it? I don't think it was. 292 for 6. I was, to be honest, concentrating, and maybe the umpire was a bit on Parkinson and the fact that he was flat out. Route 132, Bess on 1, and it's all fairly steady again from Yorkshire's point of view. They've got 7 overs in which to score these 8 runs for what could be a valuable extra bonus point. Hampshire. In fact, this happened with you not down there, didn't it? I think for 2 weeks on the bounce, and yours was the second one. They lost a point for overrate. You never know. It has, and I don't want to talk to Middlesex about it because they do tend to bang on about the Arrowgate and all that sort of thing. And
he's still talking about
they're
that.
still talking, and he's still
Goodness.
chirping away over there. I mean, he claims now to be a Yorkie, but he's still chirping on behalf of Middlesex. But seriously, there have been teams relegated in circumstances a little bit more understanding than understandable than Middlesex one. Nottinghamshire, I think, were one a few years ago. We went from winning the championship to being relegated the next season. I think went down 1 point.
The game with Hampshire and Lancashire on that Sunday washed out, but we had to wait because they were trying to get back on for half an hour to
put it right.
To put it right, yeah. Luke Wood, left arm around the wicket bowls, and Joe Root with a late cut down to third man for a single. 293 for 6.
You seem to forget that I have a very clear memory of that day, having driven down from Nottingham the night before.
Yes, yeah.
To drive all the way back up again. That was the day of the 5 o'clock bad light stop plays here with Yorkshire in a good position to win that game. It also was the day of Derbyshire Glamorgan, where from nowhere it came to life. And got to mention on the Tail Enders podcast did that.
Did it?
Yeah, apparently a message got round to all the Tail Enders to get yourself on, as they say, get yourself on this. And it was, because they all talk like that on Tail Enders, get yourself on this. And it was, getting all excited about Derbyshire versus Glamorgan, as Glamorgan were in the chase.
And where were you?
I was in Southampton. But you know, master of ceremonies, I was looking after things, making sure that everybody knew what was going on.
Sam Ryder is the UK entry for this year's Eurovision.
Come on, Sam.
And he'll perform the song Spaceman.
Spaceman?
Spaceman.
Nil point.
Oh, dear. Wood to Bess, who defends back down the pitch, and there's no run. He's going to perform, I'm reading this, he's going to perform late, which apparently is better. If you perform at the start, you have no chance, according to this article I'm reading. But if one of the later performers, you've got a better chance of winning.
I get that, because in the days when I used to enjoy it, as I say, Johnny Logan, 10 years on the bounce for Ireland, you'd start off, and the first two songs, they'd be your marker. But then the next song would come along and think, oh, I think that was a little bit better. And then, but of course, by the time you got to songs 12 and 14, you'd pretty much forgotten what the second song was like anyway. So that makes a lot of sense.
Could have been with a chance. Wood to Bess. It's fallen off stump. It's driven. But Bailey's had extra cover to field, and there's no run. 2.93 for 6. I mentioned the Thunder losing in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Southern Vipers winning by 8 wickets. Better news for the Northern Diamonds.
Oh, at Loughborough, yeah.
They've beaten the Lightning.
Yeah, but you see what Lauren got? Lauren was Fifth Hill?
Yeah, she's 90 on, is she?
Yeah.
96.
Yeah. Of how many balls did it say that?
Okay.
Sorry.
51. Wood to Bess. And he defends and there's no run. Katie did have a ball, but just the 1 over.
Is she on commentary tomorrow? So we better find out what were her figures.
I think she's 1 over for 12.
12, I'll mention that then.
Didn't bowl again.
But she's on a winning side.
Absolutely is. Yeah, Diamonds winning by 39 runs.
We can tell you the most important thing is what the team, the result. You played your part. So she's travelling from Loughborough up the M1 tonight. Shouldn't be too bad a journey, that should it?
Wood back in, and Bess forward, just pressing it into the offside again. There's no run. 2.93 for 6. 1 ball left of the over, and then we've got 14 left in the day.
Well, that's it from Scott. I've got to leave as well myself in the minute, so we'll. Oh my gosh! I just have to check with the Director General here. We have an option here of DT on his own or going off air. Oh, DG was quite quick in his reply. Good to know the DG's listening. Bess on 1. And Wood it is. Coming in, bowling, a bit shorter, up onto his toes. Nicely played by Bess. Actually, that's 4 runs. Vacant third area. Wide-ish down there. He moves to 5. Takes Yorkshire to 297 for 6. Well, the Director General can be at ease again because we've got Doidge to look after DT.
Do you have to depart?
I do have to depart.
We haven't had a little sort of...
Well, all I want you to talk about is it was very obvious from your disappointment on the dismissal of Duke, but the context of what he's done actually out there for Yorkshire today may be, and then it'll be Jonathan Doidge.
Youngsters, they can't keep the concentration for long enough.
Oh,
can they?
come on now. No.
Batted 3.5 hours, then gave it away.
Exactly. Great effort from him, wasn't it? Great effort.
It was a great effort for 3.5 hours, but he should probably still be out there. And Yorkshire fans will be saying, well, that means Lancashire are going to pick up 1 more point than Yorkshire from this game because he had that rush of blood. No, it was a good innings. But and he'll learn from it. And if he's in that similar situation again, he'll probably think that was a bit of a... Well, it was an abomination of a shot, really, to get out after he batted beautifully and been absolutely... very important for Yorkshire today. First ball of the new over, another reverse sweep as Parkinson goes round the wicket to bowl to Root. Root, when he's bowling around the wicket, adopts a really open stance, a Peter Willie of a stance, and then makes that easy for him to play those deliveries outside the leg stump. So 1 more to the Rootmeister. He moves on to 134. Brings Bess on strike and looks for a drive, looks to beat short extra cover, doesn't do so. Doidge is back.
Aye.
What did you make of young Howie Duke getting out? Well, we should talk more about his innings because it was a good innings, but it was a bit of a brainstorm at the end, wasn't it? Next delivery from Parkinson is just pushed defensively. We've now got a slip and a bat pad on the offside in place.
Yeah, picked the wrong ball, the wrong line.
Yeah.
I was standing out on the top of the northeast stand actually when it happened.
Next delivery from Parkinson brings oohs and ahs, and just played just very solidly by Bess.
I think full credit to him for sticking around. In fact, I think there was a lot of positives about his innings today.
Parkinson again, and that's on leg stump, swung around the corner.
Well fielded by Luke Wood.
Was well fielded. Got a big cheer from the Luke Wood fan club.
It was definitely a boundary had he not got his hands to it, but he dived nicely to his right.
2 runs for that final batting point. I think Yorkshire must get that. As that ball turns past the edge. Pitches in line and turns past Bess's bat.
Yeah, he'd beaten him, hadn't he?
Yeah.
He lost his balance slightly after the ball had gone, which is usually a bit of a telltale sign. He survived it. Yes, on the Duke front, I think, in a sense, I wish he'd have got his highest first-class score out of that, because in terms of the work they put into it...
Deserved it.
Yeah, in that respect he did. I think when you watch him bat, his range of scoring shots is sort of limited, isn't it?
Yeah.
For somebody who would be going in at number 6.
Especially against the spinner.
Good cutter and puller. We did see a drive, because I remarked on it, because we don't often see them. And it's that sort of power aspect. He doesn't have that in his game yet. Whether that will be something he develops or whether he'll always be a touch player, we'll only know with time, I suppose. But he was out there a long time. What was he on at lunch? 11. 29 at tea, finally goes for 40 after what Scott said was 202 deliveries. Yeah, the manner of dismissal was a bit of a shocker, I think you'd have to say. But no, I think he did. If he'd not been there, who knows where they would have been at this stage. So played his hand in an excellent partnership, didn't he?
He did indeed.
But just a shame that people, will reflect on that, and after all that work, they'll say, got it wrong, won't they? Here's Balderson bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end, and lovely punch off the back foot by Root out into the covers where there's a sweeper to keep him to 1. 135 now to the great man, 299 for 6. Another batting point incoming shortly, and that's probably going to be your lot for Yorkshire. Lanks, of course, for the second bowling point with that wicket. And that's another shame, isn't it? In the sense that they were working so hard, they looked like they were barely going to be broken. I'm sure they could have got to 110 overs and not lost that 6th wicket. Not given Lanks another bonus point. Be miserly in that
Well, yeah,
respect.
because that would have levelled up the bonus points. Duke hadn't got out.
Balderson bowling here to Bess, who pushes up to mid-on. Luke Wood picks it up and fires it back into the gloves of Salt.
And you would have to say to not only to get a draw out of the match, but also to get a draw out of the bonus points, or a draw out of the points for the match, would be some achievement for Yorkshire, having been comprehensively outplayed really for the first 2 days, 2 days in a session, first 7 sessions really. This afternoon session was the first one they won.
Balderson coming in again, past umpire Saggers, nicely
Oh,
punched
there it
this
is.
time by Bess, who gets another couple through the covers, takes him on to 7, and that is applause for the 2 runs that takes Yorkshire to a 3rd batting bonus point. 301 for 6, 134 for 5. Well, you wouldn't have said that was nailed on.
You certainly wouldn't.
Last couple of 50s, though, they've slowed up considerably, which has meant that going for a 4th batting point, which at one stage, in terms of the speed at which they were travelling, looked like it may well be on. Not going to be the case now unless something whiz-bang happens in the next few overs. As Balderson's latest delivery is dropped into the offside by Bess, no run. It'd be entertaining to watch, wouldn't it, if they got another 49 in the next 4 overs and 2 balls? Wouldn't think anything of it in a T20 game. Wouldn't bat an eyelid at that, would you, anymore?
No.
Here's Balderson again, this time well down leg. There's a
Oh dear.
Monumentally hopeful appeal, and that has gone for 4 runs down in the shadow. Not much of a shadow at this moment in time, but it is in the shadow of the Howard stand. Did he signal leg buys or bat there? Leg buys, yeah. 11 on the board now. 305 for 6.
That was a very optimistic appeal, and then a very optimistic dive from Phil Salt, the keeper, who chased it all the way to the boundary and almost sort of dived, almost a sort of celebration dive.
Balderson again, ball shaping in towards Bess, which he doesn't play out 100% into the offside as he looked like he might be trying to do, but nonetheless, it dropped safely. He's been out there 25 minutes already for his 7, Route 135, and Yorkshire 305 for the loss of 6.
Who was he who used to do that celebration dive for? It was Klinsmann, wasn't it, in the football?
Oh, yeah.
That was almost like you having chased it all the way back, and he's just sort of, the ball's crossed the boundary, and he just thought, well, I'll put a dive in.
Was that for the greatest club in North London? Spurs?
I think it might have been.
Well, now the FA Cup final's going. That's on today, isn't it?
It's already started, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was 0-0.
Well, it would be when it started, yeah.
Last I saw, after about 12 minutes, I think.
I know Liverpool get a lot of favours, but they always have to start 0-0. Parkinson bowls, and that's swung by Root. Again, he's sort of limping and lolloping along, isn't he? He's got a 4 there. He's got it away fine. Sweep shot, traditional sweep shot.
Still 0-0 at half time.
At half time, what time do they kick off then?
About 45 minutes ago, I suppose. Guessing it was probably
4:45.
Yeah, something like that.
4:45. Odd time, isn't it? The FA Cup finals at 3 o'clock. We know that. It's always been at 3 o'clock. They just mess around with everything. Parkinson bowls to Root, and Root's clobbered that one away down towards Cow Corner, all the way along the ground. It beat a diving short mid-wicket. He's going to pick up another 2. So 311 for 6. The margin is decreasing all the time. Now down to a mere 255 runs behind. I don't think there'll be any sort of collusion between the captains here, will there? After declaration after 110 overs, some sort of target to I doubt it. I think we're looking at a straightforward drawn game tomorrow unless something spectacular happens. Still a long way to avoid that follow on though. Another 106 runs.
Could still take a bit of doing.
Would Lancashire enforce if Yorkshire were that close? Interesting. Parkinson bowls, and that's a thickish inside edge from Root into the onside. They thought about 2 for a while because the fielder had to come in a long way off the boundary, deep mid-wicket.
Interesting to see what decision Lancashire make. I mean, clearly they've got to this stage and there's been no rain in this match yet. They're expecting some rain. That's a norm.
Parkinson bowls to Bess with a slip and a short leg and an ooh and an ah. But no great alarms there. Last ball then of the over for Parkinson. This is his 29th over. Completes it with the ball turned square. Root wants a single. He's making out that he's sort of a bit tired there, but he's keen to run the runs, isn't he? An old man's lollop at times, he puts in.
Phil Vaughan has emailed in. You can do the same. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. He's enjoying the comms. Says it really is the sound of the summer. I only rediscovered the joys of the county game back in that fabulous few months of 2018. Today's been especially good with some ethereal cameo comments from Brent Truman.
Oh, right.
I agree with Chris, he says, who wrote to you earlier expressing some frustration when 5 Sports Extra hands back to the IPL or any other sport, in my opinion. I recently completed a project to create a multi-room audio system with Raspberry Pi computers, so when on Sports Extra I have you broadcasting in perfect sync all through the house and can't miss a ball. Very good and clever as Root pushes this first ball of Balderson's over out into the offside and there's no run.
I'm guessing he's single.
He says, when you disappear, the software I use doesn't have a web browser, which means I'm back on my laptop with tinny speakers. So, if there are any BBC technical folk listening, please consider publishing the streaming URL links for the BBC local radio stations.
Definitely single.
Here's Balderson bowling to Root, who's driving up to mid-off, no run. He goes on, my earliest memory of the game was probably about 1965 at primary school, where the headmaster was a keen fan. We had basic facilities and our playing field was just that, a field on which we played. Mr. Beardmore. Mr. Beardmore, a local farmer, allowed the school to use the field adjacent to the playground, but we had to share it with his cattle. I generally think cattle are a bit lazy and rarely clean up properly after themselves, so going instinctively for a diving catch at cow corner was usually not entirely risk-free.
Oh, I can just picture that.
And he goes on a bit more, which I'll tell you more in a moment, because Balderson, who's just been adjusting his footwear, I think, is coming in to bowl here to Root, who's dropping out an easy single in the point region that's vacant because there's a man set back, so moving on to 1-4-3, Yorkshire to 3-1-3 for 6. So Phil goes on. I lost touch a bit. This resonates. Teenage hormones, loud music, girls. What are you shaking your head for, DT? But it came back in 1981 after IT Botham started lording it about and changed the game somewhat. Yes, I was there. I remember pleading short office breaks for Gucci's triple century, and for reasons I can't quite remember, I was in an Australian bar in 2005. A good delivery here from Balderson. There's an appeal as Bess is, cut in two, really. And that's gone down to the Howard stand for 4 leg byes as signalled by Martin Saggers. 3-1-7 for the loss of 6.
Did come back that one, but it was quite obviously he's hit him outside the line.
Yeah, it didn't look close, did it? So he says, I was in an Australian bar in 2005 when the umpires removed the bails on the last day of the last test. Where's the exit? Fortunately, all was well, and I was fast-tracked into catching up with their beer consumption, and we agreed that cricket was the real winner. Balderson coming in again to bowl to Bess, who helps one square on the leg side. That will be 4. He's got plenty on that. Nicely struck as well, just over pitching and straying down the leg side was George Balderson, who's gone for a half century now. Yorkshire 321 for 6. So Phil finishes. I'm no cricket expert, but I just love everything about it, and I rely on my good friend Kathy for her knowledge and expertise. Shout out for Kathy. We both live in Exeter, and the lovely Regency town of Sidmouth a few miles away is a rather lovely place to watch cricket. Back in 2018 we had a fly past of a Spitfire on its way home from a display, balls on bats and a growling Merlin. Not a bad day at all.
Sounds perfect.
Thanks, Phil. Good to hear from you. And good to see this shot from Dominic Bess as well, because that's short and wide, and that's a lovely late cut from Bess. Got it away backward of point, down through third man to the Taverners stand, and so 2 boundaries in the over by him takes him on to 15. The partnership now already worth 37, 326 for 5, trailing now by 241, and 10 overs remain on day 3.
25 needed off 2 overs, which is, as you said, in T20 terms, isn't impossible for that 4th batting point. I don't think we'll find them going for it, though. That's a fantastic email, that. I really enjoyed that. Well, he started off he sounded like one of those young techies, didn't he? Sort of, speakers all through the house and talking about URL streams or whatever, all that sort of language that I don't understand. But he's had a cricketing life as who was it? What was his name?
Phil.
Phil. Yeah, Phil. Thanks for that, Phil. And anyone else there wants to send us an email, send it in. We do read out nearly all of them, don't we? Nearly all of them. It's First ball of the next over is played wide of long off. I wonder whether Best just quietly found there by Root. He gets a single. I wonder whether Best just fancies chancing his arm here a bit.
Probably not in the circumstances. Yeah, the other thing you need to know, Phil, is that a bit like WG Grace, DT only allows emails to be read that lavish praise on his commentary. They're not turned up to listen to anybody else.
And you know perfectly well, Phil, that's not true, but that next delivery played defensively into the onside. 326 for 6. Just 10 deliveries left until the bonus points end, so no chance of any more for either side, you would think. 3 wickets in 10 balls isn't going to happen. 24 runs isn't going to happen. Well, you never know. Runs might happen. Yeah, runs might happen. This next delivery is pushed into the offside.
3 wickets in 10 balls would have had no problem in my day. John Logan, thanks for your update on the scores elsewhere. Championship playoff semi-final first leg. Blades 1, Forest 2 at full time. Now then, that quiz question, about 801 for 8 declared at Taunton in 2007. Record score for a county.
No idea.
Derbyshire.
Oh, having been 0 for 2. Extraordinary. Parkinson to Bess, defends. Fields in for Bess, so if he wanted to go over the top, he could do. Mind you, cover going back out now. Getting towards the end of this over, last ball coming up. Parkinson completes his 30th over. Long old spell he's had at that end.
Yeah, message in from Hywell James, or possibly Hewell.
Hewell, I think, isn't it?
Well, Hywell Bennett was known as Hywell Bennett, wasn't he, the actor? And Hewell Davis, the Grand National winning jockey of 1985, was known as Hewell. Both spelled the same way, so whichever way, we hopefully have pronounced it correctly. He says, not only has Luke Fletcher scored 2 50s in the current Notts game, but he scored one as number 11 and one as an opener. Surely not something that's happened too often.
No, there's already been a tweet from Andrew Sampson, the statistician, to say that's the first time it's happened.
First time ever. Excellent.
First time ever.
There'll be a few.
It's first time it's happened.
There'll be a few lovely boys there in the box, won't there? Well done, lovely boy. Gonna park in. Hugh Oxborough, dear Kevin, Jonathan et al. Been listening on 5 Sports Extra, as we're now told it's called, not 5 Live anymore. 5 Sports Extra. Your comments about, we'll come back to it in a sec, because Tom Bailey, who's just back into the attack, is in and bowling to Root, who's turning it down to long leg for 1. So Hugh says, your comments about a soporific last session reminded me of the goings on at Edgbaston, where there is an equally benign pitch, and I think that match would have been laid to rest by tea time tomorrow. So look at the score.
Not great for the spectators, games like this, are they?
No, we're having a few of these this season. Bailey comes in once again, and he's bowling here to Bess. Flicks it into the leg side, where it's fielded by Jennings. There's no run. Which match we were looking at there? Edgbaston, wasn't it? Edgbaston. Score seems to have dropped off the radar. Aha, here we are. Yeah, Warwickshire 386 for 4 in response to Northampton's 597 for 6.
So that's 10 wickets have fallen in 3 days.
Yeah. Here's Bailey bowling to Bess. It wraps him on the pad, but down the leg side, and Salt quickly round to field. No run.
The home side should really be fined for that, shouldn't they? In my opinion. That's just as bad a wicket as, sort of 20 wickets falling on the first day.
It's just not cricket, is it?
Well, it's no good for the fans, really. I mean, I've seen a couple of big knocks there.
Pardon?
A couple of big innings.
Bailey into Bess, who turns out in front of square. On the leg side, and there's no run.
A couple of big knocks, I think.
Let's get the earwax cleaned out. At DO_cricket. If you'd like to get in touch with my colleague David Townsend or myself, Jonathan Doidge is on, well, just keep it simple, eh? At Jonathan Doidge.
That's easy.
Don Bess on strike on 15 as Bailey is in and bowling to him. Turning that to leg. Jennings fakes a bit of fielding and Luke Wood does the job. Bess 15 off 38. He's been out there 41 minutes, 3 fours. Root 145 in what I think looks like 214 deliveries. It might not be, but there's a speck that's missing on the display on the scoreboard away to our left, the eastern side of the ground. He's been out there for 333 minutes and hit 13 boundaries. He's getting in some practice for that there England stuff. As Bailey is in and Bess turns out to leg. That will complete the over with another dot. 327 for 6. If he gets selected for England, of course. I mean, Otis Gibson said a couple of weeks ago when I asked him if he was available for last week's match against Essex at Chelmsford, well, he'll have to come and have a net first. See if he gets selected.
Yeah. That's the end of the 110th overs. That's the end of an opportunity for bonus points, Yorkshire.
That could be deemed as monumental man management, though, couldn't it? Because he got 75 last week and still playing for his place, so he's come out and got 145 here. Talk about getting the best out of your players. Mind games.
Parkinson's going to be bowling round the wicket to the very open stance. Joe Root, who just nudges that one into the onside for a single. Hard to see where this game goes from here, though, Doidge, because Yorkshire looks set for something in excess of 400. Lancashire can't set them a small total, don't really have the overs to bowl them out. So we'll just have to concentrate tomorrow on the Yorkshire Diamonds when Kate Levitt returns. That one's paddled around the corner by Bess. He's going to pick up a couple of runs as Luke Wood comes round to do the fielding, running from deep backward square to fine leg. 5 men on the offside, 4 on the on. Those fielding places including a slip and a leg slip. Parkinson over the wicket to Bess, and a little bit of excitement there as Bess looked to turn that on the onside, but in actual fact just popped it up in the air towards short extra cover, but it didn't even get halfway towards him before it bounced. Parkinson again, who's bowled unchanged now for, well, this is his 31st over from the football stand end. I'd have liked to see a bit more Luke Wells. I think he just bowled that one over before tea, didn't he? And looked to spin a couple, admittedly from a wide, not pitching in line. 3:30 for 6 with one delivery left in this over. 7 overs to be bowled after this one. Bess looks at that one as he allows it through outside the off stump. No run. So what's what are the Doidge plans for this evening? You got something on at your cricket club, or
Just meet the Suns first time in a little while. Yeah, just a catch up. Nothing major, very professional.
It's not a do. It's not
a do, no. Very professional on a school night, me. Don't have more than 7 or 8. Orange
enough.
juices. Yeah, I was hoping to play tomorrow actually. I was asked if I could play and I was looking forward to it. I thought 3-day finish, wipe the floor with Lancs. It'll be all done and dusted and I can go and play a game of cricket, but no. Unless you two fancy just taking it on from about lunch onwards tomorrow. That'll suit me. Here is Bailey bowling at root, pushes into the offside, no run.
You played this season?
No. Well, every match has taken up an entire weekend so far, Thursday to Sunday. Nice to have a crack now and again.
Have they been missing your runs?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Here's Bailey over the wicket. Nicely played by Root off his legs. Straight along the carpet to deep backward square. And they're going to just stroll through for the 1. I think that guess at 214 deliveries for Root looks like it's probably right. 217 I think now. Yep. That is correct. Still more than 6 overs to go in the day. If Lancs could take a couple with them here, they'd be thinking, well, not beyond the realms, but such a good pitch. There's a big shout for LBW here. Oh, gotta say. Well, he's given it. He's gone, Dominic Bess, for 17. LBW to Tom Bailey. But on first looking at that, it certainly felt like it was going down the leg side to me.
And a tad high as well, I thought. There you go.
So 330 for the loss of 7 now, Yorkshire. Have a look at it again when we got the opportunity. Bess, 44 minutes and 45 deliveries he faced for that 17. It included 3 fours.
Getting a very generous round of applause, as you know. Or is that
Yeah.
perhaps for the Yorkshire captain coming out?
Well, the partnership was another useful sort of 42.
Of course, it's actually Jordan Thompson coming out, isn't it? Pato's still in the hutch.
It is. Just going to look at the replay here, DT. It's angled in towards him. For me, certainly in terms of where it hits him in line with leg stump, but if you were DRS in that, you'd be watching at home thinking, before you saw the line of trajectory, I bet your guess will be that that's probably going to be missing. And height-wise, yeah, there's possibly a question about that, but it's more about direction for me. Anyway, he can do nought about it now because he's already back beneath our feet and going up the changing room steps. Dominic Bess, 17 off 45, 3-3-1 for 7 on the loss of that wicket. And what do they need? They need 86 to avoid being asked to follow on.
Yeah, there's going to be about 200 runs between the teams overnight, isn't there? There's going to, well, possibly a bit. 6 more, 20 runs, maybe 210 between the teams overnight. Any chance you think they might have a little natter and say, so we have a run chase tomorrow afternoon? I know it's Yorkshire, Lancashire, but more chance if it was two other rivals, perhaps. Lancashire won't want to give Yorkshire any chance after having scored however many million it was that they did on the first couple of days.
A manufactured run chase.
Yeah.
Brian Statham and I had never bothered with that sort of thing.
Too much to hope for, you reckon?
Round the wicket here, Bailey. Bowling to the left-handed Jordan Thompson. There's 2 slips and a gully now. A point. He's offered him a gap through the offside. There's no sweeper out there any longer to the new batsman. Wideish mid-off. There's a mid-on. Short mid-wicket. He'd be 15, 16 yards from the bat. A man in front of square leg, just on the 1 and a long leg. Bailey 3 for 44 now. Bowling to Thompson, who opens the face and runs it out to backward point, no run. Jordan Thompson, of course, very capable player, no doubt about that. Some exciting white ball exploits last year. Went to London Spirit for the 100 later on in the summer. I think it was about a 75k capture for them. Hit a couple of enormous sixes here last year, although not quite as enormous as the one Liam Livingston whacked into the rugby ground. But plenty big enough. He's on strike and waiting for Bailey. That's a good delivery by Tom Bailey, angled in towards Jordan Thompson, whose feet didn't really move, and it also just nipped away from him.
Yeah, one of the best balls we've seen today, actually, that little bit of movement there. It was a rotten delivery to get second up. 3:31 for 7, 6 overs left. Time for Scott to come back in and take Lancashire through to the close as they look to close out these final few wickets.
Still 0-0 at Wembers.
I'll bid you all good evening, I think, JD.
You do that. Which hostelry is receiving your patronage this evening, David?
Oh, I don't know. I might actually have a wander down to the old Cardigan Arms that I haven't been in since I've been back. Parkinson bowls, and that is the end of Joe Root. Parkinson pitching that one outside the leg stump. Root looking to defend. He's got a little edge, a tumbling catch at slip. And Joe Root, who'd been playing up those deliveries with no problem at all, has gone. So, will Yorkshire be dismissed? Great applause, as you would expect, for Joe Root, who's batted gloriously today. He's out caught Villas bowled, caught Wells rather, bowled Parkinson for 147. He faced 218 balls, hit 13 floors. And just listen to that applause for him. Disappointed not to see the day out, but great knock. He's not happy. He's come off, he scored 149, and he just sort of tapped the advertising board in frustration there as he walked off.
Yeah, I suppose not only from just
147, not 149. So.
From the point of view, got out one, but also having lost a wicket, he'll have been redoubling efforts to ensure they didn't lose another one. He just sort of seen it on the replay, and he was just trying to flick it to leg, and it looks like it got. Yeah, it just got the. He was already on the shot, wasn't he? He had a closed face, and it's hit right on the front edge, possibly even just on the sort of slopey bit on the back of the bat, maybe, if not the edge. Yeah, routine catch in the end. So those 2 wickets that I was talking about, that if they did fall before the end of the day, could still give Lancashire an opportunity. They have. Stephen Patterson and Jordan Thompson then with work to do for Yorkshire now.
And that's good night from me.
It's good night from him. Good night. Don't readjust your sets. TT. David Townsend's leaving us for the day. Scott Reed will shortly be back in the chair. And he'll be feeling rather chipper, I'm sure, now, having seen 3 wickets fall since tea. Let him take you through this Matt Parkinson over.
Yep, first delivery just pushed away into the offside by Patterson, and there is no run. So 3-3-1 for 8. And Parkinson now 3 for 73. He's in to Patterson, who's forward in defence, just dabbing the ball away into the offside, and there's no run. It's given Lancashire a bit of a burst, this, hasn't it, in the evening session? A little extra bounce in their step. A long day in the field. And as Patterson defends again, just deflecting it away to the onside, and there's no run. Wickets falling in the morning session, and an afternoon dominated by the bat, Roots and Duke, and now late on in the day, a little flurry of wickets, keeping the game bubbling up, keeping it just in there. As Patterson nudges it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Would still need to take, unless something's created overnight, it's only to take 12 wickets to on what is still a largely belting pitch. As Patterson gets a little edge onto this, it's disappeared down towards short fine leg. He's going to come back for a second. It's a comfortable 2 in the end, but a little thin edge off the bat sees it disappear down towards the fine leg boundary. It has Matt Parkinson rolling around on his backside, thinking that he's ever so unlucky not to have picked up another wicket. And that completes the over. 5 left to go tonight. 333 for 8. Thompson and Patterson bowling for Yorkshire. Matthew Parkinson, with his image flashed up on the big electronic screen, reading 32 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 75.
Yep, done well. He got the wicket of Harry Brook with a beaut, didn't he, earlier today? Then Harry Duke with a delivery that probably shouldn't have got him out. And then has snaffled the former England captain, the real big wicket of the lot. Bailey bowling to Thompson, who plays very well through the leg side. As he does with this delivery, just leans on it and flicks it through mid-wicket. They're going to get through for 2. Villas out there doing the fielding. So Thompson off the mark, 335 for 8. Just talking about Jordan Thompson's capabilities with the bat. He's a very dangerous player, but it doesn't feel at this moment in time like it's a situation that will particularly suit him in that respect, because they're still trying to play out time to a large extent. We've seen him bring a bit more of that to his game as well in red ball cricket. He's just dropped one out into the offside, and there's no run, but I don't think there's any doubt really that Jordan is happier when he's able to get his hands through the ball. Exciting play to watch when he is able to do that, given the office. And if he has been given the office, well, he's got the man at the other end who'd be doing that in Stephen Patterson. 337 for 8. Bailey in and wide of off stump, and Jordan Thompson tries to chop that away through the offside. Had he got some contact on it, probably 4 runs, but misses it, goes beyond the under edge. So just a 2. Got some scores from elsewhere for us.
I've got the first result, Doji, actually, of this round of fixtures. Gloucestershire against Somerset, a victory for Somerset over their rivals. A victory by an innings and 246 runs.
Bailey in, pulled by Jordan Thompson. And that's the sort of shot he enjoys. Bit of room to free the arms, and he's smashed that away down through Cow Corner towards the northeast stand of the ground. And picked up 4 runs.
Somerset 591 for 7 declared. Tom Abel 142, Matt Renshaw 94, Tom Lammonby 76. So a big first innings score, and then Gloucestershire 186 and 159.
Bailey to Thompson, straightens things up. Not the most bounce there, well watched by Jordan Thompson.
So Somerset with a big win in an innings and 246 runs. Gloucestershire, though, were a batter light in both innings because they had an injury. Graham Van Buren unable to bat in both innings, so they finished 9 down on both occasions, Gloucestershire. But a big victory for Somerset, the first of this round of fixtures.
There's Bailey again. That's just wide of off stump. Nicely steered this time by Jordan Thompson. Played that with much more control than the little waft he had earlier in the over, and it's just got the legs to come to rest on the boundary rope out on the western side of the ground. So 2 boundaries in the over for Jordan, 10 to him now, 345 for 8.
And a couple of games have reached the close of play on the third day. In Division 1, Warwickshire against Northamptonshire. Warwickshire closing on 394 for 4. That's in their first innings, and still trail Northamptonshire by 203 runs. Northants making 597 for 6 declared.
Last ball of this Bailey over then to Thompson, wide of off stump, and having got a couple of boundaries, he thinks better of playing at that wide delivery. So 345 for 8 at the end of the 114th. Just 4 overs remain today.
In Division 2, close of play, Leicestershire against Sussex, with Leicestershire trailing Sussex by 45 runs with 5 wickets remaining. They're into their second innings. They're 195 for 5, still 45 runs behind Sussex. Elsewhere, Middlesex are 56 for 3 against Nottinghamshire at Lords. And they've been set this big monster total to win. They need 460, but can they try and bat through tomorrow and save the game? They're 56 for 3 after a Nottinghamshire declaration following a century for the captain, Stephen Mullaney. Durham against Glamorgan. Glamorgan are on a run chase, and they're 48 for 2 and need a further 143 runs for a victory in the northeast. And Derbyshire are playing Worcestershire this week. Come back to it because Parkinson's about to start his 33rd over. Leg slip and a short leg to Patterson, who plays up to mid-off for no run. So Worcestershire trail Derbyshire by 142 runs with 9 wickets remaining. So Worcestershire are 55 for 1 in their second innings following on, after being bowled out for 368. Parkinson. Forward goes Patterson. And that's played away into the offside for no run. And there's only one other game which is currently in play, which I've not brought you a score of, and that's in Division 1 between Kent and Surrey, where Kent are 82 for 1 in their second innings, and they still trail Surrey by 359. Parkinson bowls around the wicket to Patterson, who just offers the pad. And the ball deflects down towards Luke Wells at slip, with Dame Velas under the helmet at leg slip. Keaton Jennings at forward short leg, currently down on one knee. And he'll pick himself up and crouch down there because Parkinson's shuffling back in again, bowling once more, driven into the offside by Patterson. And Bohannon fields at extra cover, and there's no run.
Launched at that, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Went for it. He twirls his way back in. There's Parkinson and Patterson this time. A slightly more reserved approach, just getting onto that front foot and playing it away towards mid-wicket where Croft fields, and again there's no run. 2 balls left of the over. Parkinson in. Forward in defence goes Patterson, steers it away into the offside for no run. And Parkinson's had enough of going around the wicket. He's going to come and have a twirl back over the wicket for the final ball of the over. His, you would think, penultimate one. As Patterson turned this into the onside, the answer to the question is no. Picked up by Keaton Legg, but half an appeal from Matt Parkinson. No, nothing on it, and completes the over. So 3 remaining of the day's allocation.
Charles Kitching says, not taking anything away from Duke's innings, but I'm surprised he bats in front of Bess and Thompson, who I both feel have got more shots and power. If so, perhaps we could have had a 4th batting point, question mark. NB lavish praise to DT's commentary. That's David Townsend, who's been with us on the first 3 days, and sadly is back tomorrow as well, along with Katie Levick. Dr. Chris Whitaker says, hello, thanks for the commentary as ever. What do you think about having centrally employed neutral ground staff to make pitches more interesting? I think not going to happen is the answer to that. Centrally employed ground staff.
I thought it mentioned before that. I think that was something that was brought up on the back of England's poor winter.
Okay. Lily says, having seen it again, that was an unlucky LB for Dominic Bess. I'm going to see Luke Wells with a bit of twirl. He's bowled just the 1 over so far. DT was calling for more of him. And we're seeing a bit more of him as well now because the cap's off. He's gone for 1 run. He's bowling round the wicket, right arm, and driven by Jordan Thompson. Beats the infield. The ball's not going to have the legs to make it to the boundary. Unusually for a Tomo strike. Tom Bailey hauling it in a few metres short of the ropes, but they've got 3. Got to just see this out tonight, Yorkshire, and obviously just take it as long as they can this first innings tomorrow morning if they can see these last few overs out. 2.5 now, and on a pitch that I suppose resembles something like the that fast road that joins the 2 counties, the M62. It's going to be tricky to take another full innings worth of wickets tomorrow, but I'm not saying it's impossible because it is cricket. It won't be easy. Wells switches to over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Patterson. Pushes into the offside, no run.
It's going back to that Somerset-Gloucestershire game because obviously Parkinson's bowling well again today and has done so far this season, and plenty mentioned about Parkinson for England. Well, Jack Leach in the wickets this week.
As well, his latest delivery is dropped into the pitch by Patterson, no run.
Picked up 5 for 49 in the first innings, and in the second innings 3 for 41. So 8 wickets for 80 in the match.
Good effort. Here's Wells again in his leg spin, just shaping away from Patterson then, who's pushing confidently enough into the offside. Not quite as soft hands as some of the top order batsmen, but still covered it well. Now then, he's got a short delivery this time and punches it to the same fielder at short extra cover. No run. Just this 1 ball and 2 more overs to go on day 3. And here's Wells again, having a leg stump. There's a yelp of excitement as Patterson stabs the ball in the general direction of short leg who fielded it, Keaton Jennings, but it wasn't clean off the bat. End of the over, Thompson 13, Patterson 2. 350 up for Yorkshire for the loss of 8, and just 2 overs remain in the day.
Yeah, it's enough 1 or 2 to decide that it's time to shuffle off and disappear back home. Plenty of short sleeves and shorts are out on display today. Plenty of cool bags with refreshments to keep you well hydrated and well fed throughout the course of a hot day, but a lovely day, really good weather, and I think a terrific day's cricket, really. I think it's been fascinating. I thought the morning session was brilliant. Really enjoyed that. I thought Root and Brook were terrific. For Emerson Brook, obviously, this season, and boy, did he bat well. And then, of course, Lancashire with 3 wickets in the morning session. It was a fascinating morning. As Parkinson starts in again to Thompson, who's defending, and there's no run. And then the afternoon with Brook and Duke, sorry, about Root and Duke batted all through the middle session of the day. It looked all nice and calm, like Root could bat forever, and eventually out for a terrific 147. There's Thompson as he edged it through. Well, Parkinson's pleading. Absolutely impossible to tell from here in truth, but he kind of pressed forward, did Thompson. He played at it. And the ball into the gloves of Phil Salt, and well, clearly Lancashire think there was a little something on that, but nothing from the umpire. Would have been a nice little way to end it, and they got the 9th wicket tonight. Parkinson back around the wicket. Well, that's come off an edge, but it's down towards the 3rd man boundary. Luke Wells, he's going herring after it. Blimey, he's done well to catch up with that. Thompson comes back for 2.
Yeah, he was entitled to play it, wasn't he? It was a wide delivery, so he knows that there's nobody in a sort of fly slip position, can have a slash, and if If he gets an edge, he's probably going to be safe as it was.
Takes him to 15, 3-5-2 for 8. So the deficit is 214 runs. Around the wicket comes Parkinson, forward goes Thompson. But ball deflects away into the onside for no run. 2 balls left for Matt Parkinson, 3 for 79. 3 around the bat, all crouching down. He's in to Thompson, who's driving. Picked up inside the offside by Stephen Croft. The crowd has thinned out a little bit. Plenty of blue seats now away to our left-hand side. But good crowd in for the first 3 days of this fixture, and those that came today have been lucky with the weather. Thompson forward in defence again. And Parkinson's having a bit of a shout, but that's him done for the day. There's only 1 over left. And Parkinson has twirled and twirled and twirled away, bowling unchanged through the afternoon from the rugby stand end. And he's had a pretty lengthy spell again post tee. He's kind of half put his jumper on. His shoulders are drooping a little bit. He'll be looking forward to putting his feet up and having a cold drink a little bit later on tonight. But he's helped keep Lancashire interested here, because Yorkshire are still 215 behind, and they've got 2 wickets remaining of their first innings. Final over of the day.
And Stephen Patterson on strike, stepping back and played a nice shot there. He's punched that away through extra cover, and he's going to pick up 4. That was far too quick across the ground for the chasing fielder. That's a lovely shot by the Yorkshire captain. First boundary for him. Don't tend to see him play that one too often. Like a lot of tail-enders, he can play a few shots, but tends to do so when he's allowed a bit of room. Particularly strong through point, that sort of area. There's Wells to the Yorkshire captain, who's pushing forward into the onside. And there's going to be no run, so just 4 balls to negotiate here. And having lost those couple, if they can see this out and still have the 2 wickets remaining in the morning, they'll just feel a little bit better about life tonight. Patterson propping forward again, no run. When you're questioning the Don Bess LBW and you think about the Harry Duke dismissal, then yeah, they might have got away with 6 down, I think, by the end of the day. Patterson just stopped everything for a moment. LS6 stops. There's traffic outside, I think, on it. Kirkstall Lane has stopped.
Yeah, everyone stopped. Well, there's significant changes to the field required.
Of course. Let's just string it out a bit longer, make him sweat a bit more. So man comes in under the lid at short leg, slip goes in. So 2 men close in on the leg side now as well. Drops one in a good little spot for that. Round about leg stump, but Patterson safely negotiates. And he's got 2 more of those to do the same with. Back with Wells, who passes Saggers. This time Patterson goes back foot, pushes into the offside. And there's no run. Last ball of the day then. And Wells bowling it to the Yorkshire captain. And pushes forward back to the bowler, and that will be that for day 3. Another, well, tough day at the office for the team in the field, at least, because it's just warm, sunny conditions and a very difficult deck on which to take wickets. And Yorkshire have finished it on 356 for the loss of 8 wickets. That is, what, 118 overs into their first innings. And Stephen Patterson not out on 6, and Jordan Thompson not out on 15. They whip it off the board so quickly, don't they?
Yeah.
So they'll be happy at least to have not been bowled out today. It could have been worse, couldn't it, when those 3 wickets went down this morning. That excellent session for Yorkshire, the first win of the match between lunch and tea. and then just taking the shine off it a little bit with the dismissal of Harry Duke and Don Bess and Joe Root. But there's still some cricket to be played here tomorrow. Lancashire are going to need 12 more Yorkshire wickets to win this match. Yorkshire have got a bat for a fair old time yet, if they're going to be anywhere close to safety, Scott.
Yeah, they have in Lancashire. Those wickets towards the end of the evening session there just will give them something to believe with and going into tomorrow. But I've really enjoyed it today. I think that's been a super day's cricket again. Terrific tussle between the two sides, and a lot to admire, a lot to enjoy, I think, for both Yorkshire supporters and Lancashire fans as well.
Done and dusted for today then. Thank you, Scott. Thank you to Dave Townsend. Thank you to Kevin Howells as well. And from me, Jonathan Dodge, will say good night for tonight. Yorkshire trailing by 210 runs then at 356 for 8. Do join us again tomorrow from Headingley from around about 5 to 11 for ball by ball commentary once again. Good night.